DD what that? If we want to, we can do that leak code. I'm gonna be honest, it looks like a math problem. It's very much a math problem, so we can go for it. But honestly, I did not understand it. We can try to go through the explanations and see if we can, though. I'm always down to try, at least. But yeah, thanks for coming on by. It looks like you are first both in chat and on the redemption, and yep, you are now on the screen. Yeah, I mean, we'll go over it. It's usually I do the leak code of the day, but we're not gonna solve or explain it per se, more than just reading aloud the explanations they got. Hey, Speakeasy, thanks for coming on back. On work, putting bed together, entertain you. Okay, we will try, right? It's not entertaining, at least you get to watch someone learn, right? You get to learn something out of it too, so learning is entertaining now, right? Very minimum. Ignore that, folks. Nope, looks like I forgot to set that up. There we go, folks. Okay, so we're not going to be doing the leak code of the day, unfortunately, because I do not understand this. It is essentially a math problem, but I'll at least try to explain what I was able to understand from the solution. So, and then after that, we'll be working on our pairwise sorter, polishing it up. First, we're going to be doing just a general run through of it and how it all works. Then doing some refactors, more passport auth.js, all that fun stuff. So, this is a hard one because it is very hard. You can even see the discuss page has like only a few things going on today. So we have buckets of liquid, where one of the bucket is poisonous. So essentially we have 1,000 buckets, 999 are not poisonous. We were supposed to figure out which one is poisonous. You feed a number of pigs the liquid to see whether they will die or not. This is a very, very interesting story prompt for this one when I first read it. But there's a limitation in which we only have minutes to test to determine which bucket is poisonous. And then we also have minutes to die, which is how long it takes for the poison to take effect. So it's a math problem. I honestly do not understand the solution I found. I tried my best, figured I'd come back to look at it another day, but the top 3. You can try to look through these. Hey, thank you, Spectrum. They're all about you trying to basically encode the information of which pigs consume which buckets into some binary representation, and then repeat that for until you have enough left. Now again, I don't know how it works, but yeah, to be honest, folks, I got no idea how this works. And hey, that's right, we're not going to get all of them. Hopefully, don't get asked this one on a job interview, because it is math. Just pure math. Now, one diagram I thought that made the most sense, though it didn't make as full sense to me, is this one here, where imagine there are 8 buckets in one round. The first one consumes all this half, the second one and the third one. So essentially, there's a variation in which each bucket, you can track it down, is consumed only once, so you can tell which one it's not consumed by. So if all 3 pigs unalive, then you know or do not unalive, then you know 000 was the bad bucket. Binary search algorithm. Yeah, I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, unfortunately, because it's not like left or right. It is just one of these random ones. And then they get into the multi-round stuff, which is just like, okay, out of my wheelhouse. But no matter which way you go about it, it's all a math solution, one way or another. So, if Leoticos, they would know how to do it. Fellow Hunter Devers, they would definitely know how to do it. Maybe during their next stream, can all ask her, how do we do this problem? And then they'll write a whole essay about how to figure this math out. But yeah, this was not for me. I'm not ashamed to say I do not get them all, and this is one of the ones I do not get. In lieu of that, we do have a challenge to do, but we're going to do a Code Wars. I gotta go find ourselves the Code Wars to do, though, so let's see who's been doing the most code warring recently. Ooh, Con 300 doubling collective nectar. Okay, well, they're doing some cool stuff. Let's see what problems they have been conquering recently. This is my strategy for finding good Code Wars, folks, by the way. You find people who are doing good ones, and then you're like, what problems are you doing? We're now doing a 1 Caillou. You're given a message, text, that you choose to read in a mirror. Return what you would see, complete with the mirror frame. Oh, okay, this is, I believe, a good one to start off on, folks. So, from the top, full prep, we're given a message, text, so we're going to be given a string that we will be reading in a mirror. We're supposed to return what we would see, complete with the mirror frame. So when we were given the word hello world, we were supposed to be responding with this multi-line string. So asterisks all in the first line, asterisks all in this last line, an asterisk and then a space, and then the word in reverse. And it looks like each word of the string is going on its very own line. And words in your solution should be left aligned. Which left is that? Is it this left? Or, since we're reading it backwards, this left? I guess we'll find out, folks. I think 15 minutes should be enough for this one. Let's go look at some test cases. We do not have enough test cases for me to really see what I was looking for, which is the alignment of words when they are not the same length. So yeah, this is where we would ask the interviewer, yo interviewer, what happens if I had another one, like hello ABC? Would the ABC be here? Would the ABC be here? Aside from that, we're going to be returning always a multi-line string. It appears we will never be given an empty string, it appears it will always be an actual string. And with that, my pseudocode would be first to split this into all the possible words and get the longest word. Then I would construct a constant being horizontal, and that will be a string that is the length of the longest word plus 4 for the 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I would have that be the beginning of my result, and then for every word in all the words we collected, I would first reverse it. So I would reverse it by converting it to an array, then reversing that array, converting the array back to a string. Then I would add a prefix of asterisk space and a suffix of asterisk space after padding the word to the length of the longest word, so that way there's enough spaces to make the frames align. And that looping process will be done for every word that I split it out of our string. Okay, I don't see anything wrong with that pseudocode. Let us give it a shot. So let's start by getting out all our words. So words equals text.split by the new line character. Const longest equals, so we need to essentially iterate through all the words, get the longest one that exists. Yeah, speak easy. I know. I didn't mean to put it in your head, but I did want to, I usually do the leak code of the day. This is actually the first leak code in a while that I didn't really solve full-heartedly. I was just like, well, I bite it on this one, you know. Yeah, so we need to iterate through it and get and keep track of the longest ones. So we can do this a number of different ways. I'll do it the normal way first. Let longest equals words 0, and then we'll iterate through the rest of the words. Let word of, well, we'll use let I equals 1, I less than words dot length, I plus plus. If words, so the current word dot length greater than longest dot length, then longest equals words I, and that will give me the longest words from this words array. Now there's already a shorter way to do that, and I'm going to do that with reduce. So it's going to be words dot reduce. I'm also going to reduce the length of the word, not the word itself, because I don't need the word, I only need its length. So we're going to have longest as the argument, and word as the parameter name for the individual element. We're going to say if longest, well actually we're going to return math.max for longest versus word.length. I'm going to initialize it to 0. So the first one will basically, essentially we're not starting from the first in the array, we're starting from outside of the array. And that does effectively the same as this here for loop. I'm switching my comments around. So now that we have the longest word, you need to say const horizontal equals the top and bottom lines, essentially, which is the length of the longest word plus 4, but that is how many asterisks we got. So we're going to take the asterisk and use the repeat method that exists on strings to repeat this longest length plus 4. And now we need to actually create our result, so we can just say lines equals a new array initialized with horizontal. Then we gotta start iterating through our words. For const word of words lines dot push, this is what we gotta figure out what we're adding here. So first for the reversal and First, for the reversal of the current word. So to reverse the word, we convert the word to an array. Then we call the reverse method that exists on arrays. And then we say join to turn that array back into a string. Now this is where I don't know which way we're going. So we're just going to try one way and then the other way. So try to make it a guess though, because if it was on a note, then they would be aligned on this side. But it says left. So what we're going to do is we're going to call pad end. This is how what this method will do. This will add extra characters to the beginning or ending of a word to meet a certain length requirement. Now the length requirement we want is longest. And what characters do we want to use? Spaces. So now that we have our word, we're going to want to add the prefix and suffix. The prefix is star asterisk or asterisk space, and the suffix is reversed space asterisk. And this should be all of our lines. Now, as you can see in our example, we are not returning an array of strings. We are returning one giant string where each line is delimited by the new line character. So we can say lines.join by a new line character to turn our array of line strings into one giant string of lines. Now this would almost be perfect if I hadn't nearly forgotten that we need to have the bottom horizontal frame added. So lines.push horizontal. Now with that, the alignment is probably going to be wrong, so let's find out. Okay, expected to equal, so horizontal is not a thing. Okay, so we can see we got new line, world hello. Okay, lots of things are going wrong here. So they're not supposed to be on the same line. For a word of words, what is words? Text.split new line character. Longest horizontal, so a lot more than half of the things are not doing as we expected them to do. So this is where some console log debugging comes in. So we're going to console log just all the things at this point. Words, longest, horizontal. And I'm doing this in an object, so I get the free labels as keys. So words is the whole thing because goldfish memory, we're not supposed to be splitting by new line, we're splitting by the space character. And horizontal is also an empty string, but one thing at a time. There we go, so words is looking a lot better. And horizontal is an empty string. What's happening is, remember, longest is a number. The number doesn't have a length attribute, so that is undefined plus 4, which becomes nan. And apparently, repeat nan is a literally empty string. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's move that console log. Go for the full submit. Hey, it appears we got it working. So my logic was sound. I just basically typoed all the things. I'm supposed to be splitting by space because we're splitting up by words and not lines. And I need to use longest as a number, not what I wrote it as, which was using it as the longest word. So longest isn't really accurate to say. It is longest length. That feels just a bit more accurate. And then after that, we construct an array of lines, initializing it with a horizontal one. And for each word, we add the prefix and suffix to the word, converted to an array, that array reversed, and that array joined back into a string to reverse the word, and then padded with the necessary spaces to make it aligned properly. Let's see what happens if we don't pad it. Aha, here it is. So when we don't pad it, wait, what's this? Okay, you can see the example here. So they're not showing us our actual output, but our output, if we were to visualize it, the stars were here and here. Essentially, they weren't aligned to the right. That is what our padding does by padding the end of the string to be of this length and filling that extra characters with spaces. Put that another line. You know, I don't need to put this in a variable. I can put that there and then lines 0. Just a little polished. Well, don't want to typo that because I renamed some stuff. And there we go, folks. First Code Wars down. It's a pretty good warm-up. Got the single variable name folks in here. A becomes a map. Okay, so they used the array of words, and they actually transformed it instead of creating a new array of lines. I suppose that's more memory efficient. Not seeing any crazy regex solutions, thank goodness. And that is that, folks. Okay, now let's jump into our project. We're not jumping exactly straight into the code yet, but we will be. Just not straight into the code. We're going to be going over a number of things with the project, but first we're going to be doing some other things. So some other folks have mentioned, I forgot to do something before stream, so let me flip that on. One moment, please. Okay, it is ready. So, we're going to go ahead and just start the project up. I'm going to demonstrate some behavior that it currently exhibits that is suboptimal. So first, I use the dev script, which I have defined as a nodemon command that runs index.js. Then we're going to open it, and it's going to be here. Absolutely lovely. Now when I come around to my server, and I'm just like, yo server, yeah, I change anything, we're gonna see nodemon gonna restart my server for me, which is very cool, very useful feature, makes development that much quicker. But when we go to the front end, let's say my index.jsx, my home page basically, and I change the text around by deleting all this, see there is no restart. And this stuff is wrong. I have to manually refresh my browser to get the new information. This ain't fun. So I'm going to show how we do this for a dynamic server. Because we already know how to do this with extensions like live server and stuff. You just start live server. Nope, not that one. Live server. Open with live server, I think, and it just opens up here automatically. Now when you're on a static website, it goes up to your home page, and then as you save, make changes to CSS, make changes to any of your front end files, it refreshes automatically for you. But it's not doing that here. Even if I go to my views folder and go like, this is my index, it's like super confused and tries to download it because it's not an HTML file that can be opened. So our solution here is to use additional synchronization methods, one of which, for those of you who are a big fan of your current workflow with live server, which is the one that allows front end static reloading of assets in VS Code, they have an extension right here. So as you can see, I already messed around with it, but you come here, you check the box, you give an address of your real server. So this is your backend server. Mine's on this port. Then you give the address of the live server. Now that one is the one that live server binds to. You can see it by looking at your VS Code at the bottom here. Wait a minute. What's this? I don't know what that is. Okay. I don't know what that was, but yeah. That server. And now you go to your backend server. And here we are, looking at our backend server. When I make some changes, well, that used to work. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, it's always a good process to debug some stuff, folks. So this is working. Maybe I need to change the numbers. Just wake up. Okay, so I manually refreshed it. Stuff came back. Ah, man. I thought I knew how to do this. It appears I do not. Yeah, so that's on that one. And over here. Turn it off, turn it on. Apply. Then when I update my front end stuff. Well, this is a good time to learn the docs, and I'm going to go ahead and link the extension too. I thought it was a good extension. I'm probably just using it wrongly. But there is an alternative solution for those who are not fans of live server. Where is the extension? Here it is. And here it has the links to whichever store you're using, Chrome or Firefox. And we're going to go through the tutorial, obviously, because I am failing to figure this out. So we installed the things. Actual server address, live server address. Interesting. Maybe we will mess with an easier file, a CSS file. These are, maybe the JSX is being weird. So we go in mobile mode real quick. You can see that there, and we delete a ha. Okay, let's delete both of these lines. There we go. And we will enter. Oh, maybe the fact that it was called localhost and not 127 was the problem. Who knows? Okay, we would hit apply. And then we don't do that. Well, folks, this did work, I swear. Maybe this needs to be turned off and back on. Let's do a hot refresh or hard refresh. Maybe something's cached. I think that was a refresh. Okay, it's working, folks. So let me let's bring this up in split view real quick. Go, there's that and that. So sometimes you just gotta do a hard refresh, which is done by holding control and hitting F5, or holding it and hitting the refresh button. Basically, something was in the cache. But now, as you see, when I add some CSS, there we go, the page refreshes for us. Now, if I wasn't streaming, this would be a lot faster, I imagine, but I am streaming, so it's a little delayed. You can see we mess with some text, and it refreshes. Come we believe in you. There you go. As you can see, this allows you to get your usual development on front-end projects without having to manually refresh the page, because you are running a full-stack app where all the front-end is dynamically given or partially dynamically given. So, that's the extension in the chat. If you're not a fan of that, though, or if you are like me and had some issues with it, browser sync is another thing that is an option. I want npm browser sync. And now that one. That allows you to achieve essentially the same thing. So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn this one off. But it does it itself. So this one requires you create 2 commands or write a script that runs both commands, but I don't want to be all confusing, so it makes browser sync. And then is the CLI. There we go. So you give it a start command. And here comes the magic that live server just did for us. We give it a proxy. And that proxy will be local host, then the port number of your real server. And then you want to tell it what files it should be synchronizing and refreshing your browser when they change. And those files should be basically all your front-end assets. Now, in my case, it's going to be my views folder and my public folder. Once you do this, it runs, opens up a new tab for you, and takes you to the page. Now, in theory, I'm going to go split view again. If I go and mess with stuff, it should refresh the front end like that. Now, as you can see, 2 different approaches. The finickiness depends, I suppose, on your setup, but I'm a big fan of this one. This one also gives you that cute little connected modal, which is pretty nice. Just to show it does do on CSS. There it is. And this one's a bit more customizable at the cost of having to run a second command. You can tell it to watch for anything, so you could theoretically replace a bit of node-mon logic with this, but using them in connotation or in combination is the best. Hey, Error ID 107, thanks for coming on by. Is the 1337 point a discovery endpoint? So, in my application, my full stack app, 1337 has no special meaning except funny number, but it's the port that my server starts on. So it's the port for my backend server, not anything special for discovery or anything. And so you can see, I'll come over here, we start the server, the real server. It starts on port 1337. This can be whatever port you want. When you deploy this on production, it becomes whatever port Heroku assigns and all that. Exactly, it's the client-server architecture. And we need to provide that same port number here to browser sync or the live server extension, just to tell it, okay, when I make a request, for example, to an API or any request, and it fails, who should I proxy or forward or pass on that request to? Because if I wasn't proxying it correctly, 1338, let's see what happens when we do it wrong. It's just a good example anyway. So if I give it the wrong number, well, this is very exciting, folks. It don't work, so there's no way to accidentally give it the wrong number and it still work for you. So it'll just be like, we're waiting. We're still waiting. So you need to give it the right number, and it'll proxy all your requests to the actual server. We can tell that because over here we see get requests and all of our requests here. So it's just acting kind of almost like a middleware, but it's not really called that. It's called a proxy. And yeah, browsing itself also has like a bunch of other things, a whole a whole UI and stuff. We don't really need to know about this, but it's got all kinds of crazy stuff here. See, it's got some of the CSS magic too if you really love it. Like, if we love it, you love it. You don't need to though. Just more tools to get lost in. Oh, for sure, error ID. Yeah, it's a difficult one. Because for the timeout, it's just a timeout. You can't really give a code for a timeout because, well, you literally weren't able to connect to give an error code. So you have to create that on whatever's timing out. Exactly, yep. Now I do think in this case I can start them in the wrong order. So I can start this one first and it'll go and it will fail. And then once I start this one, my initial request is still going to be failing. But if I make an additional one, it will succeed. So as long as both are up at the time you make the request, there is thankfully, no race condition about which one you need to start first. And yeah, for those who really want to make this part of your life, there are like half a dozen of these endpoints. Yeah, the options endpoint, you're not wrong, error ID, yeah. I don't really use that too much myself, but yeah, it would be a perfect use for it, I believe. All the front end ones, and then you can have a promise race or a promise, whichever of those two it is. So if I think actually fetch might have some timeout options, but if it doesn't, you can just promise race with a 10-second thing, and then if it hits first, boom, you resolve with that answer of you timed out and do all that stuff. But yeah, now for those who don't want to open two terminals like this, there is something known as concurrently. So this will be an upgrade or an addition to, or even a completely different one. Package JSON. And this will be, I'm going to call it full dev. And I don't really know which this is exactly, but let's see. So concurrently, it's one of the half a dozen projects that allows you to essentially run multiple npm scripts or commands at once. The important thing is that it does this in a cross-platform manner, because while you could do this yourself by figuring out like $&, a colon, or whatever different way to execute multiple commands on your platform, it's not going to work on the other platforms. So use a library handlers. And hey, Collective Nectar, thanks for the follow. Could have swore you already were following, but hey, I appreciate you now writing a letter, right? Hope your Saturday's been going well. So I'm going to install this package in dev mode because this is only a dev script. I'm going to put some quotes around this and see the instructions of how we use this. So let's see, concurrently, 1 command, 2 command. That seems easy. So I'm actually going to rename my dev command entirely, so it looks that easy. 1 command. I have to escape my double quotes. And 2 command. Now I do think we take the npx prefix off because we are already running in node. Got a quote mishandling. We'll use single quotes for this little thing. Hopefully it's happy. Hey, Collective Nectar, how you doing? No, we think that looks right. Oh, it's angry. This is what happens when you have your package.json open while you're installing things. You get conflicts. Easy solution, close the file. Let me turn this on, folks. Then go reopen the file, take whatever you're editing and shove it back in there. We're just gonna see if I got it first try. So npm run dev. Big sad. It could not find the command because I did not install it as a dev dependency in this project. It's a global dependency, but not a dev one. So this is the answer also to a lot of folks who are like, well, I have nodemon or nodemon installed globally. I don't need to install it locally in the project. If you intend to use it locally in the project, yes you do. Plus it makes it more portable when other people who don't have your globals go and try and use it. Bam bam, things are opening, pew pew pew. Okay, so we do have a little thing in which, so let me first explain what we happen here. We have our logs, but you're going to notice that there's a little prefix on our logs, a little 0 and a little 1. Okay, Collective Nectar, yeah, so essentially, it's a very generic module. It's a great question. It is kind of related to threading, conceptually speaking. Because what's happening is we want to run two processes in parallel. So instead of starting a command and then starting a second command when that first command stops, we want them both to be running at the same time. So we want the commands to both be running at the exact same time. We want them to be in parallel. So what concurrently does is, it does a lot more under the hood, I assume, but you give it 2 or more commands and it runs both of them. Now, as for why you would need 2 commands, that's very situation specific. In my specific situation, it's because I want a nodemon server running to refresh my backend code whenever I make changes, and I want a browser sync server that will refresh my browser whenever I make other changes that are more on the front end. So the intended result here, let me just drag this to split mode real quick, is that I can go to a templated file, for example, an EJS template file, and I can make a change here, and my browser got refreshed automatically. This is not possible unless something is hooked into the browser telling the browser it's refresh time, which nodemon itself cannot do. I'm sure there's a way to do it, like if you want to write it in the code, but I'm going for the easiest solution for folks. This is the easiest solution, which is running 2 commands, which is why concurrently is being used. There are other ones like npm run all or stuff, but concurrently is popular. It's the last one I use, so it's the one I'm using now. Hope that answered a few of your questions. Okay, now we do have a little thing here, which doesn't really matter. Wait for port. I want to see if this is possible, because concurrently is running them both at the same time, but automatically, that's right, Collective Nectar, favorite word, automatically. So what's happening here is, so let me explain what's happening. Both are starting, and then this thing automatically opens a browser. But what happens is that the nodemon doesn't start the server until after this one launches. I'm glad to hear it. Which results in this infinite spinny thing. Spinny thing. Now, this is very my specific project, but maybe it won't happen to yours. But we're going to try to not spend more than 5 minutes figuring this out. This person on Stack Overflow says Wait On is a cool project that does the thing I want. let's look at their example. So concurrently, K, N, C, they do lots of stuff here. So I don't understand all these arguments, but let's see. So DB API web. So they're labeling their stuff. That's cool. I'm gonna do that. And then they're coloring it, and then they're starting DB, starting API, starting web. And the API waits for a server to be listening before it runs its magic stuff. Yeah, error ID, I know, and I know from experience, because last stream, like my stream overlay, it's comprised of like basically, let me count, 3 WebSockets, one for OBS, one for Twitch, and one for TMI. And one last stream, for some reason I wrote it wrong, just slightly wrong, so it got doubled. So I had 2 listening. So anytime someone would say something, their message would appear twice. So I know the experience. Nah, that's not your bad. Actually, I have no idea what it is. But yeah, it is thankfully not a WebSocket thing. We ain't that fancy. Hey, Mavi, how's it going? We out here improving our experience, getting front end refreshing, automatically happening. We're about to get it all working. Install, save, npm I, save, dev, wait on. By cobbling together all these Lego pieces, basically. Yeah. Like that would be cool if I wanted to manage them all myself and stuff, but like there is some kind of queue. It's not a smart one, but like I said, it's a very much a tower of cards. Something went wrong and it started to collapse. but it looks like it's working right now. Fingers crossed. Okay, now we have some magic stuff gotten working. It's good, Mavi. We're all on the same roller coaster, right? Okay, folks, we did it. So let me explain the super long command. Yeah. I just doing the bare minimum to get it working. Error ID, you know. As it scales, I'll add more stuff to not reinvent the wheel myself, but yeah, it's like it's on the edge of I don't need to go learn a new library to do it. It's simple enough, and then it's like, oh no, the simple enough stopped being simple a while ago. But yeah, folks, let's review this command before we actually make our commit. So nodemon is still in existence, but now we use concurrently. This is a node module that runs multiple commands in parallel. So instead of running a command and running another command, we run them all at the same time. Now, since they start at the same time, make a nodemon index.js. This will refresh our backend. But we need to have browser sync, which is the command that will refresh our browsers, wait. It needs to wait until our backend is ready. Otherwise, just to demonstrate once more, if we don't have it wait, then there's a situation in which we start the thing, and now we're stuck here forever. Because after browser sync started, the backend server was like, okay, I'm finally ready. So if my backend was faster, we wouldn't need this, but since it's a database, it do be slow. So the solution here is to use this random package I found called wait on, which I guess it's by its name. You pass it what you want to wait on. In this case, I want to wait on TCP 1337, that being the port of our backend server. Then after that has been found as alive, then it starts browser sync. Ta-da! So they're both running in parallel, but one is being executed slightly after the other. Again, 5 different ways I could have done this, but this is the way I've done it, and this is the way that's working. And now with this, we can go on over here to our CSS file, for example, start ripping stuff apart, and it automatically report refreshes. Yeah, gotta love the funny elite port. There we go. Yep. And there's that automatic refreshing, which a lot of us, I mean, I'm not really one of them, but a lot of us front-end designers who like making small tweaks don't want to make a refresh or Heroku push every time. Hey, Robodom, how's it going? Yeah, it's going well. We're slowly making progress. Just improved our full stack dev experience to make all the things refresh. Browser. Is PowerShell available on Linux? Yeah, probably there is. I probably think I have it installed. Yeah, probably will, Robodom. It's gonna be at least 6, 7. I think it's gonna be 8 hours, because then that'll be my. That's when whatchamacallit, the Elite Code contest will track, and I always do that in the Discord when it happens. So I didn't do too well last time, but yeah, so it's gonna be probably 10. And yeah, I do have, to answer your question, I do have PowerShell here. I have it because I had to write a PowerShell script for a client once. So yeah, I just don't remember much of it. Yeah, I've been doing the contest. It's just like there are rules. I think like even Midnight Simon and some of the other Elite Code or challenges, like you can't stream it because technically you're sharing it. But I think running it on Discord, that's not sharing it with the world. That's sharing it with friends. So that's where my moral lines up on. Yeah, last one I did not do too well on. I guess maybe I was just a little more tired that day. I only got one of them done. That's the question, right, Robodon? I mean, I think it's fine because like I'm not recording, sharing the Discord, so it's like not really. I don't know. They haven't bonked me for it because they probably don't know I exist. But yeah, the last one I only got one of them solved. But the one before that I was really proud of. So one thing annoying here, I can't go to it, so I have to go to like weekly contest 304. Hey, Robodom, congrats, getting up there. Gonna go check in real quick. I don't know if all the names match or whatever, but we're gonna go take a little peek. Peekaboo. Ah, you're something else. Okay, you've evaded my eye this time. 304. Yeah, this is the one I did last week. Only got the one on it, though. Because everything else after, I don't remember what it was, but I know it was difficult. Yeah, let's see what this problem was. Just a little peek. Yeah, some weird thing that you have to like make sums of groups equal less than the next sum. So it's like math. Disgusting math. That's what knocked me out from doing today's Elite Code of the Day. Math. So as long as tonight's Elite Code contest ain't too math heavy, we'll at least be able to get the first one down. That's exactly where you want to be, Robodom. That fundamentals array track. You probably already have the link, but there's another fundamentals track, I believe. There we go. This is the one. I think this is the one that Leon pointed out when it all started. This fundamentals track. Now this is a collection, so it's like a hand-picked, curated collection of fundamentals for 8 easiest. This is one. Oh no, I have summoned Aaliyah. No, I said the math word. Yeah, error ID. It probably wasn't, but at that time I was a little more tired than I would have been, so it just woke up on the wrong side of the bed, didn't have the energy to knock it out. Yeah, Robodom, this is what Leon recommends. Do this first, and then after these ones, Robodom, then yeah, do as you're doing. Do the filter, and then practice. Select the tags to be what you want them to be. Fundamentals array, perfect. Make unique sets until it works. Okay, well, we ain't gonna be doing this leak code, but let's see if I can at least verbally put together the wisdom error idea is laying down here. Yeah, of course. Make unique sets until it works. Okay, so output is 3, so we don't know how many sets we actually need to create. So I guess we start off on creating all sets of 1. So yeah, I guess that's trying to create all sets length of 1, which is 1. Then try to create all permutations with your only maximum of 2 sets. Then try to create all permutations a maximum of 3 sets. Yeah, so I actually do see, I think, what you mean, error ID, or at least a brute force approach to it. I can practically guarantee what I just described will fail every efficiency check. Like, there could be slight optimizations to be like, oh, don't choose this group because weird logic of math and stuff, but yeah, I just wasn't up for it that week, you know? But thanks for that. That was got me closer than I was before, though. Yeah, go for it, RoboDom. Always. Don't burn yourself out on it, though, but you can always push yourself just a little more. Never hurts to get a little extra push in. Oh, let me update my package. A point 2. But yeah, folks, this first task down allows us to automatically refresh all of the things. Hey, Dianbo, how's it going? I am doing pretty well myself. Well, that's broken. So VS Code ain't doing too well, but I'm doing well. And the progress is coming along well, RoboDom. We're slowly making progress. This isn't my 100 hours project, but it's looking a lot better than my 100 hours project, you know? So, I don't know what that means, but it's coming along really well. Gets real confused, but yeah, we just recently implemented commit. I was messing around with git hooks. I broke all the things. There we go. We implemented some automatic browser refreshing with all that fun stuff. So essentially, combining browser sync with NodeMon, when we make a change to our front-end code, like our index.jsx, usually we'd have to do a manual refresh to get this working. But now, thanks to magic browser sync and everyone playing nicely, the browser just refreshes on its own. Ta-da! It's not much, but a couple folks were asking me, like, this is getting tedious. How do we fix this? That's how we fix it, folks. And with that, we ain't taking a break just yet, but I think we can do one more task before the break. Yeah. So next thing is a little bit weird, like meta work. So as you saw, I manually updated my package JSON. That was a very manual process. Now I'm gonna make a little script. I'm gonna make the other script first. So for those who watched that Brad Travesty video, y'all may have noticed that it automatically created an env file for you. It did that via a post install script. And I'm gonna make one right now and show you basically how it works. Create env.js. So the script ecosystem with npm is vast, it's wide, and it can be a little complicated. But conceptually, it's like there's a rule that most of them follow. There are like only a few exceptions. But basically, when you run a command, so if you want to run npm run compress, it will automatically run a command, if it exists, called pre-compress, and then after your compress is done, post-compress. It's just the naming schema. You add pre and post to a name, it will automatically run those scripts for you. And there are a bunch of other ones that actually have meaning, like publish, all these other ones that actually happen and stuff. One of them, which y'all may have noticed, is post install, which if we fiddle around to our docs, so npm install is the command we all run to install a project. Post install will run after the install command is ran. So essentially, after someone does npm install, which is the first command most people use, we want to copy our env example to .env. Let me hide secrets because I don't know what I got in here. Well, I'm glad all these are broken secrets. Cloak, why are you failing me? Don't worry, I deleted both of these apps. Well, that extension now sucks. Glad to know it's failing us. Cloak is no longer one of my favorite extensions. It literally ain't working. But yeah, thankfully I did delete these projects, so I was going to show them to today's stream. But yeah, so we're going to update our env example. It's hiding this file. I love that. Okay, so we got this, got these. For those who are like, where did these come from? We will go through all this passport stuff later. Nah, Dean, but I mean, I have Pixelate, like, right here. I trusted. I'll never trust again. But yeah, folks, these are credentials for our OAuth stuff. All that really matters is that they're here, and this is a template file. And when someone initially installs it, we want to copy it to the actual env file. So how are we going to do that? Well, you may have all saw this before, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a pretty cool effect. Because it does it in a checkerboard pattern, which is semi-random, so yeah, I like it. Oh, poor Robodom, my bad. I did think of like, ooh, people are gonna think it's a quality thing. Like, ooh, I went down to 160p real quick, but nah, that ain't it. I usually say it before too, so. Hello, Dark Oblivion, what is up? How is your Saturday going? Yeah, it's a fun effect. So we're gonna add it down here at the bottom. Scripts create env.js. Amazing file names, folks. Yeah, so this little post install script is gonna run after you run the install command. Dark Oblivion, that sounds impressive. Congratulations. What'd you, if you don't mind sharing, what'd you actually make it in? And if you don't want to share it too, feel free to go ahead. Well, sure, others, me too, would like to see what you made. FS. Oh, look at this Copilot. Copilot knows what I want. Ooh, I love that. That's a great one to go on. I think I've also have a Flappy Bird 2 I made. I was using it when I wanted to learn a front-end game engine. So I wanted to learn Kaboom because that was, I don't know, it seemed cool and easy. So yeah, so I made myself a Flappy Bird 2. It flaps. Then you can play against ghosts of yourself too. So I was pretty proud of this one. Kaboom JS. You're right, you're right. It is DN Bull. You know what, I think I might actually pay for it, DN Bull. It's won me over. It's just good, you know. I think I'm definitely, it feels like I'm at like 80-90% sure I'm gonna be paying for it. Yeah, I know, DN Bull. Yeah, Robodum, I made it in JS. So Kaboom JS is a library. Like, you can all see this code and stuff. And I'll just link you here. Yeah, it's like the code is here. It's like about a year old, but it's all in Kaboom JS, which is a library, I believe, made by React or sponsored by React. No, not React, Replit. By Replit. In a week or so, RoboDom, but I mean, it's $10, right? It definitely feels worth it for me, so I think if there's going to be a big dividing factor between people who have actually used it for long enough and those who have not used it at all, that's going to be a big, that's why they have the free trial, right? So people can see, like, we're worth it. But yeah, this is a Kaboom.js game. You gotta learn the library and stuff, but essentially you can, like, create sprites and move stuff around. The append command doesn't work on Visual Studio. Yeah, I don't use Visual Studio itself. VS Code here. I mean, I've used it before, but not really. Not in a while. Dang. Well, I guess that's a good reason not to pay for it. Sound good for lazy people. I mean, you're gonna be paying either way, Mobby, right? You either pay in time to write out the code, or you pay in money to not write out the code. So you're paying one way or another, Mobby. There's no way around it. Just which currency would you like to use? Oh, this is wrong. So Copilot, you wrote it wrong. I'm not paying you anymore. No, it's good. So copy file sync from env example to env. Yeah. I mean, I think that's it. That's most people. I mean, I guess it's technically a personality that's, like, suspicious of it first, but I don't know. Definitely, it was me too. Okay, so we have created our create-env script. We're going to run the install command, which everyone does when they come to a project. And we're going to see if it creates an env file. Ta-da! Now let's go back to the top. So I ran npm install. I used I. Then after, it ran post install, which was what I defined. Just a random JavaScript file that did stuff. And wow, this is fun. It puts your message about the install after the script, so I don't know what that means, but you can see over here it created a new env file. Now what I could do, I could be better. I can be a better person. I'm out of console log created env file from env example. Yeah, I'll be more outputty. Now with that, if I run the script again, we're going to get no output because the env already exists. I'll guarantee it by shoving some things in there. Make sure it doesn't get overridden, because that would be a real bad thing to happen. And for our last test, if we delete it and run it once more, it installs. We get a lovely little message, and that's it. So that's basically how that little helper worked in the travesty video, and that's how relatively simple it is to make your own. You can attach it to whatever npm you want it to be. Of course, Deanbull. So I just created a folder called scripts. I do that because it gives me a cute little icon when I name it scripts. And then create env. It doesn't even need to, and package JSON, of course. So the magic thing about npm is that whenever you run a command, you can do your own pre and post by suffixing with pre and post. So when I ran the install command, I then created another script called post install. So it runs this post, so after the install command. I could have also made this a pre-install, but I don't know, post seems like a good place to do it. In which this is technically anything you want. So it doesn't have to be a JavaScript file. You could like do some Docker magic or do other magic here. It's literally just a command to run. So I'm using it to just make a little thing, but you can do this to whatever you want. And I believe, so yeah, there's some defaults here, like like the whole docs here for scripts. Like there's some lifecycle ones that already exist and are named, like you can see the CI command, it runs all these ones. So you can see like the install command, it runs all these ones. So if you want to see exactly how to integrate with existing commands, all the docs are here. Pre-install, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a real good advantage of it. You want to do it before or after the network hit. I guess technically if the network's a long process, you do a pre-install to have it done already. So yeah, you know what, Dan? You convinced me. It didn't take much, but you convinced me. We'll make it pre-installed just for fun. Just skim through it though. Okay, well now I'm gonna read every line. You don't tell me what to do. Yeah, start. So we'll look at all these files. If user creates app. Ooh, adding a Docker file. Yeah, I mean all these. Essentially, we're just in the land of automation, right? We're just automating random stuff at this point. XCK. I never heard of that one. Process execution for humans. That looks neat. Runs the thing. Basically a better way instead of child process apparently. And yep, if directly, otherwise export. Classic. Oof, creating some. Okay, creating a dictionary. Yeah, just a bunch of fair amount of initializations of this one. Create dev app and start server. Yeah, I can see why this one's a little bit more meaty. Yeah, I'm not looking for. Oh yeah, creating all this stuff for development. Is it on shoulders of giants, like you said, DM Bull? Impressive. Create and start, and then the initial just create. They're very much like a generator setup. Ooh, nice, DM Bull. Does it all for you, huh? Oh, this is a cool looking library. Never messed with this one before. Production ready, full stack, jam stack. Bison app. Fancy. Ooh, loving it, loving it. Oh, it's got all the cool things. Basically all the things you've been talking about the last few streams, right? Yeah. Let me actually look at the package. Oh yeah, so yep, they're just directly do the things they need to do. Shoulders of giants, DM Bull. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of all of those create XYZ generator boilerplates, whatever you want to call them, right? That you just do it and you're boom, instant coding environment, don't gotta worry about anything else. So yeah, it's glad to see that. Pretty cool. Yeah, we're over here. We ain't on that level. We made a one little magic script. That's about all we're doing. Gigatize, that's right. Oh, for sure, DM Bolt, right? Yeah, because at some point, everyone's going to be like, okay, I'm just copying the entire previous project. This is the third project I've literally just copied. I can make a template out of this, and boom, that's where all the create yaks born from. Pre-install script. We'll call that. Ooh, yow, man. I've seen that before. I probably have looked at it. I don't really remember exactly. Ah, scaffolding for modern web apps. Definitely seems interesting. I should probably move real and V. Move this back to the project so it works again. That's exactly what it is, DM Bull. So, to do a more review. So we have the pre-install. Basically, before we install, just run this JavaScript file. Now, what the JavaScript file actually does is, if the .env file doesn't exist, copy from env example to .env. Yeah, it's not. We ain't going fancy here. It's just a CLI. We don't need 15 promises in an async await loop. It's synchronous. We don't need all that. Yep, straightforward. I mean, the only reason I didn't write this as a bash script is because, that's going to, like, lock into needing bash and stuff, So, totally could just made this a bash script. Yeah, it's weird sometimes the auto mods hit it. Yeah. It wouldn't have been worth the effort because it wouldn't have worked on, what do you say, Windows and stuff. I mean, I don't know much about Bash either, so after the break, I'll show you my process for what it would be. It would be Googling for Bash, how to test a file exists, then Googling for Bash, copy file. That would have been it, so I'll show it. It'll take like 5 minutes, but I'll go ahead and show it just for the funsies, though. It wouldn't have worked cross-platform. That would have been the disadvantage. And since we kind of know they have a node installed, that's a consistency we can guarantee. Let me sync this up so y'all can look at this lovely code. Ooh, Stripe and backend. Time to shift gears. Yeah, DM Bull. Get to mess with new things, new toys, new tech. Get y'all nice and super well round, like a polished stone. Nice, yeah, Stripe. I mean, I hear as far as docs go for payment services, like, I don't hear much about it, but I hear it's not bad. That's what I hear. I don't hear anything bad about it, which is honestly pretty good. Yeah, always gotta work a sample. At least code sample. Yeah, I'd be curious to check it out after the break. Oh, well, that makes it more much more, what do I say, pertinent than DMBull, doesn't it? That direct partnership. The break, we were starting the break, I just forgot to, okay, so, the break's not here, go away, we're not breaking yet. I'm just trying to find there's a code war that we will do after the break, but we're not doing right now, and I forgot to link it, so you're gonna watch me go find a code war. Yauman text. That's an interesting looking one. Let's try to find people who are doing code war. Ooh, Blip. Blip's been doing some stuff recently. I can imagine, DM Bull. So one of y'all must have done a cool code war recently. Show me the code war. Show me the code war. The builder of things. It's a 3, but we can look at it. Gotta make the readme. Yeah, I mean, that's all good. Meta programming to get a new thing object. Thing is a... Oh, that looks a little terrifying. Cas1.head instance. Ooh. Okay, that's not what I'm going for. I'm going for some easy stuff to stay. Man, Khan out here hitting the 6s and the 5s. I like an easy one. Split in parts. Don't give me... Oh, we did that one. Let's see, let's look at last month. Yeah, B Crafton. They do lots of ones. Yeah, you do need some. The tracker only tracks those in the clan, RoboDom. It's I can't track the entire website. I don't think the I'm already like making multiple requests and stuff. That's the real question. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't gonna shame you, but DN Bull out here asking the direct questions. Okay, this one seems approachable. Couldn't find the button, because there is no button. If you're being serious, though, so you want to set your clan name to, this. It's that literally word for word. And then you can actually come here, so it's kind of half the reason I had it. You can enter your username after you've done it to see if you've entered it correctly. So if your clan name is correct, you get a little checkbox. Now that's not going to give you the full view because this is the entire reason this site exists. If you're not one of the initial 500 members of a clan, then your allies list takes time to update or never updates. Some people make this go quicker by logging out or logging in and all that stuff. And yeah, you can just check that thing. Sometimes people feel that pasting it does something weird if you copy it from like Discord or something. So I don't know. Maybe you have to type it yourself. That's about it. It's friendly peer pressure. But yeah, we'll let the pressure go off a little bit as we. This is the Code War. Yeah, I came here to do the Code War. Go loop some strings. That's right. So this is the Code War we'll be doing after the break. We spent the whole break time not actually going on break though, so we do gotta take that break. And be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. I'll see y'all after. We'll find out if Robodom joined the clan or not. And that is the end of our break. Well, I suppose we should pat ourselves on the back, huh, DM Bull? We got Robodom to join. We go do the thing now. I mean, you just joined, so I don't think the stats will be updated, but we can update them manually. So, CD Code Wars, npm run. Let's get the new stats. Hey, thank you for the hydrate there, Dark Oblivion. Okay, so this is going to take a moment. Join us, one of us, one of us. I don't know, that expression's a little more than I was given on, I think. Oh, is this math, Dimble? Uh-oh. Oh, that doesn't bode well, folks. Okay, we're gonna see how bad this math is. Dimble's giving us a bad sign, though. It's got weird math. So, we're given an unsorted array of integers. We're supposed to find the smallest number in this array, the largest number in the array, and the smallest number between the two array bounds that is not in the array. Okay, so given the array -1, 4, 5, -23, and 24, smallest is 23, largest is 24. We got that. And the smallest between the array bounds is -22. So we need to define the array bounds. I believe they're defining array bounds as -23 to 24. So those are our bounds. Smallest between those is -22 because it's the next. Isn't this the smallest number +1? Yeah, I believe you, Dimble. I believe you. I mean, we're going through. We'll figure it out. Is the smallest number between the largest. Oh, okay. Special logic. Between largest and smallest that is not in the array. Okay, this is a much better way to describe it. Array bounds seems magical, but the smallest number between largest and smallest and not in the array. So let's look at this other example. We have the bounds of 0 and 8. No, -3 and 0. Wait, what? Oh, so let's look at the return order. Smallest, weird magic thing, largest. So -3 to 0. We can't give it a -2 because -2 is in the array. Can't give it -1 because -1's in the array. We can give it a 0 because 0 is not in the array. Okay, I see the logic. From 5 to 9, we can't give it 5, we can't give it 4, but we can give it -3 because -3 is not in the array. I think I understand it. And our return is an array of 3 numbers. The smallest, the next smallest that's not in the array, and the largest. So we could be efficient or we could be lazy. Min equals math.min array. Yep, we ain't being smart yet. Max equals math.max array, and then let next min equals min, but it can't be min, so this is where we're going to be lazy, and we're going to bring out a while loop. So it's going to be while next min is in the array, incremented by 1. Now there is the theoretical possibility, let's go for the example -1, 0, 1, that we try, let's actually do a better example, 2. So we try -1, then we go to 0, then we go to 1, then we go to 2. In this very specific instance in which we can't find a middle number, what should happen? It doesn't tell us what should happen, but they do tell us that the input is well formed. This is going to make me believe that we're not going to be given one of these impossible inputs. Yeah, that's what I think the well-formed part is implying. We're not going to give you anything weird like that. So we're going to write the bad code. So while array includes next min, we're going to go real bad, next min, and since it's small, we're always going to increment. we return min, max, next. Nope, next min is the middle one. And max. Let's see if this bad code runs. Let's see if there's a time test. There is no time to test. Wow, that is... I mean, it's a 7 Caillou. It's not too surprising. But yeah, we got it working. First, we calculated the minimum by asking the array, what's your minimum? Pass it to math min. The maximum, math max. Then we said, we can actually make this one operation less by calculating the next minimum to being the minimum plus 1, and while the array included this value, we incremented it by 1. Now while this works, this is very much O of what? 3? O of n times 3 or something? Okay, DM, but let me... So the example right here, let's make a simple example. So we have 1 to 9 to... and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here's the example, in which our minimum is... Let's actually move this up forward. Our minimum is here, and then we have... So we try 2, but 2 already exists. So then we try 3. 3 doesn't exist. And that's where the... what do they call this middle number? The middle number. That's where the middle number kind of shows up. We continually try from the minimum position to get the next smallest number that is not in the array. Now we're going to try to rewrite this to be a little more efficient. Min... well, they did say it's well formed, right? Well, we're going to say minimum is set to what? Infinity, right? And then let max equals negative infinity. Yeah, but it's a little bit logic-y, but that's why I like the visualization stuff. They always make it make more sense. Yeah, Dark Oblivion, we in the 100 Devs Discord, whole bunch of folks over there. There's actually a session right now going on in one of the voice channels of Mario explaining some big O notation, if you want to jump in and check that out. So, I don't know what optimization we're going for, but we are at least reducing this by 1n. So we're going to iterate through the array once, and then we will convert to a set to do the includes a little better. I'm sure there's a code warrior way to always be tracking the next min. I don't know how to do that, so we ain't gonna do that. If num less than min, num or min equals num, else if num greater than max, max equals num. So that's min and max, and then for this part, const nums will turn into a set, and the optimization here is to just use nums.has, because that is much more efficient, and I believe it's a little bit better. Still not optimal, I believe, because the most optimal way would be trying to figure out the minimum next during the initial loop. I don't know if that's asking too much though. So let's take this example here. Minimum is -1. We think minimum next is 2. Is 2 in the array? Like, I don't know how you would do that. I mean, that would work for this example until you hit -23, and then you would assume your minimum next was -22. It doesn't seem like really anything. It seems like actually less efficient to try and do it during this. So yeah, this is my solution. It's what we're gonna go with. Can't think of anything better. I'll see what the Code Warriors came up with, though. Whoa, that don't work. 7, -7, -4, 7. Ah, my max failed. Ooh, because of my else if. Yeah, for the initial case. So if I go this way, it should work. And the proper solution is to set them both to the first one. There we go, and that should avoid that little edge case. There we go. While still maintaining efficiency. Okay. Well, let's see. Our ID coming in with the top facts. A binary tree attempting to add +1 in a loop, and then collapse the array to get 0 index from the method, then size -1. Okay, let me reread that one more time. So that does sound like, it doesn't sound like a wrong data structure to use. The add method returning an index, attempting to add 1 to it and collapse to an array. Half of that makes sense to me. Let's see if anyone else is able to come up with something smart like that. Oh, sorting the array. Duh. That probably, this is to end log in, but sorting the array does appear to be a good solution. Then we iterate through it. If largest, then wow. Okay, let's try and understand this one. So sort the array if the current one +1 is less than the next one -1. So basically if there's a hole in the array, then return the 0th, the hole, and then the after. So that's efficient. Then you get 2n. Looks like they do something here. Yeah, error ID. So it looks like they were able to do something here where they set receiving of array I plus limit 1, and then for the middle. So this is using middle. This does feel like some form of binary operation. Wow, it's not the readable one here. It seems like most folks were like, it's good enough, and kind of went with the approach that I went with. Ooh, that's real expensive there. But yeah, error ID, it does appear you got the you're on the hot trail there. At least one other folks got on the same little path than you. Well, folks, that was a good whole Code Wars to jump in on. I think this thing's still broken. Yeah, so we're almost there to see where RoboDom is on the board. But we gotta wait for this little command to run. After that, we'll jump back into our project. Oh, there we go. And all the things are done. Yeah, error ID. That's the thing we're trying to optimize away, right? Your guess is as good as mine where you're at, but I think this one might be you. Unfortunately, there isn't RoboDom. We only get, what do you call it? You only get those daily ones on Code Wars, or on LeetCode rather. Hey, I was able to track you down. The eye sees all. Yeah, you get the multiplied down. Begin. Gotta start somewhere. It's the humble beginnings we all start on. Hey. Yeah, error ID. You definitely got it more optimal than most of the other code warriors were even concerning about. But yeah, you are in the clan, RoboDom. There you go. But yeah, only elite code gives you daily rewards. Yeah, it's the only one doing it, you know? But yeah, folks, you should have lied. Yeah, you're the highest ranked one, huh? Oh, is this you? Oh, are you Pseudo Mateo or Folly Dom? Dom Slays. I would have believed you there. Random McDum. I don't know why that's even in the search. DOM. Oh, random. That's why you're in there. Yeah. I was able to identify you because I saw the question mark, which means I don't have any data for you aside like to compare to. So I was like, well, that's got to be you. For sure, Air ID. Very customized and specific. How many DOMs are there? Well, I can answer that question. Well, if we're counting real DOMs, not people with DOM in their name, we got 1. We got 2. We got 3. We got 4, 5, and 6. Dominic and Dominion also counting. Oh, look at all these Smurfs you got lying around. Yeah, you're smurfing around. Oh wow, Khan's really putting it in today. Ooh, who's Kevin? Yeah, we got people coming up, folks. 100 DOMs. Don't give them. Oh no, we just gave you an idea, didn't we, Robo? You joined the clan for all of 5 minutes. Now you're gonna go make your own. But yeah, folks, it's time to jump back into our project. Joining it, I think you're making it. You're the CEO of it at this point. Okay, folks, so next thing is we are adding a version number ensuring pre-commit hook. Now, what the heck does that mean? So this is the last bit of meta work we're going to do. The rest of the work's going to be real work. But basically, for those who haven't been noticing, every time I make a change, I've been diligent in making sure I update this little number accordingly according to the change. I lied though. I have not been diligent. I missed a few. I rebased it and I updated the versions there. So in order to prevent me from ever forgetting ever again, we're going to make a little pre-commit hook. Now this isn't exactly npm related, but it's basically whenever we run a git command, you can look inside the git folder, there are these special things called hooks. They're a lot like these npm scripts, but they're for different things. So we have, whenever you make a commit with a message, it runs this executable. Now, these are all samples, so they don't do anything, but whenever you make a pre-commit, so before you make a commit, runs this little thing. So what we're going to do, and we're going to kind of learn this together, is making our own. So we can just run some operations and be like, ha, this is what's going on. And Husky here is a library that does that. So we're going to use Husky. So, as far as I can tell, it automatically adds it to your pre-commit stuff. Which again, I'm not really caring about maintainability. I want this to work on my machine, and if others want to try it too, they can. But I'm just trying to follow these docs of this is how they do it. So we're going to just do what it says. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, RoboDom. The important part is that it is super, what do you call it, cross-platform, which is, again, why use a library, because they figure this out for you. And look, all these people use Husky, so it can't be bad. What's this? So npx husky init Okay, we're just gonna run this command. It says to run the command, we run command. We don't understand Legos, we just use Legos. Yeah, error ID, that's the trade-off, right? Less work for less, what do you call? Not necessarily stability, but, I mean, I guess it is stability. It makes it more, your project more mutable, you know? It's like, oh, things can happen. completely out of your control and domain, basically, yeah. So apparently this did the thing. Ooh, a Husky folder. Oh, okay, it says lots of stuff. Okay, this is it. So, wow, I did not know this to be going on. Yeah, error ID, I mean, unless you're building everything in-house, which is a massive investment, then the risk, which is a risk, it's not a, big enough. Unless, I don't know, like working in government or like you really want to own and track everything. But that is kind of what they add package lock JSONs for. So like, it's not completely the Wild West. If you want to make sure your thing is exactly the same, package lock JSON will basically keep it secure, aside from any actual NPM vulnerabilities that people break into there. Yep, open source closed contribution. There are multiple different ways to attack vectors, as they say, right? more than grains of sand in the universe. Okay, so it did this stuff. So it creates a pre-commit hook that I can edit that will run this command when I commit. How do I use this now? I don't know what all this is. But essentially, it created a little thing that I'm supposed to... Did it modify my git ignore? No, it didn't. Oh, so this folder is supposed to be git ignored. Oh, yeah, it's a bunch of logic here. Okay, so I'm assuming this is supposed to be going in my git, and this is the thing I do. So before I make a commit, I run this little bash command, which is node scripts ensure package JSON version updated. Rather explicit than implicit, right, folks? There we go. Console log sup. Great messages, folks. Let's see if this works. So if I go to make a commit, I actually need something to commit, which ironically I got stuff right here to commit. I should see a message. I saw it. There it is. Sup. It's working beautifully, folks. Now what's this supposed to actually do? So we need to ensure that I update the package JSON version. And there are like 15 ways to probably do this. I'm looking for the easiest. So we ain't going proper, we're just going easy. So here's package JSON, and here's the version number being updated. But we need to make sure it's staged. So if I do git diff package JSON, this is true, but inaccurate. Yo, and congratulations, Dark Oblivion. Welcome on by. I'm glad to see it. I mean, you probably already read it, but if you want to read more about exactly 100 devs, that link is right there. But yeah, it's a great agency with a free training program right here on Twitch, from zero to full stack web development. If you ain't got a job, you can use that to get a job too, you know? Yeah, there's a bunch of help channels there, a bunch of voice channels. It's just a great community overall, you know? And even if you're not specifically there for the classes, just great folks all around. Tons of levels of experience. You'll see even stuff that's not like we're going over in the MERN stack. You see PHP, you see Python folks, you see some data science folks. There's a whole slew of folks in there, so I'm sure you'll find. Yeah, there are the meme channels. You got the memes, you got the anime, you got the book club. You got all the ones who are like, it can't code any longer, so you need to look at something else. The meme channels are the only ones that matter, obviously. Everything else is just to collect people, to collect the memes. We don't really care about any code. We're just here for the memes. Yeah, those are the only ones that matter, folks. A version parsing regex. Ooh, branch names, tickets. Oh yeah, all that cool stuff. I mean, that is impressive stuff. Stuff that I would definitely use a library for, or use a regex written by someone else. Fortunately, I'm not going that far. I appreciate the idea of we're making sure the version number goes up. Here's the thing. I'm going to trust myself to change the number accordingly. This is just going to check that the number has changed, not that it went to the right thing. Oh my... No. No, get that Cthulhu-ness out of my chat. No. No. Wow, folks. That's some regex for you. Group 2, 4, and 6 are the numbers. Oh, I think I might be able to understand that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. Yeah, folks, it's a lot of stuff. Well, I'm gonna put this in regex 101. It's gonna be like, no, I will not explain this for you. I tried. I pointed at random groups of parentheses. The subgroups also count. Subgroups. I don't think I've ever needed to use a subgroup before in my life. Regex 101 is like, I can't. Java, you said. There you go. Okay, it likes it in Java. So apparently some of this is specific Java syntax. Fun fact for you. Oh, you beat me to the link. Leave that page. Oh, look at that. Oh, our thing is making it look weird. There we go. Yeah, so we got the 1, group 2, 4, and I don't have... Oh, and the ITC for 6. Nice. Yeah, for sure. It's match the remainder of the pattern with the follow exclusive tags insensitive. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess I kind of just assumed that JavaScript implemented the full regex standard. That's a fun fact. It does not. Or at least, yeah, it does not. What do you know, folks? Yeah, there we go. Community talk. I'm over here standing in bewilderment, and Mavi's like, I got the goods. But yeah, this is great regex. If I was actually looking to parse out the value. ITC and then numbers. Yeah. Thankfully, I am not interested in the values. I'm just simply interested in number. I don't care if it's a number changing. I'm just thinking that it changes. Ooh, you have to parse it out of the Git repo. Oh, from the tag. Going full automation there, Air. So you see me out here being like, number changes, and like, nah, that's baby code. You out here with like 15 all this stuff. Oh, that's nice to do, making it open source. I'm sure Mavi will be interested in checking it out. See, at very least, yoink your regexes. Yeah, we're ain't going that far. We're doing, so I generated this command here, that get diff cache package JSON. So for those who don't use this essentially gets the difference between two different things. And cache is saying, oh, we only want to look at things that are currently staged, aka committed, to be working. So if you don't commit it, then we're not considering it, because we only care about committed stuff. I wonder if you're a company not compatible with Kotlin. Huh. I wouldn't know enough about Kotlin and the ecosystem to even know why it would be incompatible. Yeah, I mean, hey, we're all shoulders of giants, right? Two coupled to our infrastructure. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Simple git. So yeah, I think simple git is what I'm gonna want to use. It is a command I've used before. It basically gives you a somewhat usable interface to using git commands in JavaScript. So my goldfish memory is gonna figure out how to do this. Simple git, and that's how you do that. Hold on. Oh, so that's how I do it. Okay, so I say simple git current directory. Then what I want to do, I want to run diff. That's not right, Copilot. I'm real sorry. It does look close though. So --cache package JSON, and let's just console log it. We ain't about to go all crazy yet. Okay, Copilot was like, I'm gonna do something. That ain't right though. Console log diff. Let's see what happens. Now we're not gonna make an actual commit every time to test this. We're just gonna run the direct script. Hey Robodom, that page layout. Congratulations. Another hour down the drain. Or not down the drain, another hour added to the project, yeah. One more hour closer to completion. Supplying options as a single string is no longer supported. Of course, that's it, Robodom. It ain't about leaps and bounds. It's about consistency. Ain't that right, folks? Ain't gotta be whatever consistency everyone can manage. Consistency is still consistency. Hey, here it is. Okay, so this is what I want. It's spitting out this lovely string, and I'm gonna do the forbidden dance. And I'm just gonna check that this string exists. It's like this little part. I just want to make sure this exists. So I want to make sure a line begins with minus version and a line begins with plus version. That's my logic. That's right, Robodom. I mean, that's why, like, that's like, I don't know. I can't really say anything more profound than the consistency just simply helps a lot, right? Code Wars, leak code, as long as doesn't have to be a lot, as long as you at least touch it, then it technically counts. Because the hardest part is, for most things, is starting something. So once you just touch it, even if you don't make progress, you at least started it. Const lines equals diff.split lines. Well, let's go crazy. Let's ask Copilot to write this. Exit with a non-zero if the package JSON version is not updated. Okay, let's do it. Let's watch Copilot work. Uh-oh. No, it tried. It really tried. Hey, thanks there for the follow. That's a good name. Johor Manorazgo. Johor. Orazco. There we go. That's pronounceable. I tried. Not my best work, Robodom, eh? I did give it a shot, yeah. JGit also has a CLI. Never heard of JGit, but obviously I'm not in the Java ecosystem myself. JGit CLI. Oh, it does all the Git things. Interesting. Oh, I gotta love a good graph. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, that's nice. I mean, yeah, I assume that's what it means by CLI. I wasn't familiar with the tool because I'm not really in the Java ecosystem myself. I mean, I could have went like full child process and just ran commands too, but Hmm. It doesn't seem like... I mean, I got what I need, so I just need to make a simple diff. Essentially, I'm just wrapping this around to run the command, so... I could have child processed my way out of it. Don't feel the need to. Old version equals... Yeah, for sure. You just need Java installed in the system, which is something that when I deploy this, or like, it's not going to be guaranteed. Yeah, for sure. That's kind of like why I'm keeping most of this node and not going bash, because more, what do you say, cross-platform to keep it, like, node is already a guaranteed constant, or like in your project, Java is a guaranteed constant, which is why you can use that more freely. Lines, I have to find the line. Find the line. Not that line. Yeah, for sure. It doesn't need to be integrated in CI/CD, only on the local machine, for sure. My goldfish memory is really picking up in here. Line starts with a hyphen and line that includes quote version. There we go. That's good enough for me. We're just finding the old one and finding the new one. Starts with, I know this very much could be a regex. We ain't going there. So then, if there's not an old and a new version, then we have failed. If not old or not new, was not updated, exit 1. There we go, that should look right. It will show that it's successfully happening because we did update our version. But if we unstage those changes, it's angry. Yeah, and look at that. You can't tell, but my CLI puts it out as red when it's non-zero. I don't mind you asking at all, Robodom. I'm open to any questions, basically. I'm not currently employed as a software engineer. I'm getting there, but you know, it's a marathon, not a race. Well, marathon, not a sprint. Both of those are races. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? So just slowly building out my network and all that stuff that really gets you the job. Because like all this coding stuff keeps you the job, but not the what you would say gets you the job is really the networking. Can I whisper you some of the package lock that has a version string in it? Yeah, I can just drop it in chat. Yeah, so package lock. So I mean, there's a lot of them with versions in here. I'll just grab one. I'll send it to you, I guess. I mean, they all seem to be very numeric, nothing fancy. Okay, I would copy it, but VS Code's like, huh, too much. You can actually, wrong command. VS Code's really dying here. Gotta oh no. Oh no. Okay, yeah. Phew. Okay, keep winning. Yeah, just like 3 lines of it, so... There you go. Just like 3 lines of it. There you go. But if you want to view the file yourself, it is all on the GitHub. VS Code's still struggling from that file. It's like, it was too much. Yeah, for sure, Robodom. It's one of the things we're supposed to be consistent with, you know, and I'm just, it's a lot harder to be consistent with, which is why it's much easier to, what do you say? It's harder to be it's easier to not be consistent with it. But yeah, here's the actual file, the whole file, if you want to see that error ID. Even browser's failing on me. What is going on? Guess as good as mine. But yeah, we check if old version. Basically, if there is no old and is old new, then we fail. And that's all we want to do. We don't want to do anything fancier than that. Now, apparently, this should work. Now, hopefully, this dot, this is a referential dot, so this is a relative path. Hopefully, this works from whatever current working directory the Husky will execute it. We're about to find out, because we're literally going to test it by not updating the package version. So, let's go ahead and do the thing. Add version enforcing git script. Sure, that's a good name to me, and we have to add all these to our code. I have to actually make sure I don't update the version, because it's going to be real awkward if I do. Yeah, VS Code's getting a restart after this. I did update the version. Well, that's not gonna make a good test. Let's turn it back down. Nope. you got to bring the hot stuff, huh? Just a simple three-line parse, huh? Okay, you know what? Let's. After I make sure my script works, let's go. We'll go ahead and add what you got there, because that does look beautiful, and since I'm the one who's gonna be writing this, it's always gonna be numbers, so yeah, it's gonna be good. Okay, let's see if it actually what I have here works. Boom! Would you look at that? Package was not updated. Then once I do add it, it'll let me do the commit. I believe in you, VS Code. We all believe in you, VS Code. Package version was not updated. Well, it tried. Okay, so we got this lovely regex. Apparently some other things are going wrong. Maybe the regex is our solution. Let's drop it right here real quick. Let's just run the git diff command. It's not working because I literally didn't update the package JSON. Why isn't the script letting me commit? Because it's doing its job. I haven't added it. Goldfish is really swimming today, folks. But yeah, at least that shows that it makes sure that it's committed. There we go, and it does the magic. Now let's do the super magic here. So yep, we have this stuff here, and we basically want to check that there are 2 matches of this regex. So I think I can manage this part on my own. You already done so much getting this working. So basically looking for 2 of them, right? Okay, yeah, so if I just pass this to the whole thing and just check for 2. Yeah, I mean, we're about to see. So let's take lines. We're just going to console log it first. Lines.match. Oh, don't take it out of my clipboard. I don't trust you. Regex Ninja. Yes, you are. Okay, lines.match is not a thing. It's called, is it a search or is it a split? What am I supposed to do with this? What do you want me to do? Split is not a function because lines is an array. I need to pass it diff. There we go. Diff match. Oh, look at that. It finds both of them. Beautiful. So, I mean, you beautifully, you know, you went through the effort of grouping all these. I'm going to go ahead and make sure the numbers go up too while we're here. So this gets me both matches, but because I use the global, it kind of removes all the grouping magic. So I love this. How do I regex to get both? Oh, so I'm trying to figure out. This isn't you. This is me trying to figure out how JavaScript works. JS regex multiple matches. Okay, let's look for a more modern, because we are the year 2020. Use URL search. What the? I don't want to do that. So I make the regex and I call execute on it. So I mean, that might be the magic trick. I think I can use a literal. Then regex execute on diff and I console log it. This will allow me to essentially execute it twice to get both of them. Yeah, error ID. It's doing exactly what I expected to do. Yeah, I just need to figure out the JavaScript way to ask for the next match. Oh, that's not it. Yeah, it's a crazy thing, hi Robodom. Found starts at. So this is the way they do it. They just call execute a bunch of times. Oh wait, after the first time, am I not supposed to call it? This is less not you. This is me not knowing how execute works. So execute multiple. Match all. Oh, we are in the year 2022, and there's a match all. Ain't that neat, folks? A match all. Could you imagine? Match all. Ooh. Better than me in my own language. Match all called with a non-global. Okay, I'll do that thing. Ooh, a string iterator. Yeah, and then I can just arrayify that because I want to look at it. Oh, would you look at that? Hey, you coming in? You're a good Google, that's for sure. So yeah, so we have const, so we have old, new. And we're just going to, I think we need to still keep it as an array. Old m, new m. Not well. Oh, you do a lot of JS too. Okay, I was about to be like, man, this person, they write in all the languages. Yeah, Robodom, I haven't completely abandoned it. Like, it's just, I don't know, I'm not doing too much of it now. I'm doing the randoms, like the, trying to meet up due to the meetup thing. That hasn't been successful. The Twitter thing, not too successful either. I guess technically Twitch counts as a little bit. You know, I'm only focused on the code at this point because that is something I can do. And life has been a little busy itself, so I haven't had much free time. Like, technically I'm not even doing as much Anki as I should be, so lots of stuff. Yeah, these are beautiful matches, error ID. And I always need to make sure, so if we don't have both of them, so if we don't have old M, so if neither of them are there, or new M was not updated, now we start doing the numbers. So this is going to be from 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. For let I equal 0, I equals 2, I less than equal to 4, plus, we're just going to console log old m, I, new m, I, just to have a little peekaboo. Yeah, it's a pretty wide array of them there. Yeah, they're quite different. My experience is more, I mean, I do the JavaScript since that's, you know, what I'm working on now, but it's been Python, PHP in the past, a little Java, but my Java is Java 8 knowledge, so bit in the, bit in the dinosaur age, because it was, you know, it was back for modding Minecraft back in the day, and PHP, the C's, although I've literally only ever used the C's for homework, or college related stuff. Well, I have used it for a little optimized, efficient stuff, so that's a lot. Java 8. Hey, okay, I would blend right in there. I am one of you. Okay, so now we have iterating over all the numbers. We should make sure that they are increasing. Yeah, Robodom. I mean, that's why it's the why Leon calls it the most important aspect, right? Yeah, you know, that is kind of my problem, like finding people, but it's also the challenge of like actually making the connections mean much. Art ton of benefits in the later. Yeah. Yeah, Kotlin. I've heard of it. Like I've messed with Java later, like 11 and 12 and stuff, like lambdas and the streaming stuff. But 10%, 100%. Yeah. Oh, you talking about something else? Yeah. But yeah, like I can do all the things I want in Java that I needed to without all the fanciness. But I do like the whole streaming, functional, new Java stuff. Yeah, we have our numbers. We need to make sure they're increasing. If old m less than new m. No, wait. Let's logic this again. So if old m less than new m, that's the way it should be. So if old m greater than new m, yeah. Okay, let me actually describe the logic I'm trying to implement before just writing random code. Basically, I want to make sure the number is not the same and is getting bigger. So let's say let same equals false, or it's true. True, and then it's going to be if old m not equal new m, same equals false. So that's the easy check. Now the next one is make sure I'm not going in the wrong way, which would be, again, I'm the one writing this, but you can never trust yourself. So if the old one is greater than the newer one, then you went the wrong way. Version should only... Well, that's going to be awkward because these ones do get reset to 0, so... Yeah, I think I'll just cheat. I'll say 1 to 100, 1 times 100. I'll just combine them all into one number. So that's going to be my cheat method, folks. So cost old v equals old m. There you go, you got it. So this will be times 10,000 times 1,000. Yeah, it's all like it says. It's all about opening as many opportunities as possible, opening all those doors. So it's not like required. It's just going to open the most doors, and if you can find a different way to open those doors, then you're still increasing your odds, right? I think I'll console log some of this stuff. Would help if I pointed it. Yeah, we're kicking those doors in, huh? That's what it feels like for sure. 22. Oh, because order of operations. There we go, so we're going from 3 to 4. We just gotta make sure it's an increase and it ain't the same. So if old v equals new v, or old v greater than new v, should be incremented. There we go, and then we will fail. Delete and fail. There we go, and for some quick and dirty test, let's look at our package JSON at the momento. So we did go from 4, let's go down to 2. We have to also add There we go. We should increment, but if we reset 0 and 3 and add, why not do a place on the string to update the last value if it matches? Yeah, of course, RoboDom. Gotta go get that sun. That's a good one, error ID. Fail only if less. So, I mean, like, here's the example. So, say I'm going from 1.12.2 to 1.13. That technically went less on this value. Oh, okay, I get it. But so as I loop through them, if any of them are greater, then I stop the loop. That might not have been what you were saying, but your question that made me look at this did make me think about how to do that better. Again, this wasn't the intention of the script. It was supposed to be like, oh, just I'll make sure to put the numbers right. But now it's like, I don't trust myself to do these numbers right at all. Come on, VS Code. We believe in you. 4, let I equals 2. Alright, write it for me, Go Pilot. That's not what I want. I less than or equal to 5. I plus plus. So then, yeah, rare ID. So if it's not the same. So if it is the same, then we continue. That's the easy part. But if it's less than, then you have failed. If it's greater than, should be incremented. Otherwise, break. For sure, error. Yeah. Never trust no one, not even yourself. Okay, so we have written. Well, actually, I have to remember what we have added. Let's go back around. So yeah, I didn't change the number, is angry. If I go to 3, was not updated. Oh, because it was 3. So yeah, I went down to 2. It failed as expected. I go to 4. It succeeds. I go 0. I say 13. And there we go. Oh, yeah. You gotta. Okay, now you're just protecting yourself, right? But yeah, there we go. We have a little error. We have it working now. So again, I appreciate the assist there, not only with the rejects, but get me to actually look at the numbers. Now, VS Code is like it so wants his break. Also, we're gonna go even further. We're gonna make sure it's only incremented by 1. That sounds like quite the problem. If new mi, so if new 1 minus plus old m is not equal to 1, console log, and only by 1. So yeah, this thing's turned out to be quite robust at this point. Okay, yeah. And we're gonna need a whole test suite just for this little script, but we ain't going there yet. Yeah, so we run the thing, it's happy. Now if I increment it by 2, because I'm a crazy person, it is angry. Okay. I don't think we can do anything more to this script. This script has gotten way more robust than I could have imagined. Well, we can get VS Code to update my files. And there we go, folks. So yeah, if you want to write your own version enforcing git pre-commit script, or you just want to write cool pre-commit scripts that do any kind of logic, you can write them like this. In review, because we do need to take that break, I ran the husky command. This one way up here, which automatically added to package.json a prepare script for husky install, automatically added to my dependencies. .husky automatically created a .husky folder with a pre-commit bash script, which is what you're supposed to actually do your logic in, or redirect it to a node file to do your logic in. And then we wrote the node file. Oh, to get rid of that. That, thanks to error ID, parses out the old and new version numbers, make sure they both exist, and then goes through the different segments of the number, making sure that if one of them increases, we'll make sure that they always increase, and they increase at least by 1 from left to right. And yeah, error ID, I do love me some regex. I just, it's for me, it's like, okay, I can spend 2 minutes writing a little bit of bad JavaScript, or I can fail for 4 minutes writing the cool regex. It's like, which way is it gonna be? You know, it's that close that, like, for simple stuff I can regex it out and such. Like, I do lots of replaces based on regex and code, but it's like, it's just so close. Yeah, that's right. So that's the logic here. So this is if you decrement, basically. So that's actually a good point. Let me write this in a better way. So basically, if you decremented, then you fail. But if you increment, but the increment, the difference is only 1, it is not 1, then you fail here. So you're right, I probably could. Should be incremented by 1. So you're right, I probably could do this in both. Because if it would be going the other way, then it would be -1, which wouldn't work. Yeah, so if I do a major, yeah, let's go ahead and test that. I do think I have that. Maybe I verbally explained it horribly, but I think I do. So if we're going from 1 to 2, 0, 0. Error ID. I should check that the rest are 0? I don't know. So the rest of them could technically be whatever they want to be, and I'm not checking, am I? I'm not. That's a good point, error ID. I loved you. Okay. So yeah, this is some good logic. So that should be 0 equals false. So after I find when that changed, I'll say it should be 0 equals true. And then we're going to say if not, or if should be 0, if new mi not equal 0, then otherwise we'll continue. So we're just going to mess this all up, but this should be the logic you're looking for. Rest of remainder package version, remainder of zeros. There we go. Should be zeros not defined. I know how to type. And yeah, Mavi, it's the magic. Okay, I think, why don't I build a whole validation library while I'm here, huh, folks? Uh-oh, this ain't working. So what happens is, what is, I broke it. I broke it real good. So it's saying it should be zeros. Oh wait, let me reset my world. Okay, so package JSON committed is unchanged. Okay, so let's step through this logic again. This logic should work, but we're going close. Yeah, it's since I hastily written it, it's going after out of order. Oh, and I also flipped the boolean around. That would help. Okay, so it's working there. 0.5 working, should be incremented by 1. Well, that's gone wrong. Oh, because I'm going from 4 to 3. So if I go 3, yeah, it's real jank at this point. Was not updated. Correct. 4, 5 fails. 0, 13 should succeed. but 0.13.1 should fail. There we go. Okay, nobody's gonna be able to mess up this package version. It's impossible at this point. So the only way is if you do it correctly. At this point, it's like I should just automate the incrementing of the version number at this point, but we're too far gone. Maybe I can try to clean this bit up a little bit. So if should be 0. Okay, I will, just for visual consistency's sake, flip these to an else block, because it's not really looking the best at this point. There we go. We get no comments explaining this logic. Yeah. Any moment VS Code. Yeah. It's not that I want the break, it's that VS Code needs the break at this point. And there we go, folks. Let's go find us a code war for after said break. Still the same version, that an update the last value of the version if it wasn't a diff. You know, you're probably not wrong, error ID, but there's a thing of like, I don't think I need that much help updating the version. I think I can handle it. Let's see some people. Blip is doing stuff. And craft on. So I can count matches. Yeah. I mean, I see the logic. I see it. I think we're good enough, though. Okay, let's find a code war for after the break. I already did that one. Slant and a measure between extremes. I already did that one. I already did that one. It'd be cool if Code Wars showed you which ones you completed when you're looking at someone else's. For sure, error ID, right? I'm building my own library at this point. Okay, one of these got to be something I haven't done before. Filter, coffee. Wait, your search. Okay, this is great. Yeah, so this is the code war we'll be doing after the break. And this break's gonna be just a little longer, because we did jump into that script a bit much. And with that, folks, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. We'll be taking on that Code Wars after the break. Y'all want a head start? Let me just check if anyone else is on. Nope, no one else is on. that break is coming to an end. And you're not wrong, Error ID. It is DevOps works, and I do like me some DevOps work. Like I love the automation, the deployment aspect of it. So I do like that, and yeah, I definitely would consider that DevOps too. Appreciate the reminder there. Yeah. Only thing I'm not a big fan of is like specifically network management, but the rest of it, I like it. I like me some DevOps, or just automation in general, but DevOps, yeah. There's a Venn diagram somewhere. And boom. Okay, with that little longer break, let's jump into this code war. What's about filtering coffee? Yeah, it can be finessey, but that's kind of like the payoff, right? Like, it's really tricky to get working, but then once you do, it's like a beautifully running engine. Like everything's working perfectly together. All the different systems are communicating. It's like everything's just chef's kiss, you know? But getting it to there, you're real picky. For sure, yeah. I mean, it ain't high quality DevOps, but like I'm trying to think of one for example. Cause I have like 4 things running. Well, 3 of them are actually matter. Goldfish memory, code, CDs, code, no, somewhere around here. I don't know. I got this code. My folder structure is also amazing. Always lurking. Oops, somewhere around here. Nope, that's not where it is. All the goldfishes. Yeah, I mean, that was the plan for it, right? My initial plan was it changed good enough, but then with that regex, you basically handed it to me on a platter, like, oh, it's gonna be like a few lines of code. I can't just leave it sitting there now. But yeah, like in my always lurking project, which is another project. I haven't touched it in a while, but it's a project that like opens up multiple Twitch streams as people go live and stuff. Like, I got some scripts lying around here for some DevOpsy scripts. So again, it doesn't you can't do anything with the IP. Don't worry about it. So yeah, some DevOpsy stuff. It's not good DevOps. I just get and I send it across the SCP line, so it ain't good, but once I do get it there, we're doing all the unpacks, the builds, the installs. There's a front-end client, so we gotta go in there, stop the thing, move the thing, all these things around. So it ain't good DevOps, but I do love me some DevOps, automated deployment, all this fun stuff. It's fun. It's fun when it works, right? That's the funnest half of it. Yeah, no checks at all. And just assume the human knows what they're doing. Darn human, can never trust them. But yeah, coffee lovers, this is where we are talking about. Yeah, necessary evil, right? You front load the work so you don't have to put out some fire later, right? So we're going to give it a function. The first argument will be the number that represents your budget. The second will be an array of coffee bean prices. Our search function should return the stores that sell coffee within my budget, aka less than budget. Yeah, for sure. It's always, every time you have to go and manually fix something, it feels more the passion or that motivation for like, should have done it right in the first place. Return a string of prices for beans you can afford. Sort it in ascending order. Okay, so we got a lot of things going on here. Oh, there's a bunch of numbers. Okay, so first is a budget, then an array of numeric prices. I thought there was going to be objects for some reason. So first we're going to filter through all of them to only display the ones that are less than or equal to our price or our budget. And then we will sort them ascendingly, which is, since they are numbers, it is A, B, A minus B, from lowest to highest, ascending. Then we will join that array as a string using the comma character, or actually using no character, because comma is the default character or separator in the join method. So, prices.filter price. Price needs to be price is less than or equal to the budget. Then we sort A, B, A minus B. The trick here, folks, is that it's the way you write it when you're doing this trick to sort numbers. If you subtract A from B, we can trust that there's a math way behind it, but A to B is ascending. Some people name it A and Z to make it more obvious, but if you want it descending, larger to smaller, you go B minus A. But we want small to large, so A minus B, then join with no argument, because by default it joins with a comma anywhere. Yeah, that it's a very common gotcha, right? Error ID. People think, oh, when you use sort, if it contains primitives, it will just sort the primitives by default. But no, it sorts them as strings by default, which it's very counterintuitive. You know, you think like, oh, I have to write a custom sorting function when I'm sorting objects or things customly, like, but JavaScript, it knows how to handle primitives. Nope. Which I know they say on the thing, but it doesn't feel like, it feels like something that could be built in. I know why, it's not, but still. A Dark Oblivion, yeah, of course. I appreciate the lurk. I am a fellow lurker myself. And yeah, it's for sure I believe it's the most common gotcha of sort, because you think, oh, it's a bunch of numbers. Yeah, JavaScript has some issues, but TypeScript solves all of them. TypeScript solves a lot of them, but not all. I don't think there's anything to solve this built-in sort weirdness, aside not using it. Yeah, that nan not equaling nan thing. The weirdest thing. Again, I know there's reason for it, but it makes zero sense to my brain. Come on, folks. I kind of skipped over that code word. Let's see what the rest of the people did. Filter, sort. They joined with the string because they didn't know the default. Ooh, you can just use toString instead, which calls a join on the array automatically. Another way of doing it. Scope abuse for visibility, but not for externally scoped variables used within lambdas or functions. In regards to TypeScript, yeah. I'll be honest, maybe it's because I haven't worked on enough enterprise code. I've never really felt like scope abuse. I mean, like, unless you count you're using globals when you shouldn't be as a form of scope abuse. I don't know. I've always seen it as a feature, not really something to be abused. I mean, I'm sure you can abuse any feature, just haven't yet came across a code base of like, my goodness, this is so bad, so much reliance on the scope, you know? Like the trick to get private variables in JavaScript before the pound sign, right? That was technically scope abuse, but it was for a feature, so... Oh, yeah, because of the arrow function, how to do this context. Oh, okay, I understand what you mean now, yeah. The inability to, like, yeah, so you need to abuse other things in order to get access to the scope you want. Yeah. What do we call it? Like, I believe it's in the controllers. I don't have one, but you'd basically be like, const that equals this, and then I can access that dot thing. This is the pattern, right? This is the way to keep our this scope when you're inside a real function without the arrows and all. Oh yeah, that's another common gotcha with event handlers. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean now by the scope abuse being unpredictable. Yeah, I just didn't. Well, my definition was a little off than yours, but yeah, I do understand that, and yeah, it can be quite abusively used like that. Like for the well, I have it wrong around here. Like add event listener, it's very confusing that for at least for a lot of new people that when you're not using an arrow function, the this gets forcibly bound to this little function here, which makes it confusing. You actually like if it was a method of a class or something or an instance and you were using this before, it's like it overrode your this. So yeah, I see what you mean by scope abuse. Probably one of the more confusing things in JavaScript because the unpredictability of it and such. But yeah, this Code Wars, third time we're getting to it. It seems most people did a sort, then or filter, a sort, and then they've picked out their favorite way to turn it into a string. People did it manually, it turns out. You're not wrong. We can go all day about JavaScript being you could have been better. JavaScript could have been great. But I mean, for a language built in so little time. Yeah. But yeah, to the project, it took us like something like 3 hours, but I finally made my way around to the actual project code, folks. So we got a few things, we got a lot of things to do, but first few are going to be a little bit of cleanup. Because a lot of people were, pointing out that I mix and match my promises and async await quite a bit. Like I kind of just willy-nilly them. And we're like, wow, could you do it all in async await? So my answer is yes. Yes, I can. So I will async await all of these. But first, I'm going to demonstrate why I didn't initially do that. So you can say const list equals await. So pretty simple call right here. And then this thing is angry because I'm missing all my semicolons. There we go, folks. So here's the example of async awaiting our first little thing. Now, if I can start the server to see anything happening. For those who don't know, this is the list endpoint, which is used on the main route, the home page route. Come on, VS Code. Nah. It's on this route, basically. Let me log into something real quick. Oh, I don't need to log in. There's a list still here. So just to validate, so log lists. Oh, apparently I have an HTML problem. I'll figure that out tomorrow. We see we're here. We refresh the page. It console log. So this is where we're at. But there's an issue here, and I'm going to try and demonstrate it. It says some errors will get handled and some errors will not. Okay, so you see this here. This synchronous error got handled. But it's the asynchronous one, I think, new, how do I throw an async error real quick? You're right, error ID. That would solve a lot of issues, wouldn't it? List map is not a function. Okay. Oh, we'll throw a need multi-line. I mean, that's kind of what TypeScript does, right? It forces it to be compiled, or it enforces it in a compiled manner, right? Okay, here's the example, folks. So I refresh the page, and look at this. It's spinning. We haven't gotten our result back. We did not get our error message, but there was an actual error. So natively, this is Express version 4. When 5 comes out, this changes. But right now, when you try to use an asynchronous function as a middleware, and it throws an error like I just forced, it will not be gracefully caught like your synchronous errors, typo here or typo there. It's happening because Express version 4 does not really expect to handle promises. That's why it gives you the next function, which when I was using it as a promise, I could manually catch the error and pass it along accordingly. But now that I'm using async await, I need something that essentially wraps this and detects any promises, and if there are any errors, basically try catches it, then catch throws it to the next. Now we could write this. Yeah, I mean I do personally like it. That's kind of how it got written that way, but you know, a couple folks want to see it the async await way. And you know, it's not going to be that much of a change after I explain the magic. The magic is use the library someone else already made. So someone made a library called Express Promise Router that takes the place of ye old boring router, and it automatically handles the asynchronous errors without you having to do anything yourself. Yeah, waiting for it anyway. That would be the manual way of doing it. But we're just gonna use a library. We ain't got time to. I love writing some libraries, but we ain't gonna write another one. But you will see it on a lot of them. People have a helper function like function async wrapper or stuff. We ain't about to do that. Someone else already wrote it for us. We're gonna use it. So now we haven't actually used it yet though. So let's look at the docs. Essentially, it's a drop-in replacement for the actual router. So if you are following somewhat MVC, you have a routes file where you say express.router. Well, now you can say you can figure out how to type things, and you can call just drop-in replacement for Express Promise Router. And once VS Code updates, it will automatically. Man, VS Code took a moment there. So once I go to my list endpoint where it has that asynchronous error, we're going to see it actually gets outputted, handled, all that stuff for you. So you can write it yourself, or you just use a library. There we go, and using libraries is always fun. Now with this, now that we can handle adding asynchronous functions as middlewares, and technically handlers in general, we get to write the rest of this code in async await. So anywhere we got a promise, we will async awaitify it. So const new list rules. I bet there's a helper that could do this for me. I mean, I really could go further. I could start inlining this stuff, but I would like some readability at some point. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to even return this one. Ooh, a data aggregation dependency graph that waited for all promises to complete, called dependent available requests, and added that to the completion check. Yeah, that's definitely a complicated sounding one. So waiting for all promises to complete, and then called dependent available requests, added them to the completion check. Yeah. The first half of it sounds relatively simple, just waiting. But the fact that it's like all graphed out, yeah, I can see how that gets real complicated real quick. It's impressive though. Oh, that's going to be removing these. Well, apparently I'm still using that there. Loving that. Half of these don't even belong in the controller's array. You only loaded for what you had data to make requests for, and made them as soon as all dependent arrays are available, and continuously updated until there are no more dependent calls. Yeah. So like you need to make a call A, and then there was a call B, but B needed information from A, so you couldn't make it until you got A, and then you could call B, which then could provide enough information for call C, which maybe required an independent D call to combine D and B to go to C. So yeah, I could definitely see how that would get real complicated really quickly. Definitely one of them the harder leak code problems you'd see out there. Mm-hmm. How much you still miss. Yeah, there's so much you could miss on that. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see the problem it's solving. Done what this is doing here. Uh-oh. I deleted something too much. No, so I do need to delete that. Okay, I think that's a bad, non-existent error. Well, again, deleted too much. Why is this line? VS Code, what are you doing? Yeah, I mean it's all technically Flappy Bird is just a CRUD app in disguise, right? You are constantly reading user inputs and reading the time to implement pipes and stuff. You are creating new pipes. You are creating velocities. You're updating velocities. When pipes go off the screen, you are deleting them. So everything's a CRUD app if you think about it. Oh, this one might actually get a benefit from async await. There we go. So, okay, this one has actually some async await benefits here. A conditional promise call, basically. Or delay tay, yeah. I already have straight define, load and render. I suppose so, yeah. It's a closed loop, right? Ooh, shorten that code. Okay, so this is the code that we have. So I'm already seeing some duplication around here, so we're already shortening it quite a bit for basic and weight conversion. But we can look at it further. Now right here, so right here, our query, so const filter equals, so just a little bit of wet code here. Query is the same every time. So if we just are like, hey, use the exact same query twice, or the filter rather. Ta-da! Okay, so that is a little bit shortened for you. Still need this, we still need this. Still need to calculate these. Although, let's look at nested unsets, because I'm essentially calling an update 1 and a find 1 and update. So that's 1 find, 2 updates. If I make it 1 find and 1 update... Oh, you were talking about spaces. Oh, well, wait a minute. Let me read my redemption. What did I set that name as? Oh, decrease the character count of the code. Well, that did technically decrease the character count, you know? So, I mean, we can start inlining some things like here. If we're going specifically for characters. And this does make it a little, just a tad more readable, I suppose. Because they don't need to be on their own line. They're just not really informational. So yeah, this one, I do like this change. Makes it look a little shorter. I mean, yeah, you redeemed it. I might as well, right? I am thinking about this one at all, though. So this one is getting some refactor. Reduce to 1 find and 1 update. And I'll just do this upset with these unset in one operation. But that's neither here nor there. I do actually want to finish one task before moving to another. Nope, this is another conditional whack-a-madoodle async thing. So I'm glad we're doing this again. This is actually very wet code, at least compared to the last one, so whatever I do up there, I'm going to do here eventually. And hey, thanks for the follow there, Android number 117. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Over here, refactoring our code to use async await basically everywhere possible. Oh, look at that. Since this code is so similar, I'm going to make the exact same optimization to it. Which is a bad thing, just shows how wet it is, but we're here now. It's too late. Oh, too much deletion. There we go, let's get me my semicolons in here. Okay, it looks great. Looks like there's nothing actually being done for that one. So, which is bringing me the question of why I'm doing a find one and update if I'm not actually using the found list. I can just say update 1. So this is for resetting comparison. Well, I'll be testing all of these later, so yeah, rewrite. Yeah, it can have benefits. Like there is like you can over dry your code for sure. Like to the point of being so abstract and generic that it's completely not understandable at all. So it's a fine balance, like most things are. So some of this definitely can be optimized. Yeah. Always can always appreciate space repetition for sure. And yes, statistically, if you do something 10 times, right, you're less likely to make that one mistake to cause all the different issues. It'll only cause an issue, and it's very isolated wherever it is. Yeah, unfortunately, lines of code is linked to pay in some places, so when that comes the day, it's like, well, look at all these lines I wrote, right? Oh, I deleted way too much. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Dark Oblivion. Okay, see, this is a good looking update one. It was written as it should be. Okay, we have async awaited all of these. I wonder if I have a few more. So looking at our routes, I don't have any of these around. There you go, error ID, right? Okay, this is wet here. I'll figure that out later. This middleware is old. Okay, though, 'cause I think I've async awaited all of the things. So yeah, we're just gonna do a quick run through the app, make sure all the things work. Apparently I still have Discord hooked on, that's nice. Let's find something, reset the 2, do sorting mode. That really knocked my percentage down. There we go. It's all back on top. I assume the rest of the things work. Yeah, the rest of the things do appear to be working. We'll do one addition. There we go, look at that. Yep, it's all working. Okay, that was our promise to... This is a good check. Let's look for any .thens. So I do got some thens lying around here. Get client. Oh, I need to do that. I know it has top level await, doesn't it? Probably can get away with await. I don't use top level await that much though. That's why I'm not familiar to my brain. There is an Italian language extension. I mean, I assume there's an... I didn't know it'd be an extension, Dark Oblivion. I assume there was internationalization for all languages. Italiano. I know I'm saying that wrong, but that appears to be a language supported by VS Code. Display language. Ooh, okay, so it needs to install it. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Would you like to change? Oh no. So I love you Italians. I would like it to be English though. Back to English. I mean, unless you're talking about actual extension. Not too bad. Oh, language pack. Oh, that's how they implement it as extensions. That's cool. I guess it makes sense. Italiano. Yeah, I mean, I just read the letters as they seemed. Didn't realize I had a bunch of y'all in chat to know the right one, though. Top level. Oh, so yeah. while top level await does exist, you need to be using an ECMAScript module, which I am not, so can't get rid of all the promises. I can trim it down though. I reduce the character count by 3. Enjoy that one, folks. Let's find the rest of our promises. Yeah, this is that's not a script, but don't count. And passport. So we are doing some promisey stuff here. Okay, what we can do, we can check. So this is where we'll be doing this next session to figure out how all this works, but we do have some debug step through to go through, but we ain't there yet. We might as well see if passport can handle some async await natively. There we go. So we're calling .serializeUser. We're gonna pass that callback in. We want to step into this code. There we go. So it takes it and it pushes to, come on VS Code, pushes it to something called serializers. So here's our serializers. We have a stack of them, layer stack. So blah blah blah. Okay, here it is. So when they call our serialize function, there is 0 handling of promises. So we cannot safely make these functions asynchronous. We can look into our local strategy though. Let's look to this line, I think. So creating a local strategy which takes a function as its callback. Okay, so I need to get to that one. There we go. So it takes a function, verify equals this underscore verify. Okay, so now I look for the usages of this underscore verify. Again, we see no handling of promises here, so it is not safe to make this function async. So which means that that's good as it can get. Now what I have done here is I made the callback inside the then async, which we can do perfectly fine. Same for the Discord one. That's about as async as we're going to get this, folks. The library literally does not support it. Okay, let's go back to real terminal and make a commit with these lovely changes. So we have convert promises to async await. Because while promises are, while they're all still technically promises, people do find the readability of this quite better. So there we go, folks. It's not that hard, VS Code. What did I do to routes? Oh, I made a promise router. I was like, I didn't do anything there, but I did. I gotta go through all my VS Code extensions one day. Start getting rid of the ones I don't care about. Yeah, we'll just say convert promises in general. We know the ones that weren't able to make it. Oh, look at this! Hey, it worked, folks. So I went to go make a commit, and I didn't do the thing. I didn't update my version. Bam! VS Code shows me the output. Which means I gotta go update my package.json version now. It works! You'll love to see it, folks. Yeah, I can see that happening a lot, error. And yeah, it is, I mean, like, I learned promises first, which is why I'm more familiar with them, and I'm just like error handling. Dot catch, throw it to the error handler, or handle it yourself. Like, I'm not unfamiliar with it. It's just for newer folks who are literally just learned JavaScript, it's a lot more familiar because like they've already learned synchronous code, and it basically looks like synchronous code, though its promises all in trench coats. But yeah, when you get to that level of detail, promises give you more flexibility, for sure. Or maybe they just prevent you from making as many less obvious mistakes. I don't know. Somewhere around there. But bada boom, bada bing, another thing done off of the board. Any moment, Kanban. We believe in you. Obviously, the reason it's not working is 'cause, there we go. Okay, eliminate all possible promises. Clean up code via middleware. So this is something I thought. I didn't really think too hard about this. Is that a lot of my controllers are... It's like a lot of them need access to the current user, which we already have middleware, but also a lot of them need access to the current list, which is done by usually by a find one. I wanted to see if I could optimize this. So we have like the current list is, if it doesn't exist 404, I'm only doing this once, so all the other ones that depend on list, update one, yeah, see, like this. See, what if I implemented the middleware here, instead of making a single call to update one, which it might not exist, ludi.a, I would make two requests, one to find and one to update. I would increase my error message because it'd be like, you can't update something you don't have, but then it would increase for all normal usages to 2 database requests. So I don't know if I really care enough about it. For sure, yeah, you definitely don't want to get to micro-optimization territory, or pre-optimization, yeah. You don't, yeah, what's the thing, measure first, then optimized. Make sure you always have something you're measuring, or a measurement to compare before and after, before you're like, time to optimize the world. And then you also need to focus on, okay, you're optimized this thing. Was that even the bottleneck in the process? You know, like your bottleneck was further upstream the pipeline or whatever, so that optimization basically contributed nothing to the end goal because that wasn't what wasn't slowing down anything in the first place. Yeah, optimization, it definitely put a lot of time into that in the wrongest places. Maybe I write some helpers. I added a to-do. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and rebase. Well, I'll do it right now. There we go. Chomp. Yeah, so we're gonna fix that. Ooh, great. So what I'm doing in amend, my script is very confused. Okay, what's the get skip remit hooks? We gotta override. Yeah, I've been wanting to do that error ID. I like Next.js. Like the way that I don't know if you ever use Next.js, but it organizes the routes into literally different folders and files. So if that was an option, I would want to do that, but I don't know of a good existing option to do that, which is why I'm kind of just leaving it as is. But I will be moving a fair number of these things that aren't necessarily controllers into helpers and stuff like that. But yeah, it's kind of like the most monolithic file I have, which makes it the ugliest one at the moment. Oh, you do that, huh? It just changes the imports. Yeah, but it makes it more consumable, right? That's kind of like what I like about Next.js, that file-based routing. And I haven't been able to find it for Express. Like I thought, like, oh, there's obviously going to be a module for this, but I found this thing, but I don't know. I found the one. Yeah, and it just changes the imports, but it makes them, you know, consolidated and stuff. So it ain't on our to-do list today, but I might go for it. Might check it out. Like, this will be what I'd like to do. Yeah, also, yeah, just doing it manually too. That's another option. I didn't really consider that, but yeah. Either way, lots of good improvements to be made. I'm trying to think. So I'm not doing that. Okay, so public list of top X items on homepage. So we're going for a feature. Yeah, which won't be known at runtime at the server. Yeah, it would make it more dynamic, which would make it, yeah, it would kind of force it into dynamic system. Yeah, so yeah, it's not impossible. And what actually inspired me to kind of like the pattern was, watch me for not remember the thing. Quotes. Here we go. So I wrote this thing a while back. It's a quotes full stack. It's mainly a back end, but it has a front end, in which the routes are all, so I use the Open API library, which does this automatically for me. So paths, status, for example, this is at the status endpoint, and it did all the routing automatically. From a root class with the variable too late in life cycle. Yeah. Yeah, so like, it'd be, yeah, like, it wouldn't be possible. It'd just be more effort than probably it's gonna give me results out of. But yeah, I definitely thought about different approaches to cleaning up this controller file, automatic or manual. But while it is a lot to scroll through, it's not yet impeding my progress. So moving forward. Post-build templating, yeah. Oh, to automatically inject the imports and export accordingly. Yeah, that would be fancy, wouldn't it? Oh, you're getting some tantalizing territory there, Air ID. Okay, but what do I want to do now? Those are all some good ideas, but I do want to get through some of these other ideas. Yeah, you would lose the autocompletes just for routing. Yeah, so I mean, the only imports would be like importing the user and the model. Yeah, I would be fine losing that particular autocomplete for the imports. But just for the routing, then yeah, it would be traversing through each one, adding .route, adding all that accordingly. Which is essentially, I believe, what this random library I found appears to do. Like, this appears to do what it was. It's just, I'm a little wary. 71 to 2 months. Actually, 2 months is good. It's just lower on my priority list than a lot of other things at the moment, so. But it's on the list, just low on the list. Speaking of controllers, we gotta go there. Yeah, so for the home page, we're about to make this asynchronous. So we want to get all of the public list. So const list equals await list dot find. Now time to look at the schema, or watch VS Code figure it out for me. Public true. Yeah, I know. VS Code, I do give VS Code credit. Whenever you move a file, it updates the imports nearly perfectly every time. So yeah, it is pretty good at that. And honestly, I'm not too concerned about the imports, because that's one line of code I gotta change. It's not the worst in the world. That gives me... Let me look at my schema. Not that schema. This schema. Okay, where... I manually navigate to you. Yeah, public is a boolean. That optional only required us true. There we go. Okay, so that's easy for there. And then here, we're just going to be like, haha, JSON stringify main or list. So we'll take our list from here, and then you can keep the rest of those. And we want this to be somewhat readable. I love JSX. It just loves VS Code. They work together so well. Okay, let's look at this homepage. Let's turn the server on. Good server. There we go. Look at all these public lists. There's one public list. Okay, now time to bootstrap our way through this. I want to create a card for each list, and in that card is going to be the title of the list, how many items are in the list, and the top 3 sorted things from the list. Ooh, which means I might need to get access to order. Okay, maybe we won't list the top 3 of a list. Card. Card. I think it's what I want. There's no image here. Card title, card subtitle. Which one would I like? This don't look too bad. I like this centered one. I like the smaller ones. Nav. What are we doing for nav? Oh, nav. Using them as a nav. That's interesting. No images, thankfully. Okay, it looks good to me. I'm gonna go find my favorite and copy it. There we go. This is my favorite because we also do have a modified thing going on. So I'll like all of this. Thank you very much. So this will be list.map list. Then, well, let's just paste what we got there. Give it a key of list underscore ID. For ourselves an auto format out. I believe in your VS Code. There we go. The header is the name of the list, so list.title. Time to look at that list model schema. Name, it's a name. Card body. This is stuff where we don't really have anything here yet, but we can do a modify that. So this will be last modified at. No, it's updated at, not modified at. I had that wrong before. And we'll just output it as a number. We'll figure that out later. Sadness. Objects are not valid as a React child. Found. I don't know what this is, but apparently updated at is an object. Sure. This isn't too bad. It's a bit too wide. I can't really tell though because I don't have enough lists that are public. So time to make all our lists public. Here we go. Everyone's public now. Poof, poof, poof. And let's head on home. Okay, yeah, so I'm wanting more of a flex thing where they're all maybe a third or a fourth of the width of the page. So card, text center. I did see the sizing too hickey. Using the grid, wrap cards and columns as rows. Okay. Row, column, SM6. Okay, I'd rather do flex. Card groups. I don't know what that is. This looks cool. Like a card group. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but this looks like what I want. Oh, loving this automatic front end refreshing. Oh, you know what? That's not the worst. Let us duplicate our list twice so we can get more data. Make it 3 times. Map, key, and li. So just to make React happy, plus, there we go, more data. It does not flex wrap or any of that fun stuff. So where's the wrapping? Yeah, you're not wrong, Error ID. It's good, and then it stops working. Okay, let me look at this bootstrap thing again, because maybe I don't understand this. So create a column for each individual card. Just wrap our cards in columns. I do not use this enough to be familiar with it, but we'll go for it. Why are you angry? Your closing tag is like right down here, buddy. There you go. Okay. Let's see if this is what I want. Ooh, this is better. I want. So are we being responsive? We are. That's cool. More. I have to actually understand these. So row columns 1, row columns medium 2. So when I'm a medium, I want 4. Then G4. That's a gap of 4. Okay, I lied. I want 3. So when does medium stop? Oof. So I do want it to be 4 at some point. So I gotta look at the bootstrap breakpoints. Or at least what all the definitions are, because I don't have them memorized. Here we go. So small, medium, and large, it looks like is what I'm going to handle. So this one column, medium, and LG. So LG gets the 4, medium gets 3. There is too much gap anyway. Okay, let's actually go in the responsive editor. That's what we're supposed to be in anyway. There we go. So let's see. We get large. You get 4. Good. 3. And then 1. Oh, so that's for extra small. SM-2. And then for super small, you just go 1 by default, like this. I'm figuring it out, folks. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da. Okay, loving that. Gap of 3. This is fine. Let's swap this out for something like 1 XYZ a go, because that's more realistic to what it's gonna be. There you go. It looks a lot shorter. So they don't have descriptions yet. That would be cool. So yeah, description field would be cool, but I think right now, so I have this button that's essentially consistent in all of them. I don't need this button. The card itself should be clickable in general. So I love you button, but you're not going to exist anywhere. I want a clickable card. Surely get a template for that. Or I should wrap the entire thing in an anchor.
Primary cards. Ooh, I'm liking. I should highlight my own cards. Okay, let's see. Anchor, click. Card as an anchor. There are rules about what can and can't go in anchors, but if I just make this outer div an anchor, how much is gonna break? So aside from the formatting and the missing href, it's not the worst. So what I would do here is style this specifically so they don't have a text decoration on them. Let's get some formatting a little better. No, it's too much. Too much. It should just be on the title. There we go. Card header. Make this the anchor. href equals, and then we're actually going to go to the place. Hey, Raja G. Hello, hello. We are here just working on our Pairwise Sorter, getting a little home page for displaying all of our content, all of our public content. A is also blip on nobody's radar. Thanks for coming on by. Those who don't know, fellow streamer of 100 devs, does some cool stuff, Code Wars, all the fun stuff. I think we actually did a Code Wars that you did earlier today. Oh, we did it earlier today. I don't know when you did it. Probably last stream. But yeah, thanks for coming on by. We're just working on making this somewhat a cool thing with Bootstrap and all the cards. And of course, always happy to support fellow 100 devers. Yeah, so we got this responsive working. We just added Bootstrap classes so it looked good. And now we want these links to go somewhere. So we can go steal our code from the list endpoint. Thanks for that, Hydrate Raja G. There we go. Yoink. Yoink. There we go. The links all look great. Okay, now we just need to polish this up a little more. If those who don't know, you might not have seen this blip. So this is my Pairwise Sorter. It's not a 100 hours project, though it's slowly becoming it. Basically a full stack application, in which the goal is that you enter a list of things, be them numbers or just any list of items, and you can, let's reset 3. They're all unsorted initially, in random order you enter them. Then once you enter sort mode, you choose which of them are the highest. So 2 is higher than 3, 3 is higher than 7. And I ask you these questions in the most efficient manner possible, like through binary, splits it in binary. So eventually, once you answer all its questions, it will have the list fully, and now, sorted, ta-da! So, it sorts them based on your preference. So for numbers, it's super obvious, but for other things like, where's your favorite place to eat? What's your favorite color? It's kind of hard to objectively define that when it's a random list of items relative to other items. But with this, at least for me, it's easier. I've been using this already as a command line application. Figured I might as well make it into a full stack thing when the opportunity came about. And yeah, we're using Bootstrap to style this thing. So I want to see if this is built in JavaScript, this generation of XYZ a go string. Oh no.
I have written it myself though, so I will just copy from a previous project. The other thing is I want the, what is it, the most, here it is, relative time format. Yeah. They wrote some code, but looks like it's in standard. Hold up. 3/4, -1 day, 10. Well, this ain't the perfect solution. Yeah. I figured, as Passport, we were going through the full stack. I'd figure I'd make this, and the special challenge of it is that, well, it used to be written in EJS with the front end. Now I'm using JSX. But the cool thing is that there is no necessarily required client-side code, because a lot of people at the time were kind of panicking about having to write client-side code to make the fetches and all that stuff. So all the client-side code is completely optional. The entire site works if you disable JavaScript, for example. Not that you should, but it does. Yeah, the Intel, that weird Intel thing. Yeah, I've used it for like formatting dates, current date string, but yeah. What made me change it to JSX? Well, Error ID, I love me some React. I'm a big React fan, and it was in EJS before. EJS is fine, but I wanted to, like, in 100 devs, currently we're switching from EJS to handlebars, so we're using a different templating engine, which, had some code of, like, this is how you use a different templating engine. I converted one page to handlebars. It was painful. So I was like, well, I want to change to something, and I love React, but I ain't about to turn this into a React app, because that's a bit more than folks know, so what if I just did the JSX only? And I found a cool library that basically did it in 2 lines. Not there. Here it is. It basically did it in 2 lines for me. You set the engine to create engine from express React views. You set the engine to JSX, and boom, that's all the work I needed to do. It does all that babble nonsense and everything. It just does it for you. Now, obviously, it's a view engine, so you don't get any hooks or any actual logic, but that's all I need. I didn't need logic. The EJS already had practically 0 client-side code. Ooh, best fit. Or always. Wait a minute, let's not work auto. Yesterday, tear tomorrow. Okay, that's cool. So I will be using whatever this is. I do have access to it, right? Node. This is on server side. I do have access to it. Great. So the thing I don't think this is doing for me, so this generates the string. It doesn't find me the greatest unit that we are in difference of. Maybe there's more logic in this part of it. Because I have seconds. I don't want to say like 5 billion seconds ago. Maybe I just need to play around with it. So, new format thing, English style. And I'll just leave that options thing default. Format 3600 seconds. You're gonna turn that. See it. Could you like automatically know that's a second and choose the best unit though? Okay, I just need to read more docs. Format to parts. Custom local. Wow. Short or narrow, so 1 day ago and 1 day. So that's cool. You can choose which tense parts of it. Okay, so these are always really cool, these international things, but it does not appear to do all the things I want it to do. So now I just need to know all the units. So what are the possible units? Locales, options, numeric, style. So look for the format method specifically. Unit, here they are. Okay, here are all the units. Year, quarter, month, weekday, hour. I don't think we're going to support quarter. I love quarter, but we ain't going there. Now I have actually already written code that does this. It is... Actually, let's see if it works. There we go. So I've already written this code. Oh, Delta Omega Net. Wow, thank you for the subscription. Always appreciate the support. Hope your Saturday has been going well. Yeah, I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're learning something here, or at least figuring out how to learn stuff. Your thinking thoughts. Yeah, I've already written this code. I'm just gonna go find it. Active Twitch live. Server help. Oh, source helpers. Now let's go look at my uptime command. Yep. Okay, so it is in my helpers. Seconds to duration. There we go. So yeah, I've already written this bit of code here. Yoink. I do need to do it a little differently though. Ah, great. That didn't copy as I expected. Yum. There we go. It's a little better. Yeah, so years, month, days, hours, minutes, seconds. So instead of calculating this, because I want the most significant unit, I think, like, because this is a bit too detailed, I think, for most people's taste. Okay, can make VS Code happy. We want the first one or the last one that is a value. So if it's 11 months. Basically the first one that's not 0-8. So I think we can just brute force this and say if years return year, right? So for each one of these, we can close this file now. We turn one of these as strings. So all my strings go right here. I bet there's some way to combine all these together. Yeah, they are directly dependent on duration, so I could put these in an array or some form of iterable and just go through each one of them. Key value, key value. I don't have quarter. It's the only weird one. It's like, don't know, didn't realize that was in the standard. Yeah, I think that's the plan. So, for const unit value of entry. So I want to take the object. So object. I know how to spell things. Entries, and I want to turn this into an object. The keys are these, and the values are right here. So I'm doing a little multi-cursor magic here. Once I step forward, grab it. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 selections. I can select every comma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 selections. Delete. Colon, space, paste, comma. There we go. That makes that good. Since they are in the order of largest to smallest, VS Code is angry because there's no thing there. But I would like this to be multi-line.
Okay, VS Code. Can't figure it because I did something wrong. I can fix it. Oh, second got all messed up. Feeling bad for you, seconds. I literally must not have copied it. I did copy it. It's just whatever's remainder after 60. Year, month, week, day, hour, minute. One of these units I do not support. Year, month, days. I don't have weeks. So I'm just not going to support weeks. Sucks to be weeks. Which means all of these essentially go down. So down. This is going to be painful. Nope, I'm just going to delete, do manual placements. Don't want to use Moment.js. I mean, so I'm cool with using Moment, but the thing is that it's literally one usage, and I already have kind of what I need written, so I'd feel kind of bad for bringing an entire library in for just one thing. Plus, I like to mess around with this new standard thing I found. Give it a shot. Yes, it's just like if I was using a bunch of date time stuff, then yeah, but it's just one thing. Like if there was a next thing that I needed this again for, or another thing that I needed this relative date for Moment, then I'd be like, yeah, I'm doing a lot of date time stuff. I'll bring it in, but I don't think I'm at that level just yet. Plus, it's fun messing around with this. It's not like I didn't write this code just now. I had it already written. If I didn't have this code written, you bet your butt I would be using Moment.js. But I already had it written. Error. You're probably wrong. I mean, you're probably right. And my code's probably wrong because the month. Yeah. We don't care. We assume things are mathematically perfect as they should be. So you're right. This doesn't exactly work for the Moment.js would do it the proper way, but it's good enough. It's good enough. To largest unit. It does have a date object, but I'm asking for like a relative date thing. So I'm asking for X, so number unit ago. So it does have it, like it's built in, but it doesn't give me the largest, like you can't figure out the unit itself. You need to tell it, oh, this is in days, or this is in months. Now it does also have a built-in date object, but that contains none of this logic. But yeah, we're gonna see right now if it works. Now we also need both parts of these. Largest unit of duration, and we will spread that over both arguments. Return value and the unit. So rename that to that. This will be from date.now minus new date. Actually, I think it is a date object. We'll find out. List.modified at get time. Now for this logic, 1 day ago. I guess I might need to negate this thing, which is fine for me. Yeah, for sure. Weeks and days would be consistent since they're not relative to the leaps and the months and all that. But again, I only did this because I already had the code written. I figured it'd be an easy fix. 7 years ago. Oh, that's wrong. The leap second. I don't think I'm going to be too concerned about the leap second, thankfully. Okay, so something went good and then something went bad. So we're out wrong unit. So I've written this in milliseconds. Someone's expecting seconds. So what is this? Math.floor. All of this divided. Well, the division needs to happen after, so more parentheses. Again, moments right around the corner, folks. Did I balance them right? I did not. Read more. I think we got it. There we go. Look at that. X things ago. Yeah, close enough, folks. And this is working beautifully. Yeah, it's a little more elegant, right? Yeah, it would be more elegant, but all this to... So like, it's an extra, what, 15 minutes for not importing an entire library, right? And hey, Ryan, thanks for coming on by. You came in just at the moment of success. We got all this working without importing a library. Though I already wrote this code, so technically I was the library. Yeah, I hope your Saturday's been going well. And the cool thing about using JSX is that this is technically just JavaScript, so I just wrote some code here in the review engine. Does tissues have issues? Hey, see films, how's it going? Most of y'all probably do, but for those who don't, see films also 100 dev streamer. They do the streams. Well, I wonder if I can break the rules and declare stuff like this. I don't know the limitations of this JSX view engine I've got. Oh, I can do that. B-E-A, beautiful. Okay, with that, I think I'm done looking at this debug mode. I don't have that many lists. Oh, because I have one called ABC too. That's awkward. That's not at all confusing. There we go. Now we got a DEF in here. There we go. Now what I'd like to do is make this text over here on this side, and on this side have a little badge of how many items there are. Exactly like this code over here. It's so much exact like this code, I'm gonna steal it. Oh, one follower away from 300. Oh, come on, folks. I know. Well, this is awkward. I thought, okay, I think I got you there, see films. I don't know. I thought I was already following you, but apparently not. Let's see if I got you there. Or maybe the OBS overlay was like super confused. Hey, 300. There you go. Thought I was, my bad. I was saving it for a special moment like this. That's what I'll say. I thought I already had you a while ago. Oh, they stream all kinds of variety stuff there, ID. I think I'll let them describe themselves. Ooh, an H5. Do I want to use an H5? So I have a list view. There we go.
I got a badge. Oh, it's an optional badge. So, yoink. So, in the header, this is where the optional stuff shows up. List items length. Good. Deflex justify content between, align item center. That's the magic I need. Hopefully I will override card header with that. There we go. Okay, so this needs to not be an anchor. There we go. Much better. That would be cool if I had a percentage indicator on these. Okay, the thing is, there's so much information that I have on the list, and there's information I take from the list and I calculate. Percentage, I think, is one of the things I need to calculate. Let's see if I can live without the body. You know what? We're gonna live without. Well, we need an owner. In order to get the owner, I'll need to get the Yeah, okay, so this minutes ago, I'm trying to think which corner I want to put this on. Either way, it's going to be on a corner. And I will do that with the deflex trick again. There we go. So this is what I want. Will it work if I only have one element? Oh, I'm liking this. If it were on the other side. Please don't break things. Nope. Expand. Go to the right. There we go. I'm liking that a little better. This inner text, obviously, I don't have anything in here yet. So card title. I wouldn't need the title, because I already have that in the header. The text, though. So the text and the in sorted items. How much effort would that be working? Yeah, it appears I was the only one not following C films. That's ironic, eh? Let's find the order. Okay, so the order is by calling sorter get order, and list progress is calculate progress sorter. Database work, yeah. With the PHP MySQL, I think, right? C films. And yeah, you're at like the top of Google still, right? Yeah. cfilms.com. Yeah, this is their site. It's pretty cool. You know, there's some good styles, all kinds of. Basically, I guess if you don't live here, it's kind of interesting. But if you live here, this is your personalized encyclopedia, all this cool stuff. Yeah, you would want us working along getting all the cities relatively foreign key all looked up, right? See films. It's a bit of a big undertaking, but definitely going to be a cool one. Okay, so I want to calculate the progress and get the order. So I want both of these things for every list, though. So this is a fair amount of server-side calculations. So where's my sorter logic? Thankfully, I don't need denormalization of comparisons. I do need all of this to the home page. So list.map is list.map. Trying to think how I'm allowed to destructure this out. Ooh, to object. Thank you, Copilot. You remembered when I didn't. Oh, do I need to do something with items? Well, that would be sad. I don't think I need to. But I do want to add. Okay, so I can't one-line this. So much for that.
Curly return delete curly indentation is the only concern. There we go. Now for these two, I can shove them on the list. Progress and order. With that, I should have all the information I need. Yeah, error ID 107. I'm like well, I think like the free, at least my free trial runs out in less like a week or so. But I'm like 80 to 90% confident that I'm gonna pay for it, like for the $10 a month when it does run out. I've only been using it. Basically, I was late to the train. I've only been using it since they said they were gonna go paid, so maybe a month. And yeah, I mean, I'm finding there's enough usage out of it for me that it's cool. Now, the disadvantage is that, like, if your company is, like, you're working on NDA stuff or stuff, you might not be able to, because it does send the entire file you're working on off to the cloud. I mean, privacy policy says they won't use it for anything but training purposes, but there's a debate to be held there. Hey, CJ crew, how's it going? Hope your Saturday's been going well. We over here adding progress indicators and we're adding lists to our list, and we're going real meta. Yeah, for sure, error ID. I'm like when I do run out, like I'm gonna try the free versions. Like I'm gonna try tab 9 and stuff to see if they're good substitutes. Because the last time I tried tab 9, it was very high CPU usage and stuff. So I'm gonna try before I actually start paying the $10 a month. But yeah, I am. That's the model they've chosen, right? That's a good one, C Films. How do I describe my brand? It's a good question. Doing good, melting from the heat. Yeah. It was pretty tough. I had to go out today and do some stuff. It was quite melting for sure. How would I say the brand though? I don't know. I do coding stuff, so I suppose I haven't really picked one. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to now. The brand will I'll pick it later, but essentially I don't always know what I'm doing, but there's a journey, and if I can't figure something out, then I will take y'all along on the journey to figure it out. And if that fails whatsoever, then we will teach each other how to do whatever it is we're seeking to do. A tab of 9 spaces. C Films, it's a company that makes an AI autocomplete model thing. And what I'm building, CJ, so this is my Pairwise Sorter. It's right now, like, super broken. Big sad about that. But essentially, so let's undo that. It allows you to come in here, so you have a list of things that you want to sort. For example, let's say you have a list of numbers. Now this is a very easy example for obvious reasons. And say you don't know how to sort all these lovely numbers. So you insert them like at a random order. And then, let me reset one of them. You come on by here and you're like, I want to sort all these random items. You go into sort mode. And here it asks you one by one a comparison between 2 random, not really, items from the list. And it says, click the one that should be higher on the list. So 2 is higher than 3 for simplicity's sake. 0 is higher than 2. And eventually, once you answer all the questions, it has enough information to sort them all. Now it's smart in that if you were to add 11, so I'm going to demonstrate. So we're adding 11 to the list. Now the naive way would be asking, is it greater than 0? Is it greater than 1, 2, 3, 4? Comparing to every single one. But it does a sort of binary search in which it only asks as many questions that are minimally required. So it's asking it compared to 5, then it's asking compared to 8, then 10, and then boom.
So instead of asking 10 questions, it asked 3. The way this is binary is that it takes the middle of the list and it says, is it up here or up here or down here? Then once you say one way, it says, well, it can't be up here. Then it asks, 8? So it was like, is it here or here? Can't be up here. 10. Here or here? Well, it can't be up here, so it has to go past 10. That's kind of the magic of it. Yeah, Ty, it is. It's coming along well. We're getting the homepage now to like show all the publicly displayed list right now. That's the latest feature we're working on. It's a little broken, but we're about to fix that. Okay, let's figure out what's the brokenness here. No, something here is broken. Oh no, nothing's broken. I lied. Yeah, it's pretty cool, CJ. Came along as, full stack app. A lot of people are going through it. If you don't know, I know how to spell. I'm going through the 100 Devs agency. They got a free training program, and I'm going through that right now. And at our current pace, a lot of people were kind of fretting about writing client-side JavaScript. So I thought of an idea and then decided to challenge myself to write as little client-side JavaScript as possible. And I have made so. On the website CFilms, well, rascal2.com is just my little corner of the internet. It just, has my projects, my blog. That's about it, CFilms. Nothing too crazy there. The subdomains, though, are all project-based, like Code Wars. Yeah, CJ, so it's like a cohort. It's completely free. It can be kind of like a boot camp. So it's a little more than just a boot camp, but yeah, it's completely free. Essentially, it's a training. It's an agency, so like it finds work for people and like it partners with its members to get them, basically connect them to the clients and stuff. But yeah, the bigger part of it is the training program, which is, you could call it a boot camp if you wanted to. It's all free on Twitch and YouTube. Mainly, it's all the materials on the Discord and stuff. So it goes from 0, as in nothing about JavaScript, any language, any coding. You don't even know like how servers and stuff work. You don't know any of that. To full stack web developer, specifically in the MERN stack: MongoDB, ExpressJS, React.js, and Node. And it's more than just the tech. It's also, how to get a job with the tech. Because what good is it knowing all that stuff if you can't get no one to pay you for it, right? Yeah, it's a bit more. So it's a bit, and it's free. Don't forget the free part. Yeah, if you think it's a scam, you can go there and there's like a celebrations channel. You can check how it's been working for them. Yeah, this thing's working. I just realized it. Yeah, so I have a list of things. I want to now list the top 3 of my list. First, I want a percentage indicator. So let's see if I can just be like, So yeah, this is obviously with an amount. Add a second badge. Ooh, I can call it a different thing. Yeah, CJ, it's pretty awesome. And even if you're not really following along with it, there are other, it's a cool community of folks. You can ask questions. There are a bunch of help channels. So, pretty cool. I'll put this in a div. Okay, Copilot. Not Copilot. Bootstrap. What are the color names? Because I thought it was secondary. But it's not secondary. It's something else. Primary. Maybe it's in the color section. Oh, secondary is boring. No wonder it is. Warning. Yeah, let's go warning. Sure. Yeah, Leon's the bomb. Leon's the name of the primary instructor, CJ. List progress. That's the right attribute, right? Yes, it is. That's a big ol' number, though. So times 100. No, I'm not gonna do this manually. I've already done it somewhere else. There we go. To fix a 0. Dot P. And I want a little percentage sign after that. I just had a cool idea, but I can't, do it. So what would be really cool is if, this circle, was right here, this badge, and I had, if it's 50% of a border outline, or 30%, or 70%, that would be cool. Yeah, CJ, it's a lot of work, and it's all for him. It's his, what did he call it? His form of activism, right? Because, when COVID hit, he's not a doctor. He's not he's not a doctor. He can't help people directly that way, but he can help people get jobs with coding, so that's his way of giving back. It's pretty awesome. This is getting real compressed here. Okay, this is still readable. Gotta make sure this is still readable here. There we go. Okay, good enough. We don't need this percentage if it's 1 or 0. So let's do logic. Oh, basically %1. Question mark. Colon null. Probably need a minimum width. Yeah, feels like I might. Well, here's the thing. People can name these whatever they want, so I haven't really figured out how I'm going to handle long names, especially under this case. I might just truncate it to X number of characters. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what happens. Yeah, definitely something that would have been great for me too, for sure. I mean, it's never too late though, I don't know if you're employed or you already know all the things basically, but there's always more stuff to learn. And while it is MERN stack, there are folks there who know other things. People mess around with machine learning and stuff. Yep, having a community, just the accountability definitely helps a lot. Text overflow ellipses. That's what I want. Yeah, ARID, you said it just as I was going there. That darn latency stole it from you. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So I've used it before. I don't know if there's a bootstrap way to do this. There we go. Truncate long string or text with ellipses. Text truncate. I know I'm saying it wrong, folks. How do we do this? By adding a class. Will it just automatically work? Oh my goodness, it automatically works. Beautiful. Boom, yeah, error ID. You got it. Hey, there you go, Ryan. Finish up that resume. I want some spacing on this thing. We doing inline styles, don't worry, folks. Ooh, not that kind. Padding right. Nope, okay, so this isn't the desire I have. Yeah, let me look at the actual property, see if I can squeeze some more power out of this. Text overflow. Oh wow, I didn't realize this was that customizable. And clip, ellipses. I think I'm cool on ellipses. Could hyphen or any character. Nice. Why would you double it? Fancy. Now, for the most part, I'm community taught, right? CJ learned a lot from them. I did know a little bit before, though. Been familiar with tech since like 2013, but nothing. What do you call? No formal education necessarily. No structured, formal class-based nothing. I kind of already said all the synonyms, huh? No formal education before that. For 100 devs. Just learning what I needed to do what I needed to do with tech. Bending technology to my will. Because I think I want this thing styled a little differently. NoSQL. Yeah, NoSQL. Pretty great. Means you don't have to think about things. You just do it and it works. I tried to float write it. It didn't like that. I'd add full text as hover tooltip too. Error ID, all them good ideas, yeah. I bet Bootstrap even has a tooltip thing I can just use. Yeah. For sure, CJ, that is the way I go. Tooltip on link. There we go. So this is the way Bootstrap does it. Data BS. Okay, could y'all make it like any more unreadable? Customize the appearance using CSS variables. Ooh. I like that, but I gotta copy this now. For sure, CJ, yeah. It's about results, not necessarily the path you take there. Now, you can distinguish between short-term and long-term results, like which is better to get which, but at the end of the day, they're just results of a different time period. Okay, so it's BS toggle tooltip and BS title actual tooltip text. I'm just butchering this. Okay, I think I got what I need. Let's try it out. I hope I have all that pop-up stuff as I need. I do not. Okay, what do I need to do to get this working? You must initialize tooltips before they can be used. So this requires on client-side JavaScript. Understandable, I suppose. I'm trying to copy your code. Let's do something to see if it works before I commit to this. But yeah, error ID, definitely good idea to use these tooltips. Alert. Okay, let's find a common JS. Public index. Let's look at some consoles. See why it's angry. Bootstrap is not defined. So I don't have the Bootstrap JavaScript line around. Or it's after this line. That's probably what's up. So who is calling index.js? Well, I can literally just inspect myself, I suppose. Yeah, Bootstrap is after my code, which is wrong. Very wrong. Bootstrap should be first. Bop, ba-da-bop. I mean, it didn't matter before, but now it does. Yeah, I'm gonna also do that error. I'm gonna set the alt or title attribute, so non-JavaScript can get it, but since I'm using Bootstrap, might as well have it here also. I'm sorry, I think it's, or is it ARIA label? I never know the right accessible thing to use. But we will throw it in there and see which one it is. Move to class components. You need to move to a class component. Would I? I don't know if I need to. I don't know, I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, I can use hook components to do everything class components can, I believe. Let's now drop the Bootstrap thing. There we go, now we have the default title. I believe the accessible way... for ellipseed text. ARIA label, no, that's not it. I never know the right one to use. Yeah. To use Bootstrap JS for it. Yeah, so you're right in that if I don't think I would need to use a class component. I could use a it's like what you would do in that class component is essentially you would execute that JavaScript on the initialization of this page, but I could achieve the same thing by having a use effect hook that ran only on mount, and to wait for it to be in the DOM. In that case, I could use a ref, so that would be a ref of whatever it is. My thing is ready. I do see what you mean though, because each one is technically a different item. So if it was dynamic, I would need to, but since this is static, a function for... And then in here, I could make those synchronous calls to Bootstrap to get it all hooked up. That's all if I was using actual React, but I'm not. I'm using JSX, so I don't get any of that coolness. I get script tags that I embed places, so yeah, I don't get that. Of course, CJ, yeah, I'm always happy to meet someone. I hope you have a good one too. Yeah, error ID. I mean, that's the process with any framework. React, Vue, Svelte, Angular. Synchronizing with external libraries or external effects. There's no easy way to do it. At least I haven't heard of one yet. I would like to point this in a different direction. I mean, top's fine to me. Hey, you know what? I'm honestly fine with top. Anything else we can do here? Oh, there's literally instructions here for how to make it work for other. Only add tooltips that are keyboard focusable. Oh, it's already, yeah, it's an anchor. Awesome, yeah, so that is working as expected. Yeah, truncating there. It's a little shoved on there, but I'm not going to worry about that just yet. See if I can just inline something. You know, it's a little squished. I do not care enough about it. Because now I want to actually render my top 3 list items. This is going to be interesting as a view. So we go to list. Essentially, nope, not this list. Gotta go find another list I got around here. It is an actual list of view where we are showing. It's in a component. There we go. Sorted list. Perfect. A UL list group. I'm literally copying this right as verbatim. Then we want the top 3. So yeah, this will be a list dot order dot slice 0 to 3. I list items filter. Okay, I think that should be right. On our home page, of course. Ah, look at that semicolon. It's beautiful. So where did that come from? It's here. But because it's a sorted tab, it's invisible. There we go. Okay, so it looks beautiful. Maybe I can just do some more text lip-syncing on this to make it look a little in the thing. I just put 2 classes on the one thing. Oh, loving that. I am. Oh, this is beautiful in my book. The contrast could be better, but we'll styles later. And again, we want this stuff here. This can almost be a component of how often I'm using this. Toggle title is name. Beautiful, and it's obviously very meh, because these are some weird titles. And this one's empty because it's empty. Oh, this was in my opinion, a great feature. It's a text center around here, though, that I would like to apply to my paragraph. More than satisfied with this particular feature. So we made our home page asynchronous for each list. We are making our sorter, using that to calculate the progress and get the order from our sorter. And then what do we do over here? We did some code to render tooltips. I'm going to actually look at that code because I didn't look at that code before. Static height on them to stretch to fit. To make these ones stretch to be all the same height. That would be a cool thing to do. Yeah, let's look into that. Yeah, we're gonna assume this is the normal height. Mr. Normal over here. I don't have actually a common class, so yeah, that would be in the index page. And let's just hard code it really quickly. I don't know what it would actually be, but we'll just throw something on there. Yeah, something like that. Does make it a little better. Let's see how this does responsively, because Bootstrap usually handles this, but now I'm doing craziness. So this is what? Min height. I don't want to break that. I want them all to be, I guess I'm just going for pixels at this point. Or maybe I can at least make it responsive. 10 rims. Flex grow. Yeah, if I'm doing native CSS, I know I could do stuff like that, but with Bootstrap, I'm kind of lost about what the underlying thing is. Because we have this column. Oh, this is a flex. Okay, yeah, we're using flex here. So yeah, that might be possible. Flex grow. I do not use this too often, though. 100 rems for funds. Flex grow 100 rem. Tell me why. Yeah, I did add the style. I think min height might actually be easier. I am not experienced enough about flex grow to know why it would not like it. There you go. 27.5. I'm not being real picky now. Oh, okay. 18 it is. Google the API. Yeah, I know. Okay. I think this is good, though. Wait a minute. It just got shorter. Ah, responsive. That's because of this weird doubling up. Yeah. Okay, let's figure out flex grow real quick. How much of the remaining space should be assigned to the item? Thing is, it's not. Is it a flex container? It needs to be a flex container for all this to work. I don't know if it is. It is a flex container, okay. Why wouldn't flex grow work? Oh yeah, so one of the children would need to be flex grew. This one needs to flex grow. Nah, you're good, you're good. 22. Flex 1 auto. Display flex important. Nope, that ain't doing it. Or not doing it. Default 1. Thing is, the container is correctly sized. Column. Yeah, so I need to take the full size of the column. Can I just say height 100? Nope. I just changed the wrong one. 100% does appear to work. I just broke some other stuff, so that explains that. Oh, what did I just do? There we go. Looks like height 100%. It was that easy. Height 100%. It does the trick. Now all the columns take the similar height as their neighboring columns. Ta-da! Who would have known? CSS, it's a mystery sometimes. Let me fix that. I do need to public index. Properly make this a little better. I don't need to map this, I can just for each it. Always learn to code God frequency. Can never really stop learning, you know? Yeah, I am kind of using this as a learning experience while, and also making this thing working, trying to make this thing work. I'm learning with 100 devs, actually. It's a agency with a free training program, the MERN stack. Although right now I'm not working exactly with the MERN stack, because React is complicated. Are you learning to code yourself, God Frequency? My VS Code is like giving up at this moment. Oh, I didn't upgrade my package JSON. And this is a new feature, so 13.0. Aw, dang, I'm sorry to hear that. But I mean, 2 years, while that can be a long time for some, we all don't take the same amount of time to learn this stuff, you know? Nah, I don't think that's true. I think anyone can learn how to code. It's just takes different approaches sometimes, you know? And not everyone has the privilege of like all the time that these learning that actually takes to do, so I don't think you got a smooth brain. If you want to give it a shot, 100 devs. Yeah, I was about to say, 100 devs is a pretty good course. It not only teaches you like the actual technology, but it teaches you, the optimal way to keep it in your head, so you doesn't just leave your head in a month when you forget everything. I don't know what I did there. Would highly recommend. As you can see, I'm not the only one to recommend either. From 0 to full stack, MERN stack. Yeah, for sure, God Frequency. Yeah, that's one of the good things about 100 devs. It ain't a tutorial. It's actual hands-on coding in the projects. While there are there's always videos and tutorials and things that you can just read, you don't just read it, you also do it. You don't just do it. After you do it, you understand why you did what you did, and you need to do that to do it with your own thing. So while you don't need to understand how every little Lego works individually, you understand it's made of Legos, and you can use those Legos to build your own things. So yeah, understanding why. Sometimes the why can be confusing though. A lot of the answers to the why, at least in the web development world, is because that's the way they did it. Like the reason that, you can get into technical reasons. You can spend forever on technical reasons, like why man does not equal man, and man also does not, like, like these weird things like this, like, why is it this way? You could spend a lifetime figuring out all the whys, honestly. Would not recommend. But yeah, show public list of the top X items on the homepage. Done. And with that, we gotta fix some stuff. Uh-oh. So we're gonna make an amend real quick, because I forgot to write some stuff. I wrote it bad. So the thing is that this will allow me to write things badly, but they're all actually should be class names. There we go, and now it looks happy. Each child must have a unique key property, index div. Interesting. Oh, I've also done bad formatting here. Oh, look at all this bad formatting I did. I was not ready to commit this at all. I believe in you, VS Code. You can format this code. There we go. Are we good now? We appear to be good. We are ready to launch it again, Houston.
Oh, college instead. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like had that choice before me too a while back. Technically, 7, 8 months ago, I had that choice, and because I was going to college. I had one semester in before the whole pandemic happened, and then life rearranged itself. So I was like, time to go back to college. Wait, why am I going to college again? Why am I paying all this money? And that's when I found 100 devs myself. Yeah, that's what they commonly call tutorial hell, right? You're just doing tutorials, making all these things, but you're just basically copying what their instructions are, not doing anything yourself. I mean, you are doing it yourself, but you're not thinking of the logic yourself. Like thinking about, like conceptually in your mind, thinking about why things are doing and what you want them to do is a lot of the programming. The rest of it is, okay, now how do I tell the computer to do this? But yeah, learning the logic of it, which you're not going to learn any of that from the tutorial, at least how to think for yourself on it. Like I already said, figure it out, learn from mistakes. You just gotta, either way, it's going to be a little bit of a time commitment in my experience. Which is why I do enjoy this streaming. Got stuff to do. I can bring y'all along for the journey wherever it may take me. Dragging. Nope, I didn't mean to drag that away. I dragged this away. Yeah, that's not a good place to start God Frequency. That is the opposite of a good place to start. That is, I would almost say, the worst place to start. Unless your goal is to go into machine learning specifically and you don't care about coding or programming, AI would be, I suppose, where you want to go. But there's a lot of shoulders of giants knowledge to for AI, machine learning, and all that. And algos, those are very deep into the logic. I would definitely say not the beginner. I mean, they're useful, but it's not an apples to apples. Hey, Goliath. Hamster. Or maybe you meant hamster. Hope your Saturday's going well. We are just about to be taking a break, though. Let's go find ourselves a Code Wars. Yeah, don't listen to me. Don't listen to me, God Frequency. You got another Grats. Listen to them. Maybe I forgot to mention it, but 100 Devs isn't a paid boot camp, by the way. I'm not trying to sell you. I don't get no commission or anything. Wouldn't even be able to. Udemy tutorial hell. What was it? The first or second class of it? Leon was like, okay, everyone put in the chat who has like a bunch of Udemy courses that you haven't completed. Come on. I remember that. I in the chat for everyone who's got a bunch of courses you never completed. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to bring that back. I wasn't saying. I was just reminiscing. It's a safe space. I know. I got a couple I haven't completed. I haven't even touched. Be crafting. What do you got? For sure. I already did that one. Yeah, looks like sounds like some good book recommendations. I would recommend you a book on Frequency, but books just don't do it for me. Not that I don't read, it's just learning from books. Not my forte. Yeah, documentation. Although some
Specifically, like the guides and the documentation, the reference documentation is dry as heck. Try to read the examples and stuff. Though the reference does help you understand it, it's not where I would jump in at. Some docs aren't even written by humans, they're just auto-generated. Yeah, I appreciate that, Justin Gretz. That's what it is, right? It's more than just a bunch of material hosted on some website. It's the community that you can just keep going with. That keeps that momentum up, right? And there are a lot of code words I don't remember here. Apparently, I've done them all though. Not that one. Not that one. Okay, so yeah, I went through a bunch of them. This is. So we are supposed to be healthy here. I'm 89 minutes past my break, so y'all feel free to keep on figuring out good books and stuff. But I'm gonna take a break. And when we get back from that break, we're gonna conquer that code war. There's a link in chat if y'all wanna get a head start. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. I'll catch you. So we took a longer stretch in that time. 7-minute break. I'll catch you on the other side, folks.
Hey, of course, Error ID. Appreciate you coming on by. Appreciate all your help. We had some, this is a great chatting with you. Hope you have a good rest of your Saturday and weekend. I'll catch you next time. Hey, feel free to make your way on back, folks. The break is coming to an end. There we go, folks. Let's knock out this lovely Code War. So, we have a zero-index array, which is a weird way of saying an array, consisting of integers given. The dominator of the array is the value that occurs more than half of the elements of array. So that is, I don't know if that's grammatically correct, but basically it occurs more than half of the length. So more than 50% is the dominator. So given an array 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3, 3, the dominator is 3 because it occurs 5 out of 8, and 5 is greater than half of 8, which is 4. So that we're going to be given an array was to return the dominator, or -1 if there is no dominator. Additionally, all values will be greater than 0. I don't know why that's mentioned, but it is mentioned. So those are our parameters. Of course, Ryan. Yeah, my comment homework repo. Oh, yeah, the my comments of the to-do app, you mean? Yeah, of course. I'm glad y'all can find use for it, yeah. I don't think it's there, but well, I guess it's not really up in the front there, but yeah. Where is it? Yeah, the to-do list. Yep, with all the lovely comments. Yeah, it wasn't every line, but it was most of them. Bar doubling now. Hey, nice. Yeah. Always happy to help. Glad to see you. It's working while I'm not. So, those are parameters, an array of numbers. We're supposed to be returning the number that occurs more than half the length of the time, or -1. And then we are to be pseudocode, so we'll be creating a map of counters. We'll be counting however many times an element occurs. When any of the counts exceed or are greater than the length of the array, then we return that element. How does that work for even numbered arrays or for odd numbers? So 1 1 0 0 0. So the length of the array divided by 2 is 2.5. So I would need something that would occur greater than 2.5. Okay, so yeah, that does still work. Just wanted to be sure. So const counts was a new map. We're using the maps because that is the proper data structure for arbitrary keys to values, apparently. Then we're going to loop through our array for const num of array counts. Oops, that was almost TOS there. New count equals count set will be get num or 0. Where did that keyboard go? Or 0 plus a 1. So that's our new count. If new count greater than threshold. Now we need to define threshold as array length divided by 2. So that's the threshold that we need to pass in order for an element to be the dominator. Otherwise, we didn't find a dominator. We return -1. But now we need to update our counts. That is saying counts.set num new count. I think it's about as concise as this is gonna get, folks. Let's see if we got it. That we do. Uh-oh. Something's broken. Nope, okay, it's just a giant... Must have some big random tests in there. Hey, Ryan, appreciate the subscription. The continued subscription. 3 months. That's the whole time I've been streaming, ain't it? I greatly appreciate it, Ryan. Glad the streams and the repos and all that stuff can be useful, y'all. Okay, with this code, let's see what they do. They sort the array, then I don't think they needed to sort the array, but oh, so there's a fancy way in which so they keep less in memory by sorting the array, which puts all the similarly counted ones by themselves. Then they traverse through the array with 2 pointers, the first, the last, and then if the count of these is more than the half, return it, otherwise we keep moving forward. Interesting and more memory efficient. More memory efficient than my solution. What about time efficiency? So I equals 0. I's always still going forward, so actually identical time efficiency too. I mean, probably better in every form. Nice. Most people went with the counters mapping though, as I can tell. Oh, someone just did all the counting once and then the checks. That's the least efficient way to do it. Someone loves writing words. Okay, folks, and with that, we're moving on to the project. Hello again, C Films. Hope everything's going well. Now, for this part of the project, we're going to go back to some big time coding in a moment, but this part, which is supposed to happen 4 hours ago, but time gets away from me, huh, folks? We're essentially going to be breaking down the passport authentication logic. So the logic that allows all this auth to work. So starting it up, we have sessions and passports. So at the very top we have JSX, that's a view engine, it doesn't matter. We have JSON and URL, that's for parsing inputs, doesn't matter to authentication. We have method overriding, doesn't matter to authentication. We get logging, we got static, we got more parsing. None of that's about authentication. And then, wow, we have this message that's been here a while. We have our first thing that is required for authentication, at least for the majority of Passport.js. That is express session. What this does is essentially this library allows for every client to have associated with it information. But the difference in that before, we would associate that information and we would give it to the client, and we would, instead of giving it to the client, now we're keeping it for ourselves because the information is private and we don't trust the client with it. I don't know, C Films, with no words, how do I talk for communication? I got no idea. That's a good one to me. Yeah. And the reason we use the sessions is because we want to keep information related to a client, aka user. Would sounds work? I mean, yeah, words are just sounds that we've given meaning to, right? So, yeah, sounds would work, and then we would eventually turn those sounds back into words. So, yeah, they would work, C Films. So, yeah, express session is basically server side storing information related to the clients. It doesn't have to be, but this is the easiest way to do it. The alternative is storing on the client side with what we saw before, JWT and tokens and all that stuff. Now, this does make the connection stateful, which means that the server has information that only it has, and if it turns off and turns on, it would be lost. To alleviate that, we use a custom store, basically where it stores the session information. And what it does is here, we're essentially saying, put it in Mongo. So use your database for the storage of session information. Then we get a URL, all that stuff. And this manages creating, updating, deleting, all that stuff, the session information. And additionally, cleaning up the old ones. Yeah, C Films, that's an interesting question. They definitely get me thinking, C Films. They definitely got me thinking. Now, you'll see other passport approaches that don't require sessions, but best to be familiar with them just in case. Now then we have some options here. Resave and save uninitialized. These are kinda as they say on the can. If you don't have anything in your session, it'll still create one for you. Resave means if you don't make any changes, still save them. You can try without and with these as you like. Secret is not identical to the JWT token secret,
but its usage is identical. It's basically secret information that it uses to sign the cookie it gives to the front end that front end gives back to identify which session it belongs to. Now here I have GenID. GenID is a little function that you can pass that will generate it'll basically tell it how it generates the random IDs. They should be random, non-conflicting, and unique. Actually, they only need to be unique. They don't need to be any other stuff. Now I have chosen to set it to a MongoDB ID because I have a weird setup in which unauthenticated people can have entities created for them. Well, I mean, it's definitely much more focused C-Films, because it's more localized to, Seattle and such, right? So in Wikipedia, you'd find a list, but this is when you find a lot more personality to your site, for sure, C-Films. Right. So once you have sessions, we get to the actual passport logic. Now, I put this in its own file because we love that, but it can be in the other file too. Now, passport is broken into, it normalizes a lot of this logic, but one thing that does need to be somewhat unique are the strategies. So these are the strategies. Basically, you specify a strategy name, and that is the approach it will use to sign a user up. Now, there's more logic than just this behind it, and that's what each strategy does. So you get your Google strategy. It manages the tokens. It does all the OAuth magic. The Discord, same thing. It manages tokens, reads prop. It does all that stuff for us. And then we have a local strategy in this example where it automatically pulls the username and password from the request body or request params or whatever it's coming in from. So they do whatever work it needs to do behind the scenes to essentially provide you with a little bit of a function. This verification function that you're going to be given information and you're expected to return, though not exact with the return statement, the user or additional information about the user. So here's the strategy in which you give it a username and password. I find a user with that username. If I don't, then I say we're done. We didn't find a user. False for failure. And a message. If I do find a user and the password doesn't matches, this is the exact same thing we did before in JWT land. We say I didn't find a user. I failed. Here's the stuff. If we do find a user, then we say no error. Here's the user. Lastly, we do need to handle errors. We don't need to, but it's good. So if there's an error, I pass whatever the error is to the done function. A Martin TP or FP Martin TP. I hope your Saturday's been going well. We're just going over this passport JS code I've got here. Now the Google and Discord and any OAuth 2 compliant strategy look a lot the same. So I have some logic here that says only activate it if I have the ID. You don't need this, but with the strategy it takes some options, an options object, which you need to pass the credentials, the callback URL. So when you go to authenticate, you will hit your endpoint locally. So you get your local endpoint here. Nope, that's not a square. So you hit your local endpoint here, and that will take you to Google. So it'll take you to the big G. And then Google will send you back with authentication tokens to another endpoint. So the callback URL is this other endpoint. Google needs to know where I'm sending the user back to with their information. Now you're not wrong, C-Films. If you have an issue, you might need a tissue. Now each additional OAuth strategy can have more stuff. You can request scope. Basically it's what information or what access you would like to have. I want the profile. I don't remember what state is. Then with each of them, you're going to get an access token, or fresh token, and a normalized profile. It's a little different from local strategy, but with all OAuth 2 compliant ones, you're going to get these three things. Now, access and refresh token is if you want to do something on behalf of that user. So if you're OAuthing with Twitter, for example, and you wanted them to like a tweet, you would use the access token to make an authenticated request to Twitter and like a tweet, for example. 99,000 CD, CCCC, DC, ACC, CCX. I'm glad you're there, C-Films. I'm not. Now, once you have the profile information, now this is a normalized profile, for those who don't know what that is. There are docs on it. Now, the Passport.js docs are not the best. I'll be straight up honest with you. They feel a little tough to get through, but they exist. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Dom14. Hope your day's going well. Here are these Passport.js docs, by the way, specifically the one that tells us what a normalized user profile looks like. So these are basically the common shape of the profile. You're going to have provider, ID, display name, name, email, and photos. Now, as you can see, it says they're not all going to be here. Oh, 99,000 channel points. Cool, I got you, C-Films. Nice. Yeah, I guess I'm working on adding more channel point stuff. Now, the one consistent thing that we're basically guaranteed to always get is an ID. So with that ID, now this is where you kind of need to figure out how you want to organize your data. Now, I have chosen to schema my user somewhere around here. Now, I have chosen that there's going to be a username and a password. Then there's going to be a sub-object of connected IDs from external accounts. So I have a connected Google ID, a connected Discord ID, stuff like that. So you need to do whatever query selecting, whatever asking the database to find a user associated with this Google user ID. Once you do, if you find it, you found it, congratulations, you return passing that user to the done function. If you haven't found it, then this is the part where you would create that user and have them exist in the database to either be fully authenticated or move on to the next step of authentication. I'm doing that right here. I'm creating a new user with a username of their display name. This might not be a most recommended way. And then setting the connected Google ID to the input profile ID. And I'm saving it. I would go through Discord line by line too, but it is practically identical. The only difference is that everywhere it said Google now says Discord, and the username is profile.username plus hashtag profile discriminator, because that's how Discord profiles look. So that's what most of your passport is going to look like. In addition, you're going to probably export a function or export something that allows you to call, initialize, and session on your app. These are middlewares that the initialization lets it basically work, like it lets it be able to detect the strategies, and the session allows it to decode the information stored in the session and populate the request.user object with your user. Now, where did it get that user from? This is the part at the top of the file I skipped over with. The serialization and the deserialization. How are all international donuts unique and not the same? I mean, donuts aren't unique and the same. How are they all unique and not the same? That is contradictory, because if they're unique... Wait, they are unique. Never mind. But yeah, to serialize a user, this is where it's going to save the user information in the session. Basically, you want to pass, so it's going to take the user, the full user object, the one that you gave it, down here, and it's going to turn it into something that is primitive, something that's serializable. Generally, you want this to be a string or a number, or as most go with, the ID of the user. Then to deserialize the user, you're going to take whatever you serialized and turn it back into a user. Most people, since it's an ID, they find their user by that ID, and then they return that user. Yeah, IDs are important. C-films are the best way to identify different users and such. That's why they exist, right? Now with that, that's all setting Passport up. But we haven't actually used it anywhere yet. So let's move on to there. That's going to be in our routes. So I've kind of showed them all in one file, but usually we see an auth file that has auth only routes. I haven't gotten there yet. So what we have here is some logic here. So first we have the Google one. Mine's conditional, but you don't have to be. So when you go to /login/Google, you say Passport authenticate Google. This is the middleware that Passport exposes, and then you can pass it the strategy name. You're wondering where it got the name Google from? Well, the strategy over back in Passport, the name is gotten from the package name. So specifically Passport-local, Discord, and Google. You can rename them differently, ABC. So you can rename them to whatever you want by setting the first parameter of passport.use to the new strategy name. Or you can leave them by default, which is after the hyphen of the package name. ID, I know. I love me my internationalized donut C-films. And then we make another router. This is where Google will send the user back to. And it's going to send them back with all the information that you need. The authentication code, all that good stuff that Passport will then send back in exchange for the profile information and all that stuff. So we call it again to generate that middleware. But this time, we say when you fail, go back to the login page. You failed. And then include a failure message in your response. Tell me why you failed. If you don't fail, then as all middleware do, you go to the next middleware, which is to redirect the user to the home page. You can do whatever you want. You can even do nothing. At this point, the user is logged in after this completes successfully. Now Discord, identical logic, replace the word Google with Discord. That's it. When they're that similar, that's why the OAuth 2 standard exists, for the similarity of them like that. Then we have normal login. Now you don't have to do this. You don't even have to implement multiple strategies. But if you want to log in with yield, username, and password, this is basically what that looks like. Post to /login. You give the strategy name, and then you tell it where to go when it fails. So that is, again, basically identical here. I just didn't include a failure message because I'm lazy. Yes, C-film. So that's specific to my implementation of this, not Passport specifically, but yeah, in my implementation, I am using bcrypt to hash and salt my passwords. Probably the simplest recommended way to do it. Bcrypt it. It has simple methods for comparisons. And in your sign up methods for your routes, which I haven't gotten to, but that is the next place to go actually. So we have our sign up route. Again, no Passport yet. You make sure you can't sign up as an existing user. Then you create the user, and this is where the hashing starts. So we create hashing the password 10 rounds, I believe. That's all that matters. Yeah, D and Bull, thanks for coming on back. Yeah, I do believe that line, we find it. It's just converting it to a Boolean for me. Yeah, it's just converting it to a Boolean.
So if it's truthy, it becomes actual true. If it's falsy, it becomes actual false. Additional, you could just do Boolean. That would also work. Or you can do ternary question true, colon false. So this is just a way to get an explicit truth or false. The reason I do this is because eventually, because I'm weird like that, I pass to the front end if they have Google and Discord, and I obviously wouldn't want to pass the client ID, so I do that conversion so I can reuse it right down here. So I don't show the Google link if I don't have Google OAuth enabled. Well, we got 3 Passport C-Film, 1 for local, 1 for Google, and 1 for Discord. But yeah, the next part, after we create the user data by hashing it with bcrypt and salting it technically, we create and save the user. We do some logic for my stuff, which is renaming all the current list to that user. Yeah, it's that short and little code word sweetness, DM Bull. It's the sweetness. And then we use a method that is given to us by Passport called login, which takes a user that you want to log in as and a callback that receives what went wrong. We'll just use .then. There is no .then. It takes a callback and nothing else. Then after this, it logs the user in. Now, one interesting thing to note is that, I'll demonstrate this later, when you log in, log out, or your authentication state changes, the session gets regenerated for you. So if you're storing anything in session, you're being a weirdo, being a cool custom stuff, it's going to get cleared. Just beware. No, I'm trying to think, logging in. Yeah, nothing does there. Yeah, so that was the sign up route and the login route. I believe there's no more code necessarily to walk through. So it's time for us to actually step through this code. And we're not going to be able to step through the code because, okay, we will step through the local code. We can step through the local code, then I will show the process for creating all that stuff we need for Discord and actual Google. So I'm going to log out real quick, and we're going to go log in. So, A, B, C, D, E, F. Well, I have to make sure this ain't a real user. Okay, it's not a real user. Would have been really embarrassed if it was. Now, I do want to do this in debug terminal, so gotta turn it back on and off again. Now, before we go anywhere, I want to demonstrate Express Session, because we're building on a lot of things here. So let's look at the debug tools, good old browser debug tools, and look at application. Don't look at application, look at storage. There we go. So we have a lot of cookies here. These are all our cookies. In the cookies we have all these things. We have connect SID and a bunch of other ones that they matter to some sites. I'm going to clear them all. Then I'm going to refresh. And we're going to see that we were given a connect.sid. Now, connect is a common pattern that Express Framework uses. That's what it's called. It was called connect in the past. That's why it exists there. In the SID, if you couldn't guess, stands for session ID. You can even see it expires in one session. So this is the ID of the current session. You can see it ends with F plus FK. If I refresh, it doesn't change. That's very important to sessions, that they do not change. And since this is a cookie, we consistently send it back with every request so it knows who we are. We can prove that by looking at a route that I have defined for every request in console logging the request session.id.
There we go. Now we do a refresh, and we see it's right here. Now it's slightly different in the cookie, because it's all smushed and stuff, but you can see that the first half of it, 6.2 all the way up to 1159, is that there. The rest of this is, gonna be honest, don't know what the rest of this is. It's some kind of hashing function. It's important. That's all you really need to know. You don't even need to touch it though, because the ID is the front half of it. Now we can store other stuff in the session. We can be like request.session.count equals request.session.count or 0 plus 1. So we can store anything we want in the session. And we don't need to call any special .save method or anything, because express session kind of does this automatically for us. Console log. Look at that. Copilot knows what I want. There we go. We come on back. We do a refresh. We went because we were too fast. And we see 1 request. 2 requests. 3 requests. So it's information that the client holds a key or an identifier to, but the server holds all the actual information. Now I'm going to show all that actual information now, because remember, we're using Mongo Store. So it's in our MongoDB database. Consider this your 60-second break as I log in. Do. I swear I know my password. I know all the words. There we go. We are still out under 15 seconds. Thank you, Spectrum Internet. There we go. We are slowly making our way to the database. Making our way. And we're going to go here to our connected database and look at sessions. This is not a collection we establish in Mongoose. This is handled by Express Sessions. And we can see all the things in here. So these are all the sessions that exist. Which one is mine? Great thing about IDs is that we can look them up. So my ID is, probably should log it because I don't remember it. Tell me ID. And you can see I did a refresh and it went to 4. So it still remembers me despite the server being turned off and back on. Okay, so I gotta go find it real quick. An Express session will manage this like by deleting them when they expire and all that later. Oh, because there are more here than I thought. Okay, so we need to access. Do a little searching all of a sudden. There we go, we found it. And you can see it contains ID, when it expires, and the actual session data, which is a bunch of stuff in here. And if we open this as a string, and open it in a new thing, and format it, we can see it contains a cookie information, and, would you look at this? That's the information we were storing in the database. So that's where it was going the entire time. You might ask, oh, does that mean for every single request that we use a session, we are requesting stuff from the database? Yes, it's a little bit more efficient than that, but for the sake of comparison and explanation, sure. I'm doing weird stuff here. I'm keeping my old session ID. Don't think about that. I believe now that actually is everything we can look at, or everything we can explain away. The rest of the stuff, we gotta step on through. So we're starting at the very top, where we initialize the stuff. Any moment, VS Code. There we go. Oh, I was too fast. Okay, there we go. So, using our passport methods. Let's see what they do. Stepping in is always a fun one, folks. So, what does initialize do? Initialize calls initialize. Absolutely crazy. What does this do? This does as every other middleware does. All of them do. It returns a function. What's this function do? It sets a bunch of other things up that we will look at later, because we can't look at it right now. So we're going to look at this later. That's why I set a breakpoint for later. But after we do that, we go into the session logic, which, surprise, surprise, it's calling something else. That's calling something else. That is... Come on, VS Code. That is eventually returning another function. So as you can see, this is the authenticate middleware, which we get to find out what it does when we come back here, because we can't look inside that middleware until we actually execute that code. Now after that, we're just going to go on and do the other stuff back on the rest of the code, adding all our routes, adding all our middlewares. We will jump into our routes and at least get to when we add the local one, because the local one's the more interesting one. Actually, that's a harder one. We'll look at the Google one. Okay, so, well, actually, I don't know which one I have, so we'll skip down here. There we go. We don't have Google enabled because that credential is missing, so we'll look at the Discord one. You can see it's calling authenticate again, which we just saw before was being done for session. So, surprise, surprise, passport.session is shortcut for passport.authenticate, passing it the name session. So, there's already a built-in strategy here for sessions. That's how the framework works. And with that, that's all of the initialization code we actually get to look at. We don't get to see anything else until we actually start running this code. And we run the code by attempting to log in. Well, first we're going to see what does the initialization actually do. So it starts adding a bunch of things to our request. So first thing it adds the login method with multiple casings, in case you're funny like that. What's this function do? You can see it's defined, come on clicky, way over here. And what's this do? It does a lot of stuff, but it calls something else .login. And you can see here, when I said it only takes a function or a callback, it only takes a callback. No promises here. You can promisify it, but that's another talk for another day. You can see, and additionally, it adds a logout function and a is authenticated and is unauthenticated method. So these are methods that, if we click here, we can see they return true or false based on if the user is assigned to the request, aka if they are logged in. You can use this to create your own middlewares that say you can only come here if you're logged in. I don't have any of those, but that's what you could also use them for. Now, next we're doing more stuff, basically. So since this is the initialization one, we're just going to jump on through all this. We set passport, we set a bunch of stuff up. So it sends it to request.user, but if you configure the options, it will save it to whichever attribute you fancy. I believe we are done with this endpoint, and we are now looking at trying to see which one we're looking at here. So it's another authenticate one. This is where we're starting to get into the fun part of it, folks, where it's actually going to be trying to figure out
who you are. There we go. So first it tries to get the layer of the current name. So right now, let's try to figure out with the session strategy, can I figure you out? The answer is yes. So it will first try to use the function. There's no, it's a string. It can't really do anything. Big sad. I kind of skipped over that, but we get the session prototype, which has a bunch of functions that is what the session will be using to actually turn into a strategy. And we see the strategy success is basically when it's successful, we say things are successful, all the success, we pass messages around, and we call the login method. So when you successfully authenticated, what it does is it makes sure you are who you are via the strategy, and then it calls login for you. Then if you fail, it tries to fail and all that other fun stuff. Redirect you all these different ways. And then we actually call it to, so once we've created it, we're actually going to start calling this. Now, since we're in specifically the session, this is where it starts to get a little deep. We're not going to go too far into it, where first we try to get the user out. And, what was that? So this is if there's weird streaming stuff going on. Thankfully, there is none. We pass, which calls it on to next, passing it on to the next, literally, physically, the next thing to run. So it's like, we tried, go on to the next one. And now we're back in Express code. So poof, back away from Express code. But now we're going to log in with a real attempt. So A, B, C, D, E, F, they don't exist obviously, but we're going to make a call on it. So boom, we're stepping through authenticate again, all this, lots of logic. We are trying to authenticate with session, that's going to fail. We're stepping through authenticate again. We're trying to authenticate this time with local, very different. So now we tried session, we couldn't find us. Now we're trying local. And since this is a string, it doesn't have that. Now it's going to look up the strategy by the local name. And you can see these are all three of the ones we got: passport, local, Discord. Local is a little simpler, but these are all the options that we pass to it. You can look here in Discord and see that's my client ID, that's my secret, all this stuff from what you passed it generated all for us. So once we get it, it just looks it up. It starts creating all the funness, sets all these things up. Again, it's just these same methods again, just adding it to construct our strategy, give it all the methods it needs to call, and then calls in. Now this is specifically the local strategy. So the session one was doing something different. The local one is doing this. It's getting the username from the body or from the query. It's just finding where you put the username. And it's finding where you put the password. If you didn't have one, it fails. Then it calls your verify function. Now we're about to see where this function is. Surprise, this is your verify function. And it calls it with all this fun stuff, and we're going to go on to here where we try to look up for a user with a username of ABC. They did not exist. So we are calling our done callback with null, false, and message. Null being the error, false being we did not find the user, message being just message and more stuff to pass along. You can see the verified shape is error, user, and info. If there was an error, call the error function. If there's no user, call the fail. Otherwise, call success with the user and the info. Those are all things we defined earlier. You don't really need to look at it though, because we failed. Now this challenge thing, it's a different thing in which basically you will attempt multiple times. Don't think about it though. So we failed, and then we will make another attempt with the next thing. So it's going to try. Oh, if there's nothing other to try with. Why is there no time as an adult? I know, speakeasy. It's all them responsibilities, right? So what happened just then is it tried to authenticate with the next strategy, but we only have one strategy for this route. Yeah, it happens, speakeasy. We all got responsibilities. Then as it fails, it feels like we're going backwards. There we go, and we just stepped into the database. That's awkward. I don't know where we're at now. Oh, we're in the Mongo store. My bad. So yeah, we kind of just jumped into the Mongo store where we are updating the database. Let's get out of there. Did authentication happen? I don't think so. Yeah, we are trying other things. What are we trying now? We're trying a session auth. So yeah, this is going to fail. And our login failed. Mr. Robot. Yeah, I have seen Mr. Robot, actually. I think, I don't know, maybe the first or second season I saw. I didn't watch all of it yet, but yeah, I've seen the first or second season. So that, folks, was the unsuccessful login. Let's show a successful one. It's going to look mostly the same, except for one bed. So we're going to actually skip to the interesting thing. Skip to the passport right here. Well, not there specifically. There we go. So we made it. We have a user. The password is correcto. And we're going to pass the user back to the done callback, which is here. So there is no error. There is a user. We call success. Then if there's more logic, again, handling all the different things, we do some all successful messaging stuff, all kinds of crazy stuff, and then we call login, which, let's actually see what this does. So let's put so we can come back there later. You can see it goes through this and it sets this property to the user. So it just stores the user, folks. That's all it does. And then additionally, it does some session logic. So it's like, oh, I got a session here. I should tell the session to log in, which is going to do right here. Now this is what we haven't seen yet, that the session actually also has a login. And it will go along here. Come on. And here's what I described earlier. Every time your authentication state changes, you get a brand new session. So if you're using the same session that the auth is for storing other stuff like counts or stuff, better watch out. Keep it, take it out of the session, put it back in, however you want to manage that. Just that's why things get cleared if that's where you're using it. Now, do we want to look at regeneration? We don't really care about how it regenerates. Though, this is the first time, so we will take a look at it. We care more interesting about what it does after, but we will take a peek. It just calls regenerate on another thing, which calls a destroy. So we can look at destroy. Now, destroy, you can see here that in the Mongo store, we delete the thing from the database. So every time that happens, so like I said, when I mentioned, oh, am I hitting the database for everything I do? Yeah, you're making a fair amount of database requests. That's the life. So delete one with the ID of the thing, all fun logic. And then we generate a new one. So this is going to be calling session ID becomes generate ID. Gonna wonder where that comes from. That's a function that I defined. Now, you don't have to define it, but if you want, you can define it yourself. Then we will step on through, let us go. There we go. Then we set the new session to a wrapper around the session, which if we take a peek at is just this thing, defining properties, all this stuff. All this crazy fun stuff here. Ah, yeah, Speakeasy. This is, we have gone very deep into the session logic here. So I know it's a bit verbose and terse of like, why would I need to know any of this? But it's the details, you know? It's the nitty-gritty details that, while they don't matter for us using it, I think they're interesting to look at. It shows just how the magic is made. Essentially, we're looking through the code of the libraries that we use to see what it's doing. The plot is thickening very quickly. And then, yeah, for the session, we're saving the cookie, and we done for that method. Then we call this thing, I don't know what that is. And now we're here. So now we're going to serialize our user. Now, there it is. So this takes our user object, which is right here, the one that I created and I passed from the database, whatever it is, and it calls serialize on it. Now, where does this method go? Well, first it goes through all the serializers. So we're going to look through them all. I think we need to step into here. Yeah, we do. Well, I forgot. I didn't click the right button, folks. But it eventually went and called our serialized user function. Then we start storing stuff in the session, all that fun stuff. Then we save the session, which is just eventually going to pass it all off to Mongo. We won't skip through that because we know Mongo does magic. And then I think I clicked on the wrong thing, but that's okay, we're going through it. So then after the login, and after the save, and after all this, after the Mongo, we're getting all the way out of here almost. Yeah, we're so deep at this point. Give me freedom. Now, I believe we are logged in. And it's going to do this for every single additional one. So I'm going to clean up some breakpoints. So that blazingly just ram-rashed walkthrough was essentially the library asking Mongo, then Mongo getting the session back, then you taking the session, you giving it back to our code giving you the user, you taking the user, giving it back to the session giving it back to Mongo, then us taking that user and passing it on to our user code. So I know it's a lot in there, folks. Those are all the moving parts. Now you're asking, okay, that was cool for local. Well, let's show me how the Google one works. You already saw it. You already saw all the important parts of how the Google strategy works. The whole point of Passport is that you can almost, without thinking about it, swap strategies in and out. And aside from the initialization and this application logic, they behave nearly identical. That is the whole point of it. So what you just saw for the local strategy was the exact same logic for the Google strategy and the Discord strategy. What we didn't see, obviously, was what to do for OAuth 2, which is a bunch of token management. I am about to show all that stuff. I appreciate it, Speakeasy. That's what I'm going for, I guess. Corporate billionaire, huh? I mean, software engineering does pay. I don't know if it pays that much, though. But yeah, folks, those are all the
passport-specific components, which means we are exiting debug mode. And look, I've broken some more JSX junk. What is broken? Each child should have a unique key property. Okay, so after that super deep dive, let's have a little fun. Let's fix a JSX error. 'Cause I don't know what went broken, but something broke over here. And then we'll jump into actually getting the whatchamacallit, the Discord and Google fully created from scratch. Okay, so somewhere around here I'm creating a bunch of LIs. I'm not giving them keys, so you got keys, you're good. Good. Ah, you ain't got keys. I have failed you. Hey, sure thing, Speakeasy. Let me finish typing this bit out, though. Comparison dot A plus hyphen plus comparison dot B. You want to join a room together, or you want me to fend for myself in the wild? It's up to y'all. As you can see, adding that little bit of string made the JSX happy. Nah. I mean, it's all about the journey, right? And hey, I was supposed to take a break 5 minutes ago anyway, so we will count this as the break. Hey, sounds good, Speakeasy. We'll do 3 solo rounds, unless anyone else wants to join. Let me actually add that as a commit. Fix missing JSX key. Just giving y'all time. I believe in you, VS Code. Oh, let's turn that off. Boop. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, and that's been enough time. Solo into the wild I go. Here we go. Hey, first place. That's pretty rare. 88. Oh, not too far off. Phew. Spam biography. America's Miracle Meat. What a story. Ah, close there. Great Expectation by Charles Dickens. Fancy. Oh, seems to be quite an even room there. Ah. Well, this is a bad one. Ooh. Well, that was a real close one there. Thought I almost had him. Slowly wearing off. Monkey type since it's easier. We can do a monkey type round. Yeah. I mean, it's just all they're all basically the same in my book, you know. Keyboard is the one I actually do to like keep good at. Wow. A lot of typing here. Latest is causing an autofill pipe up. Has been released. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Oh, it's where's the thing? How do I compete? Just pure letters. Ah, interesting. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, might as well give this one a shot. Oh. Ah. Oh, it moved. Oh, it's an infinite kind of thing. Okay, I was like, okay, this is my goal, and it kept on going. Like, oh, it's one of them infinite, type as much as you can. Ah, I see. Oh yeah, I remember. I know this site. I always see the screenshots of this font and stuff. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I mean, usually I'm the only one I'm really consistent is the Keyboard one. You know, that's my consistency one. Yeah, them special characters are weakness, right? Yeah, I can do it a little faster on this one because this one, like, you can just blast through the errors, you know? There's no backspacing to fix it, so it's a little different than the other ones. Just blast it. It's like you make a mistake, keep going, don't look back. Yeah, that was a good break there, folks. Appreciate that good redemption speakeasy. And at the end of that break, I'm going to create, basically fully demonstrate. This time I'm going to hide my credentials. I'm not going to make that mistake twice. Let's look at our env file, see if we can. Nope. Okay, so gonna have to manually go pixel mode, I guess, when we come here, because that extension is dead. Hey, yeah, we all gotta keep clean, right? I mean, that wasn't enough type to make me sweat, but yeah, it was a good one for sure. Okay, folks, so we're gonna start with Google, since it's Google. Everyone loves Google. Google Developer Console. So this is where we need to go, to the Google Developer Console, and we need to create a new project. Or if you've already been here, use an existing project. But gotta create a new project. Yes, I am highly confident, or relatively confident, that you do need a connected credit card to use the service. The service is free, but I think you need one connected. Someone else already told me that they needed to connect one, so that is the disadvantage, but it's Google. They're not going to charge you. That's not how they would keep people around. Pairwise Sorter, as you can see, this is from what we did last time. So give it a name. This is the name of the project. You cannot change it later, so probably name it something good, and it will create the project for you. Once you go there, it becomes your current project, and you need to go and create credentials for it. So this hamburger menu on the left here contains all the things, but not all the things. So you need to scroll down to the bottom of the hamburger menu to open up to find the rest of the things. So you need to click more products. Then you need to go into the APIs and services, and then the credentials tab. So it's a navigator. It's a journey, folks. So once you get to this place, you want to create an OAuth client ID. This is what the information that we need is an OAuth client ID. When you come here for the first time, it's going to be like, you can't do that yet until you configure your consent screen. So whenever you go to log in with Google something and it's like, oh, XYZ wants to have access to your account. This is what they're requesting. All that stuff. This is the consent screen. So you need to configure yours for your project. Now here you get two choices. Internal, which is basically only Google accounts that are also in the same organization as yours. Probably not what y'all are looking for. Or external, which is basically anyone who has a Google account. Fun fact, this won't be fully publicly accessible until your app is approved and verified, but it'll be fully testable up until that point. The approval process is basically filling out the forms, saying, I'm a real boy, and going through with the process. Here's the example of the screen we're getting. Wants to have access, they can access this, all the buttons and all the stuff. I'm not about to fill out all the things. Just what's needed, which is the app name and an email for them to be able to yell at you and tell you, remove me from the thing. Then all these links, again, if you want to actually get approved, you're going to want to fill these out. You can fill them out later, thankfully. And then domains. So I haven't really needed to use this one particularly yet. But apparently, hold on, let me think. Yeah, I think you can just add this later. Yeah, you can add it later. We don't need it now. All we need to do is fill in the things that it wants us to fill in. Don't know why that one didn't autocomplete, but we're living here now. And then these are the things that you're requesting from the user. You can like add a bunch of scopes of like, oh, I want to be able to access your YouTube account or this, that, and the other. Now these are things that with the access token and refresh token, you can make requests to additional Google APIs to get access to. But we're not doing that, so we don't need scopes. Again, you can add this later. These are the users who can access the app besides the one you're creating the account with. This is until you verify it and it's usable for public. You can add users here now. You can add them later. Just do it later. Then you have all this stuff, all the things, and you are done. It's a nice little review screen. Then it throws you here, and it's like, well, where'd my credentials go? So it doesn't take you back to the page you were. So you gotta manually go back to the credentials tab. Click create, and then OAuth client ID. And now you can actually create what you want. And there are a bunch of different versions here for different accessibility, different permeability, all that stuff. We are making a web application. You want to give it a name. Pairwise Sorter. Again, this is for not what they see, it's what we see. And then we need to authorize. So if you're going to be using this in the browser, which is something we're not doing, you need to add stuff here. But if you're going to be using it on the server,
you need an authorized redirect URL. So that's basically this URL that you defined both here, and in where you defined it. Where is it? Here. So these need to match. All three need to match. So in addition, you need to also include your domain name. So when you're locally developing, it's going to be localhost, your port number, and then the URL. But when you actually deploy it, it's going to be like your website.herokuapp.com/your URL. When you go to deploy it and it doesn't work, it's probably because you didn't add your herokuapp.com URL here. Thankfully, it will tell you why. It will tell you that's a bad URL you redirected me to. Okay, and it is created. And I forgot this part was here, so y'all are seeing it. I will delete this project later though, so enjoy that. So go to our env file, since I'm deleting it later. No reason not to show you. Copy the ID into the ID environment variable, the secret into the secret one. With that, you're done. Now you can get to start it up. And if you were to visit the /login/Google endpoint, or whatever endpoint you declared and passport authenticate Google, which I just have a link to over moi, I have a little Google link, it will then forward you on to an auth page. Then you can choose your Google account right here. And it will be slow sometimes because you're on Spectrum Internet. Then it'll send you back. Now, we missed it, but it took us back to the callback, and then it redirected us successfully to the home page. So right here is where it sent us. So we went to Google login, then Google sent us back to OAuth redirect Google, all this information. Here's that scope information we requested, and a bunch of other fun stuff. And now we're here. There's my username. There are a bunch of lists I have created. I have one list. I'm a very listicle person. Delete. Full access, full authentication. And to log back out, you do that. Now to sign up, it's the same process. So OAuth 2, there's no differing concept between login and sign up for the most part. It's just authenticate. Once you're authenticated, the responsibility of, do you want more information from the user, is your responsibility. OAuth doesn't handle gathering more information. You can ask for more from the profile, but it doesn't get any more. So that was Google. Not too crazy, folks. You go over here, or if it's your first project, you create a new project. You give the project a name. Once you're on the dashboard, go to the hamburger, scroll all the way down to APIs and services, click on credentials. Once you're here, you'll go create an OAuth. It'll send you to the OAuth consent screen. You gotta fill all those things out. Just keep entering your email and the name where it asks. Eventually you can create the actual OAuth credentials under create credential OAuth client ID. You want it to be a web application, and you want to add your local host, so where your actual server is locally, to this thing right here. And then once you do that, you need to pass these via environment variable recommended. You can do it however you want. But once you do get it into your code, you need to pass these as client ID and client secret to the new Google Strategy constructor. This was all in the Passport.js docs for Passport Google OAuth 20 or 2.0. If you want more stuff, you can ask for more scopes. You're going to find that documentation under actual Google OAuth docs. So anything more than this, you gotta go to Google to figure it out. Now for Discord, it's gonna be real similar. Discord developer application. We're gonna turn the server off too. Wrong one. Yeah, this is one. Since most of us probably do have our account all two-factored off, I gotta pull that up real quick, because when you go to create a new application, so from Discord developers application, you won't have one. Let's create a new one. Give it a lovely name, Pairwise Sorter, as you can tell. We did this Tuesday or Wednesday, and boom, this technically creates a Discord application. This is most commonly used for bots and stuff. Like, this is how you make bots, folks. But it's just generalized to application. We only care about the OAuth, so we go on over here. We have a client ID right there waiting for us. You can take that, shove it in there. We have a client secret right here waiting for us. But we have to, so this is the weird thing. You created it and it's like, oh, are you sure about resetting it? And you think, well, I was never given one to begin with. This is intentional. This is the way it always looks. They didn't create a separate OAuth onboarding experience. So when you create your first one, it's technically regenerating. And then it asks you for your two-factor auth, or however you all need auth. So let me get that right now. There we go. I entered my code, and now it generated a client secret. Copy that, put in the client secret field, and then, just like the other one, because they're all OAuth 2, there's a pattern here, folks. That's the specification. You need to add a redirect. Now, the redirect is going to be similar to the other one. HTTP localhost, fancy port number. Not that many port numbers. And then the exact OAuth route that you gave for the Discord callback, which is what I gave it right here. Again, they can be called anything. You don't have to put OAuth, redirect, or Discord in the title. It just has to be unique specifically for Discord. Can you merge them into one? You can, at your own risk. I wouldn't do something so crazy. Just keep it working. You can experiment on your own, folks. Once you got the Legos up, play with them however you like. Now with that, it's done. It's waiting for you to now turn it on and go to the Discord link. Now if y'all got any other suggestions, I will give them shots, but I mean, these are the two I really know how to work with. Here it goes. It sends us to Discord. I do have a Twitter one. I might try Twitter, folks. Then you gotta do a little loading thing. I probably gotta re-auth again, don't I? So this is the consent screen. You didn't really get to customize this one because it asks. It's not really customizable. It's the name, who you're signed in as, and what scopes it has requested. Yay! It didn't require me to auth again. And now I am logged in. There is my full username. You can see the exact same pattern happened again. We went to log in Discord. Then Discord sent us back here with a one-time usable code, which then the library exchanged with the API to get all our profile information. And yeah, I don't think I have any lists here. I don't. Now I can log back out. Now, these are the two I kind of just did just now, but I will make an attempt at adding another one. So I'm going to look at the docs real quick. I think Twitter will be the one I'll go to because I technically already have an API created. And Twitter has like a waiting list or something of that kind, so I don't know about any of the other ones. Y'all have a favorite, feel free to shoot out. Ooh, there's also a GitHub one, isn't there? Yeah, we'll try GitHub, and then we will attempt Twitter. Okay, well, where are the docs? So, GitHub OAuth. this is where we're going new, folks. Off the beaten path. So I suppose I'll need to install this first. So there's a demonstration of fall on the docs per se. Insert that. Passport use. GitHub strategy. Essentially, you're going to see a lot of copying and paste here, folks. That's what all OAuth 2 strategies look like. So I'm going to copy the Discord one. And I'll just drop in GitHub strategy, callback URL. You see. We have profile. Okay, see, so this is so similar that's going to be quicker for me to rename what I copy. So everywhere I said Discord, I now say, come on, Copilot. Or not Copilot at this point. I now say GitHub. I literally just renamed all the instances of Discord to GitHub. That's how simple this is going to be, except for this part. So we have a profile. I assume there's a username here. This is where we gotta kind of look at the actual docs. Oh, sorry. The tutorial took me to the wrong page. Okay, so create under your personal account or under any organization. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so those are the instructions. Should probably follow them. And again, folks, I will be deleting these very soon, so don't worry about it. Settings. OAuth apps. I might actually have one already made for other things. So the great thing about documentation is that it never goes out of date. Personal profile? No, that's not it. Okay, so yeah, maybe this ain't gonna be easy as I thought. Password authentication. Two-factor sessions, no. Account, no. Applications. OAuth apps, here we go, I wanna make one. I don't care about all these. I want to make one. Oh, developer settings. I missed one step. You miss one step, folks, you get lost. Okay, so if you're wondering, where's the GitHub apps? You have to click developer settings first. Then you can create OAuth apps. And yeah, I do not have one, it looks like. Application name. Pairwise Sorter. Again, we're seeing a lot of similar logic here. This one requires a homepage URL, so you gotta feed it information. Sometimes they're not just gonna let Joe Smo make a application. So I'm just gonna go find my URL real quick. Real quick. Maybe not really quick, maybe somewhat slow. There we go. Application is optional, and the callback URL, folks. Getting ready, used to this by now. Localhost :1237 / your OAuth callback. Which is not that. I copied too much. That is what it is. I don't know what this checkbox means, so we're gonna go read a little bit. Device flow allows you to opt for headless apps such as CLI tool or Git credential manager. Hey, welcome back, Speakeasy. We're just looking at how to create a new GitHub authentication strategy with OAuth. So, just for y'all, I'm gonna not check the box and see what happens. So here's a client ID. So we've got lots of imports that need to be happening. Let's get it going. So, start with our import of GitHub package JSON. What is the package name? GitHub 2. GitHub strategy. I know how to spell. So I'm trying to figure out if this is the correct import. Yeah, Speakeasy, it can get super complicated because Git and GitHub aren't the same and it's hard to tell which is which. Okay, now I'm trying to figure out export class strategy. Okay, so it is .strategy. Yeah, sometimes that happens, Speakeasy. There we go. So GitHub strategy. Now we need to import our credentials. So many credentials. I'm literally just renaming Google to GitHub. Now this thing, it's not angry because it's dumb, but Constants also needs to export. Now I'm doing it this way because I have so many environment variables. Y'all don't need to. If y'all just have one, you can move on with one. So import, export, just a bunch of juggling of variables basically. And now, look, all the errors are gone. Now, there's a weird scope thing. Nope, not there. There's a scope thing here. We gotta look at the docs. What scopes we can request. Come on. I'm seeing no scopes. So it doesn't have scopes. We don't have scopes. Okay, this looks good to me. Now one thing is that since we're using a mongoose, we need to update our user model to support a GitHub ID. You don't do this, you won't be able to access that attribute of the object. Yeah, in case of fire, save, push, and exit. That's right. We gotta merge. We can't push. It's all messed up. Yeah, with that, we have our connected GitHub ID. And now we're going for our routes. Like I said, folks, there's a bunch of different places here. But it's all the same thing repeated a dozen times. And GitHub. There we go. So GitHub client ID is not imported, so I gotta go import it. Again, this is my special logic that I don't turn things on that don't exist, but aside from this, you saw what I did. I literally copied the last one and I renamed all instances of Discord to GitHub. It's that simple, folks. And then for this, again, I have weird logic, so I write this and I say, I gotta type this manually. GitHub has GitHub. There we go. This is my special logic to make sure things that don't exist don't get rendered. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Speakeasy. There we go, and this is where we go start shoving our credentials in. Of course, my Chulisa. So what I'm storing in my database, and I can just show you it actually, is so they're not all linking to one user. That is some extra logic that is not really covered in any of the tutorials. But essentially, we have, so here's your normal user who has a username and a password. These are the non-OAuth people. Then you have OAuth people, which has a username, which I grabbed from the profile. You can do that with what you with. And has a connected Google ID. Now this is what Google will give you when you properly authenticate. And then you look this up. You look up a user object by this connected Google ID when they re-authenticate to find this user object. So I'll show you the OAuth. So the sign up and other half of it, they all look the same. They're literally copied and paste. But here's the Google half of it. So when you are logging in, it finds a user with a connected Google ID of the profile ID of the Google account that just logged in. If you found it, so this is the login route. If you log in, so if you found it, then you return done, and you pass the user off to Passport. If you don't, this is the sign up route. So you are signing up, you are creating a new user when given a Google user credential, setting the username to display name, and creating connected, setting Google ID to profile ID. Now you don't have to do a sub object, you can just do this if you want, but I like structure my data a little more readable. So we have login, sign up, the OAuth versions. The non-OAuth, so the local version with username and password, is right here. So we have a login, which gives your home page. Then the login strategy is a little more manual. So this is specifically for local strategy. This is only login. So they look a little different, OAuth versus non-OAuth. But when you're logging in via local, if you don't have a user, you fail. If the password's wrong, you fail. Then you take the found user who's logged in and you pass it to done. Now for sign up on local, that's in my controller. Here it is. So it's a little bit more manual. Again, you can use another Passport library to automate this more, but essentially you got to access your database. So I make sure you can't sign up as an existing username. Then I create the user data, which is username and password. And then I create that user and save it in the database. And then here comes the Passport logic of how I log in as the signed in user. Passport adds a login method to all requests. So you call this and you pass the user that you just logged in as, or you want to log in as. And then you handle the error and the user is logged in at that point. So sign up is technically create account and log into account. I know that was a lot. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. And I'm sure you can get there, Speakeasy. That's a great question, C Films. I'm a big fan of 5. 5's good for me. Yeah, Matavis. I know that there's a lot of moving parts. That's why I am kind of repeating myself with these OAuth strategies, because it's just something that clicks, you know? Even Tuesday, for those who are watching me, or Wednesday, try to put this together Wednesday, it was 2 hours of me missing one thing. As soon as I got the one thing in, it was all smooth sailing from there, and it was basically copy and paste, which is why I'm showing a addition of GitHub and hopefully Twitter strategies, and how much, once you got it, it's copy and paste. Now, what you do after you get OAuth is completely up to you, Matavless. Like, if you want to connect, like, multiple OAuths to one account or do any of that, that's all application logic. Passport has nothing to do with any of that anymore. You're just doing your own thing. Passport is just to handle getting you to this function right here. Once you're here, you're not Passport's responsibility. Yeah, I think actually we're ready to go. I mean, we'll find out what we're missing when we hit what we're missing. We're missing a client secret. That's what we're missing. There we go. Yeah, I need a client secret. So, I don't know, I've never made one of these before. Generate a new client secret. Okay, great. I have to enter stuff. And don't worry, folks. Y'all see my credentials. I'm going to delete all of these after I know figure out my own password. There we go. So, it generated a client secret. Now, as with all client secrets, you only see them once, right? So copy it before it's gone forever. And you paste it in the environment variable. And if you hooked all the things up, it works. I don't know, C-Films. You're gonna have to ask, what, 13-year-old me? Yeah, no one's broken the code yet. And then let's see if my automated stuff. Ooh, the GitHub thing. It looks pretty. Let's fix this error. Hey, no error to fix. So this is what it looks like, folks. Looks cool to me. Authorize Rascal 2. It redirects to an authorized application. Takes me to the home page, and I am logged in, folks. That's me. Rascal 2, because my GitHub name can't have underscores or whatever. There I do be. Let's look at the database. Look at the database. There are so many Rascals in this project. My only user is Rascal. There it is. GitHub ID. That is actually a very small ID. But that is what the ID is. And yeah. So, in review, when you go for GitHub, follow this doc. Just follow these docs here. You go to the settings page. So you can go click your little user icon, go down to settings. Go all the way down to the bottom left, click on developer settings. Then you click on OAuth apps. Then you create a new one. And you fill in all the things. After you fill in all the things, you're here. We get to generate a new client secret. This will require you to enter your password. Once you have that, you have your client ID and your client secret. The two things you need to shove in your actual code, your environment variables. After that, GitHub is all ready for you to actually have your code written, and we're going to review this in Git mode. So if you're using Mongoose, make sure to add a property for this on your schema, wherever it is, or just make sure your schema is ready to handle it. After that, you can then make sure to install the appropriate Passport.js strategy. This one for GitHub is called Suspense. It's not called Suspense, it's called Passport-GitHub 2. The 2 is for OAuth. No, the 2 is because there's another library out there without the 2 that hasn't been maintained and is broken. I should also update my numbers. Yeah, my username's I got all the cases in there, C-Films. And once you got that, if you're using any form of environment variable importing some proxy file like I have my constants.js, you need to update that also. VS Code loves giving us suspense. Hey, shorten that code. There's no code to shorten. I mean, technically I can shorten some code here. I will for fun after I make this commit speakeasy. Yeah, so grab your stuff in the environments, get it to your code somehow. Then comes the actual writing of code. So you got Passport, where you're like, import the strategy, import your auth, or import your credentials, or for process env, just get the stuff in your code. Then you're writing a new strategy. I did conditional, you don't have to. Hey, Pink Star! Hello, hello, we're doing some Passport authentication. We are adding all of the providers. We got Google, we got Discord, we got GitHub, and we're gonna get Twitter. I almost said Facebook. We're not gonna get Facebook. We're gonna get Twitter. But yeah, folks, this is copy and paste of the last one. I just renamed Discord to GitHub. So make sure to set client ID to client ID, secret to secret, callback URL to match your string. Then we find any user with a connected GitHub ID of the authed one. Yeah, I'm slowly but surely getting the stream overlay working, folks. It's slow, yeah. Yeah, Pink Star, it's
once you get past the learning curve of it, it's basically copy and paste Pink Star. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Then after you do that, the last bit of it is going to the routes page, which you create a route for your login to GitHub, and you create a route for your redirect from GitHub back to the code. After that, you add weird code for your whatever you need to do, and you're done. I'm gonna go ahead and add this as a commit. Add GitHub. I'm actually gonna go back and log because I don't remember what it is past me said. Yeah, I updated Twitch. It was me all along. No, it's so my overlay, for those who don't know, is a React app, and this is all like custom. It's basically a web app that hooks up to Twitch and stuff. So when you chat, it just creates a little list item. It's a React component, and it just looks like that. I haven't gotten badges working yet, which is why you don't see badges or any other cool stuff, but it's a slow work in progress, right? A Intelligence, thanks for coming on by. Oh, really? I didn't know that it was an actual update. And you beat me to it, Ryan. Thanks for the 5 bits. We're over here just finishing up adding of GitHub auth to our app. We're gonna have all the auths by the end of this, folks. Every auth in existence. Yeah, it's a party for sure. Git push. Now, while I am still going to be adding Twitter, I'm going to start doing something else first. So let me close all this out first, because I don't know if Twitter will really work. So the next feature we're going for, and then we'll take a break after that one. 5 more bits. Aw, Intelligence. You just love hearing that little boop thing. Is that it? Is that what you're here for? Appreciate it always. Hope it's been going well. We're slowly chugging along with the OAuth magic. But yeah, the next bit of logic, actually, let's go to our list. We're checking it twice. Okay, it's not even on our list. Let's add it to our list. Don't know why it's not on our list, but it's gonna be. VS Code keeping us in suspense. There we go. Ability to link, unlink local and auth accounts. Now again, this is very much an application layer thing, meaning Passport doesn't really do anything here. This is you do it yourself. You figure out what you want to do. Passport's already done the heavy lifting. You're supposed to figure it out from here. Now this is where, again, since it's not done for us, we gotta do it ourselves. We kinda gotta figure out what we want to do first. It's always the fun part. So let's open up the web. Gotta figure out what flow we're looking for. So when we log in, we want to be able to essentially have so we're going to have a user page eventually, real soon apparently, and that will allow us to authenticate. This is a cool feature. I'm thinking though. I gotta think thoughts. Gotta give me a sec. Trying to think. I gotta fiddle with something over here in a real sec. Okay, yeah, we're gonna skip that for tonight. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna go for this feature essentially where once you log in, no matter what you log in with, you can assign them 2 actual user and accounts. So basically, if you come over here and you log in with Google, then you will give it a username. So right now we're kind of just creating a username for it, but that's not how usernames work, since they're supposed to be unique. And this technically makes it possible that 2 people have the same username. So we're gonna rip that out. I never shortened the code. Ah, my bad, Speakeasy. I just forgot. It's okay. I got you. Watch me. So we were in the constants file, and we will shorten this code, buddy. Don't worry about it. So let's go ahead and do the shortening. This is the code we're going to shorten. Don't worry about it. So what we're going to do here is we want key value default. So got it. I see what we're going to do. So const things equals, and what we're going to do is going to be an array of arrays where we have port. Okay, Copilot, write the code for me. No, Copilot, you wrote bad code. Write good code. So yeah, I'm shortening this code. Don't worry about it. MongoDB URL. There you go, Copilot. There we go, Copilot. Okay, Copilot went a little crazy. I didn't give it an example for what optionals look like, so that's okay. Environment. I just need to say quote, comma, quote. There it is. Got it. Delete. K, quote, delete, backspace, delete. There we go. Okay, so these are all of our things. So let's make this work, folks. So this is going to be this dot reduce key value, close curly, close that. So it's going to be initialized with an empty object. We're breaking all the rules, folks. And we're going to say accumulator key equals value, but here's the trick. This isn't the value, this is the default value. And now this is going to be default value process env key or default value. There we go. And this replaces all of this. So this did shorten the code significantly. Now we're gonna lengthen the code to make it a little more readable. I think I have access to these ones here. There we go, folks. So that is your shortened code. Now there is no repeated stuff. Ta-da! Code shortened, Speakeasy. Don't you worry about it. Oh, I didn't update my env example. Env example. And GitHub stuff. Yep, so let's not forget that. I've got to add that. Git add .env example. Git commit amend no verify please. Thank you. And now npm run dev. Let's get this logic working. So when you first sign in with a authenticated OAuth account, you'll be taken to a sign up screen basically, where you don't need to enter a password. That's gonna be the plan. Yeah, that's gonna be the plan. Now we're gonna see how I'm gonna do that right now. Let's go to all the OAuth folks. So that will be my, not the server, Passport. Here it is. We don't have a username, so that means my user model is to support this. Is no longer required. Goodbye. There we go. We do this to all of them. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, so we did that. Now we need to handle people without usernames because they are not authenticated. So let us jump on in here. Probably to routes. We have logic here where we are setting our user to a thing with an ID and a username. Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of based on how people use it. You know, Speakeasy, that's how I tweak it. Yeah, I might bump it up a bit. I'm trying to figure out what logic I have on my views and everything for user name. Yeah, Pink Star, it's a slow but eventual building, you know. Eventually it's gonna be like a text animation that comes out and all that, so you know, all kinds of cool stuff. And like when you make like when you have emotes in your message, they will like fire off from your where your message pops up. But you know, all progress in due time. I'm glad to hear it. All ideas, no time. Say in the main we got, here it is, if user username. So user username is the logic, but we don't want this. Technically this is what we want. So if you got a username, then you're logged in. Otherwise, so we can't use user ID because there's always a user ID. I don't have that much information for my user. What? Nah, you're a programmer. I believe in you. Created act. If it has a created act, then so if created act. So if you're created at, then you can. This is a little different logic. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, so this is complicated logic. The problem is not the logic. The problem is I don't know what the app needs to do. The fact that you have a GitHub kind of means you're already a programmer. Too late. This is mere conditional logic. Okay, I think this is where it drops off here. So essentially, we're not going to care about routing. Routing, no one cares about it. It's old news. Essentially, when you're going to OAuth, you're going to be redirected to the sign-up page. Well, it's going to be redirected somewhere, so you're going to redirect to the home page. And then home page will, based on what you got, redirect you somewhere else. So if you are a if request.user, this is technically a middleware that needs to exist everywhere, but we here now. Well, hold on, what if I redirect somewhere I'm at? So if request.user.username, so if you ain't got a username and you have a request.user created at Then you need to redirect to sign up, or whatever I call that route. There we go. Okay, that is the logic I do believe I want. This will take us to the sign up page, which does the needly. So this is the auth form. We do need the user. Thankfully, we have the user. Keep the mutton chops. It's a new one. whatever expression you gotta go with. This is where the logic goes. So, oh, come on, Curlies. Maybe it's because we're real slow. If user dot created app. Well, that's missing something. I'm supposed to receive a user here. So if there's a created app, so if there's not one, then you're going here. Ooh, my curlies are all over the place. Yeah, that's all of us speakeasy. We're all somewhere in the middle. Just depends on what middle we're at. Oh, I also missed a key here. Key equals a key. Well, that's not an equal sign, but it was a good close. Okay, now VS Code's really complaining about tabs. There it be. Okay, folks. I think the front end is together. Now, I gotta go on Mongo and delete a bunch of stuff real quick. I appreciate Speakeasy, but it's just a different place, you know? Different place in the process. We're all on the same roller coaster. We're just on different spots in it. Well, I'll get there eventually, folks. Okay, I deleted all the stuff, and we're gonna go with Discord, my favorite one. Getting an idea for things like with this Discord OAuth, you could do crazy stuff, like even cooler stuff, to be like, oh, I make a Discord OAuth that only allows you if you're in the 100 dev server. It's like you can do all kinds of cool stuff with this. Well, this is good, folks. We are at the sign up route. Now, I haven't actually written the rest of this, so let's get that writing. Let's just go home, see what happens. Let's go log in, see what happens. You're getting the sign up route whether you like it or nope, you're getting the login route. Ah, so it's just the home that takes you to sign up, but that's confined in my book. Yeah, definitely can't get burned out. It's all about consistency, not it's a marathon, not a sprint, right, folks? Yes, I think we should need like some extra logic here. So, user created at. So if you have a creation, then you can be logged out.
I'll log out. Now this is where the extra logic goes, where we do username. If you have a username, then you can be super logged out. Otherwise, you can just be normally logged out. I'm on spooky ternary, don't fail me now. Then we have the logic is if you're not created at, then you get these two links here. I think I figured it out, folks. We're about to find out. Yeah, the material can get that way, Pink Star. It's all about like what privileges of time you got and stuff, you know. We all only get the same time. We all only get the same bandwidth, you know. Just gotta work with what you got. There we go. So now that I am signed in, and everywhere it takes me to sign up, I gotta fix that. Everywhere needs to take me to sign up. Wouts. For sure. So I need to take all gets and like, get them out of here. Actually, I just checked the URL, right? If the URL isn't a sign up, then you need to go. If request.url triple equals sign up, and the other logic, and you don't have a username and you have a created at, then you need to go to the sign up page. Response. Oh, I don't have response here. I need response. Let's see if that works. So anywhere I go should force me to the sign up page. It's dead. It's alive. It's not dead. My conditional is probably wrong. It's probably not request URL. It's not signed. I inverted my Boolean expression. There we go. So now once you're OAuth'd in, no matter where you go, you gotta sign up. You gotta finish the job. But you can log out perfectly fine. You can log out perfectly. Okay, you can't log out. Oh, big sad. So one place you're allowed to go. You're allowed to log out. Maybe this goes up higher. Is there anything I wouldn't want to be able to log out though? What does log out do again? It just logs you out. Nothing crazy. What logout should also do is if you have any, two middlewares. We get two middlewares, folks. Put one before and one after. So this one creates your user. This one does your magic's redirect logic. There you go. So we also need to add something to the list that we are checking twice. See which code is nutty and nice. Thank you for the suspense VS Code. We love you. We love you. Let's go over here while we're looking. Okay, let's just chuck it as a to-do. If anon to delete all created list. Again, this is something that should exist in the session, but we're here now. Okay, so if you're not going to sign up and you don't have a username but you are created at, then you need to do this logic. Again, a better middleware will exist in due time. It's not time yet though. So now, can we log out? Hey, we can log out. glad to hear it. Let's go back to signing up / logging in. Jump on the Discord bandwagon. This is where sign up needs to do more stuff. So sign up JSX, not that sign up controllers. There we go. So it finds one of this, and this is the logic that needs to follow through. So passport is conditional. Da-da-da. If object dot. So the only way, yeah, we're nice, we're getting there. So we want to check if there's already a user. So whatever it is, we're saying if, and then we're adding the password. I don't know what the if is, but we know what the password is. User data, that password equals all that stuff. If request.user, it's the same weird turner I've written 3 times. There you go. If there's no username but you were created, the weirdest thing. So no username and create. It's this weird intersection that means you are OAuth. Then live your life. No. Wait, what? So this is the one that says opposite. So if you are created, you don't have a username, we don't want you to do this. Okay, I'm not going to do the Boolean logic to figure that out. I'm going to just wrap it in parentheses and say opposite of whatever that is. And that will do that. Now I'll take a new user data. Oh, easy. I just write an else. Because I have logic to do here anyway. And then we're going to say user data. Actually, we have a completely different approach here, don't we? Yeah, we do. Yabba, 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 we do. Yeah, so nothing here is the same. So let user a completely branch in logic. Password this. Okay, everyone's happy there. So that is what you do on the else. Now here, we're just going to say user equals await. Actually, we don't even need to reassign it. We do need to update it. So user. So we have request.user update connected. Connected, nope. Username equals the newly chosen username. Then it is user equals await request dot user dot save. There we go. Now that can go away. And then of course we still do all the magical renaming stuff because that is what we do. Then we log them in. Okay, folks, we are almost there. So we're going to sign up. We're going to sign up as Wascal2 because that person already exists and this will fail. Love a good failure. Real or D Rascal2 for the Discord Rascal2. Oh, it's doing lots of thinking. Something went wrong though. Nope, just being suspenseful. There we go. Now we are fully logged in and authenticated with a user-provided username, which is unique against the site, so no repetition or any of that. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Princess Diodes. The princess of the diodes from the Diodes Kingdom. Hope your Saturday's going well. So this is working very well. There's more features that kind of need it. So like this is the cusp of the edge. Like this is just peeking over the hill. There's a little more that needs to happen. But this is good progress. So what we're going to do is for every user, we're going to add a logic of is signing up. This is just here in my middleware, living, enjoying its life. Quest.user. Ooh, a virtual maybe. No, I don't want to do that. Is signing up equals this horrendous logic right here. So this is a nice boolean, so I can write this instead of having to remember some weird boolean. So now we're going to be like, if you are still signing up, which only happens for the weird OAuth people, and you're not going to the sign up page, get on over there. Now I can do this logic over here to be like, if you're still signing up, then go over there. Or I can name this even better. Not that it gets any better, but we can mess around the front end. So actually, there's no better way to do this. Well, we can go into the auth form maybe. Auth form. Yeah, this logic can be more directly accessed. Not user is OAuthing. Has only OAuth. There you go. This is a much better one. So if the user does not have only OAuth, then go through there. Has only OAuth. There we go. We're renaming it again. I'm very indecisive. Hey, of course, Pink Star. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on by. Code dinner and eat work. Yeah, eat dinner and finish work. There you go. Yeah. Of course. Always appreciate it. I'm getting there. Bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, it's been 7 hours. It's okay, yeah. I can say all the words, whatever ones they want to be. Okay, so we've implemented this authing. Basically, they can get their own username now. All that so they can get a username. You know, I'm not going to go for the commit. There's more to be done, and this is kind of incomplete as a whole. We want a user page. A whole new page. I'll take it from the... Actually, the login page isn't a bad one to copy from. Yeah, so we have user, which is main props here, and then we do the logic. So we have h1 user dot username. Well, it's main props dot user. Wait a minute, does main props need a user? It does. H1. Then we're going to do some buttons. Delete. A little cute little delete button. Maybe not right now, but then we will have some links for all the ones that we do not have. So, actually we'll have components for each of them. So, cost auth card equals has. We don't even need that. We just need to return. So this is going to be another card, kind of like these. You know, I'm not going to go get into the stylings of it, so we're just going to copy the card that we already have from the home page. Nope, where is it? This is the home page. Oh, here they are. That's not the home page, it's another page. Index. So this thing is named incorrectly. That's what threw my eyeballs off. Come on, Kim Mouse. Okay, so here's the wrapper. There we go. Now we have to iterate through all the things, so all the possible things. User, well, main props dot user connected, and here we go. Object dot entries through all of these. Dot map name key and has. Then we're gonna say OAuth card. OAuth card. Key equals key. Has equals has. There we go. And we can undo this map here. Move that line up there. Move that. We do not have that. We do not have a list group. We do have a header. This is going to be to login and then the key. Oh, we can't receive the key name. Or slug. Oh, it's slug, because that is what these are usually called. Don't want any of this weird tooltip magic anymore. Gotta do that little capitalization trick. And there we go. And here we'll have like a logo of it or something. Oh, we won't have anything there. Now here's the logic that if we have log in, we need to have a log out for each of them. A href. Oh, this is a logic, so I believe. Let's go to the text. We do want a card text. This will be button to log, connect or disconnect. We will conditionally do it like this. So has, so if we do have it, then we do this button. Otherwise, other button. And this won't be an anchor anymore. Technically, these will be anchors, just not this one. Broken a curly. Oh, too much href. Wait, which is the danger one? and connect. And so one's for log in, the other is for log out. We'll just make the ternary a little prettier. There we go. Now this should be rendering appropriately after we use our OAuth card right here, which poor thing doesn't realize it's actually being used. It's supposed to also have a name or a slug. And with that is all we get to do around here. There we go. Corrected. Now we just need to add a route for this. Get rid of the auth form. And go ahead and add it down on here. Or so I'm going to call this profile. Yes, I'm going to rename this in a moment. Probably going to need like all this information. Go, and then we'll have URL user. We don't need those. So yeah, let's rename that page. Professional file. Okay, folks, that is our profile. We just need it in the nav, which is in the main. Come on, VS Code, we believe in you. No, we don't. Where's my tab going? There. Wow. Talk about that latency. And a lovely profile. Looks good to me. Okay, let's see where we're at. Let's check our data. That doesn't really matter what we log in as. To the profile. Hey, there we go. Google ID, Discord ID. Okay. And default. So these are all of them. So I named them ID. It's gonna make them a little weird. Relatively easy to. Oh no. What in tarnation? Okay, let's just spit out the user. Don't know what that is. It ain't supposed to be there. Show me what you got. It's not going to be there. Poor browser sync. It's falling apart. Yeah, so we have username, password, created at. Oh, so that's the JSON stringification of it, which is the to-objectification of it, right? Because this isn't front-end code, this is EJS code. Or rather, it's back-end code. This is interesting. So the keys. Let's stringify the entries. See what is up there. So that's a problem with the model, isn't it? Interesting. I guess that's fine. I gotta look at the actual data now. Gotta create a new user. Let me out. Oh, yeah, I already know it doesn't work, so let's see. MongoDB subdocument default. I do have two shoes. I am not much like Matty Two Shoes themselves, though. Oh, the only thing we got in common is the two. Default's supposed to be a thing that turns into a function. That's what I was missing. It's supposed to be a function, not a primitive. I'd like to sign up. What did I break? Default is not a valid type. Why not? Okay, let's look at this. Oh, we have to give it a type. Interesting. And then all three of these go in there. Do you love me now? It appears to love me. Okay, let's go to the user, because I think or the list, I think I did something over there. Never mind, I was able to inline all the things. Wait, what's that? I'm running out my validators. Good. I need to run my validators here, too. Let's go back over there. So this is a good thing I'm catching all this. List schema. Const user schema. And now it's all user schema for user and users. There we go. More progress is made. Okay, and it looks happy by that. We can validate by creating, finally, our ABC user. There we go. And if we go to our profile, we should see that's new. So connected has an ID and created and an updated. Okay, so connected got a lot more than I was looking for. We can like disable ID. Underscore ID false. Yeah, that's what I want. Let's try that once again with a lot less stuff going around. Okay, I don't know what that is. That's gotta go. Don't know where ABC went, but they're now gone. ABC, TF. There we got issues. 19 null to object. So in my auth form. Interesting, this was what failed. Ah, something got desynced. No. Who is doing this? So this is for my form. I'm trying to sign up. Can I not log in anymore either? Oh, everything's broken. I'm getting a validation error because it doesn't have a thing, right? Interesting. So let's go to, what do we call this? Local strategy, passport. I think this is what I'm hitting. And it's not there. I need to hit it. I need to hit it somewhere else. On local, yep. There we go. I think I might be able to. Nope, can't refresh it on. No error. Did I delete too many users? Nope, you're still there. Okay, let's see if we can get this far. Ooh, no, did not find the user. No. So what's happening is we are not finding any username of this kind. Let's see. So I'm imagining is because this is such an old document with a bad schema, it don't work no more. It no work. Let's go through our list and let's start clearing some of these out. I mean, honestly, I don't really think I need... Yeah, I don't need any of these lists. They can all just be orphans. Oh, someone just did user SS. I found it. Ah. Deleted my user for nothing. Come on. Where is it? There it is. Lovely typo. Well, we're here now. Now it will work because we actually need to create a user, so... There we go, we created a new user, all of these orphaned extensions. Go to our profile, and we see all of this junk. All the stuff we don't want. So we want to essentially have a list of what's possible and what we do have. So it's kind of needs to be provided from the router. So not the user. And has is getting renamed to available. Nope, not that has, but that has. Not this one. There we go. There we go. This is looking good so far. Now we'll be taking this and all the OAuths available and rendering what we got. So profile additionally contains OAuth available, which at this point deserves to be its own constant. Wow, you've been there 5 times, Copilot. Can't you help a bit? Okay, that's all we're gonna get. Then we need to iterate through OAuth available, not the attributes of the object that do not exist. Props available dot filter underscore colon underscore available, only the ones that are available. Then we'll map through the slug and has. Has is going to depend on user.connected, which we don't have access to, so it's just slug, and has is going to be user connected slug. This is a truthy value main props.user. Okay. Whew. Cannot read of undefined, reading Google. Well, what line are you doing that on? Line 24, so... flip it around. Oh, it's connect id. There we go. It's Google, OAuth, Discord, all are available here. Accounts. So this is where the sign up logic needs to actually, for OAuth, link to this logic here. Okay, folks. Halfway there. So on our passport, we're going to use Discord because they're the easiest. Discord strategy, please give me your settings. You need to pass me my request. Strategy options, loving it. Ooh, with request, I saw it. Pass request to callback, there it is. Let's try and find this reference. Then it receives the request and all the other junk. Right, request, token, params, tokens. Hold on. They throw params in there. I can't trust that. Go back. Oh, they threw me in a weirdo file. True. Request, access, params, and all this stuff. We ain't gonna do anything till we do a good console log. I think I know what all those are. I don't need to look at requests because big file, blinds eyes. I think the logic will be simple because it's basically going to be if there's a current user that is fully authed, then add them. Otherwise, if there's a free user that's fully authed, remove them. just tedious to get all this set up. I believe in you. Oh, did it just die? Oh, because I didn't do anything. Of course it's not doing anything. So we have access, refresh, object, what the? We have all the things, so we have 1, 2, 3. Access, refresh, params, info verified. Access, refresh, param. So I got this out of order. One more time. Send me back, Discord. Nice, see films. Glad to hear. Adding those cities, all those city references around. Oh, I'm sitting here waiting for something. It's done! Okay, we got all the things we want. So I don't know what params is for, but it ain't something we care about. Okay, so here comes the logic. If we find... Nope, we don't do that. So it's going to be if request.user created at, then we will return user update 1. Actually, no, we don't do that. We have the user. We just update the user directly. User dot connected to Square ID profile ID exactly. Await user dot save. Except we can't do that, so we need to return user dot save. Then user exactly. Here's what we want. What we really want. And this should be the beauty that connects our request user. So technically all I needed was the user from this. Yoink. Okay folks, this is it. The magic moment. I don't think this is gonna work, but yeah, invalid code. Expected that. We should link the Discord to our normal user account, which will allow us to use our Discord to log into our account without needing our passwords. Other ass. Uh-oh. That's an old error. Hey, we're looking good. Let's go to our profile. Great sadness. Okay, look at the database. Don't know what that's still doing there. It's there. It's just not rendering. Did not get reset. Nope, it looks something here. Okay, it's console lagging time. Ah, the slug is Discord, not Discord plus ID. A lack of that. There we go. Look at that. Discord is connected. And I don't have any disconnect already, but as soon as I get that, we are ready to go. Okay, we're like 80% of the way there, folks. We're so close. I think I'll just add it down at the bottom. router.get log out provider. Let's let Copilot run this one. Glad to see the attempt. That was pretty good. So, if things we log out, this thing we need to do more than log out, unfortunately. So that is good logic there. If technically we're checking if the key exists, if provider in OAuth available, return. So it's going to be like a not found. I don't want to send it. I just want to 404 it. Okay, folks, here we go. So when we log out, which is incorrect, we're not actually logging out. We are just disconnecting. So this will be taking the request.user connected delete provider plus ID await request.user.save. Since this is express promise router, can I sync that? And there we go. Let's give it a moment. Let's disconnect. Well, let's actually connect to Discord. See if we come back on into this account. Hey, we logged back in. Yes. Now let's disconnect the Discord. And it's still connected. Okay. How to delete field. Unset. That's spooky. Ooh, undefined and dot save. Or set undefined. So it looks like undefined is the magic way. One more time. There we go. It's gone. Okay, folks. That means for the other two, we just need to replicate this logic again. And I'm going for a higher order function this time. Function create OAuth verification. Now the logic here, or the repeated duplicated logic, is in the Discord, so I need to get down there. ID resolver. Technically the ID is always the same, so it's just slug. And we're just going to say const on this equals a function that returns another function, aka this function. Boop. Nope, not enough curlies. I need all the curlies. Nope, too many curlies now. So this one can template literal for you right now. And you get template literal right now. Well, Not even template literal. Gotta go brackets around the template literal. I get really confused. There we go. And then finally, this is slug plus ID. Finally, we get some curly mismatch. More parentheses. And this is ready to be used right here, as we call it, for Discord. Now it's angry that I'm missing semicolon. There we go. So if there's a actual user in the database, then we set it connected to this profile ID, save it, do all that stuff. Otherwise, we gotta go find one connected to whatever this is ID, and then create it. If it doesn't exist, then we create it in the database, and all this logic. It's time to do it again for GitHub. And once more, for the Googler himself. For the Google. Now we gotta bring this helper a little higher, cause scope. And there we go, folks. This code is getting shorter than ever. They all do need to have this passing thing. For consistency's sake, let's put it after the callback URL. Where's my comma? Oh, and your comma. There we go, folks. This could even be like squished further, but we ain't about to go that far. Okay. All three of them, I should be able to connect with all. So let's start connecting stuff. It should take me back to the profile. But that's just an arbitrary login, right? So where does successful redirect take me? It depends on where the original URL was. I'm trying to think. I don't actually get to pass any additional like original URL stuff back in, so this is honestly fine for me at the moment. We will add it to the list, redirect back to profile page when connecting OAuth to existing account. We ain't doing it today though. Loving that. So this process ain't that fun. Let's get GitHub in the mix. So yeah, add ability to link, unlink local and OAuth accounts. Done. My goodness, I blinked and that GitHub worked. Let's watch it again. Man, that GitHub OAuth is so freaking smooth. Oh, it's literally just sending me straight back because I already authorized it. That is beautiful. A little loosey-goosey there, but look at all these accounts I got. Let's actually go log out and try to log in as yours truly via the GitHub. Okay, I'm going to update these 3 links now. Just perfect. So that's good. We'll get one more thing before we're done. Well, before we're done with this session. I'm still going to keep going, but we have our lovely
profile page where we created these beautiful OAuth cards. We're gonna fix this. Nothing's wrong with them, but this whole card component. The space is angry. Okay, we got lots of drivable code here. .jsx. Let's try and dry this out a little bit. Return all this good stuff. So this is gonna be kind of let's see, header, body, then the last part of it, which we are using on the index page, is footer. All these are kind of going to be optional, so let's figure this out. So figure it out. I'm trying to think if there's any super customization here. Nope, they all appear the same. Now the magic is that all these are conditionally rendered. Well, the footer is conditionally rendered because it's the only one that doesn't exist all the time. So if footer, then render footer. If no footer, then there's no footer. Beautifully said. Now so you take all these ins, header, body, footer. And it's going to be fun JSXing this together. Import React from React. Sorry. OAuth card. I'm trying to think this logic here, right? OAuth card is really just, well, it is its own thing, but we don't need to do all this anymore. Yeah, just for readability, new lines. We all get new lines. Then you, of course, will get your own new line that way. Now, this has logic. It's the only thing that needs to be saved. The rest can be gone. Card closing, header, body, footer. What is the header? That is capitalized slug. Body is this logic, which is and the footer does not exist. So, loving to see it, folks. Ooh, I am loving this reusable card component. It's already kicking off. Whoa, Anthony. Hey, I appreciate the raid. How are y'all doing this lovely night? Hey, appreciate it, Jiggaman98. Oh, we got a double. You got the double, yeah. Ooh, React Prisma and Man Time. Well, that seems interesting. Hope your Saturday was going well, folks. We're over here messing with OAuth. So we got ourselves... Nope, we don't have anything. Hey, it's all good. Yeah, dinner's good. We gotta eat dinner. Hey, we will allow it. I mean, it's cool. Alright, I catch them on the 100 Devs Discord a bunch and stuff. It's all good. Gotta eat. But yeah, we are over here working on my Pairwise sorting app, and it is, we're so close to having it working. I think it'll work now. Please be work. I'm trying to show you off. There we go. So essentially this is so the app itself, you can basically create a list of things, and when you there's no special command for it, Ryan. There it is, yeah. So you can create a list of items, and as you create a list of them, they are obviously entering the list in an unsorted state. I should actually create one. Let me see. We're hoping all this stuff works. 4, 2, 3, 1, 6, and 5. So we add a bunch of items to a list. Now I entered them randomly, so they're very much unsorted. When you enter sorting mode, it will present you 2 options from them, and you are to choose the higher of the 2. So all these are around. Choose what we're using numbers because that's easy to think of. Then once you answer all the questions, it will have the list perfectly sorted based purely on your preferences. Again, numbers are easy to think about, so we're going for numbers, but this can work for any list of things. List of favorite places to eat, etc., etc. And yeah, it's a full stack MERN application using primarily backend stuff. All the client side code is completely optional. And there we go. After a few questions, it sorted the list perfectly, and it does so in a binary fashion. So for the next example, if we were to add 7, what we're going to see here is that it will first ask us 4 or 3, and then once it chooses this, it'll eliminate the top or bottom half. Then it will ask us 5, eliminating the top there, 6, and then there's only one place for it to go. That's the app itself. What we've recently been doing is adding all of the OAuth providers we can shove in this thing. So we got Google, we got Discord, we got GitHub, and you came in at just perfect time. We were just finishing testing all this up before we added Twitter. I lied, we're not finishing testing that up. We are turning these links into pretty cards like they are over there. But yeah, that's it, folks. Time over there was good. And yeah, we're doing that by doing some JSX rendering. It's not React, it's just JSX. So this little card component here that I just finished making, and it actually works because we have not tested it. So we're going to test if that card component works actually. So if we disconnect our GitHub, I've yet to fix that redirect. There we go. The card component works beautifully. So now on our auth form, we're going to similarly use said card components. We have a bunch of anchors. Anchors, so boring. Card components is where it's at. So let's see. We only want the ones that are not connected. So we want always to be a login link. Something like this. I don't know. I do know we need to import our card. Thankfully it's a neighbor to us. Let's see if our auth form be looking fancy. Hey, it looks like something. I'm missing the container element, so let's get that added. Okay, VS Code did not add a closing div. And indentation fixed. Well, they all need keys, that is true. Which makes me realize I probably didn't have them on the other one. I did not.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Vinny and MVD Dev. Hope y'all's Saturday has been going well. Although it's far from Saturday. It's almost not Saturday for probably a lot of y'all now. There we go. I mean, these are working. Yeah, these work, obviously. I'd like them to be centered. Oh, this is a column count thing. Okay, I'm fine with the weird column count then. I would like them to be above, however, all of these, because when you have the option, why not put it at the top? So we will kind of prioritize, hey, you should use the OAuth. Above or below the text? Definitely below. Let's see if I can center this row here. Nope. So let's think. I don't know if this is... I'm not a bootstrap aficionado. Center row. That's all a grid system. Yeah. Okay, I don't think that's going to happen. But these are appropriate to me. Now, eventually they're going to be a little better, but like with their icon maybe, but we are not at styling stage yet. Let me update this file. This is a very janky way I'm calming my ESLint. Because I'm using weird JSX in a non-React component. Let's make sure our lists are looking good. Of course they're looking good because they're not using the card component. So this is a home page showing all of the public lists. And now since we created our lovely card component, it would be a shame if we didn't use it. So let's get that going. Key equals list dot underscore ID. There we go. Then we need header, body, and footer. So this looks like our header right here. These are technically two components, so header equals React fragment. Thank you. Paste. Then body equals card text. I don't know if we need, but we're keeping it. And footer equals another two children, so another fun and enjoyable React fragment. It's gonna look great when this gets auto-styled. Or auto-formatted, rather. There we go, looking better so far. Thank you, thank you. Could look better, could look worse. All we're missing now is our import for the card. And if I typed all the things correctly, we literally see no difference, as expected. I did notice from one of the cards, at least the footer, had a space. There you go, I had an extra space. That would have annoyed me forever. Okay, folks, our card is looking beautiful. Our OAuth solutions are looking beautiful. They're not centered aligned, but they're looking good enough. Time to make this a commit. Take ourselves a break. So what do we do here? We add OAuth connect connect options. Trying to think if there's any better way to do this, because we are doing this twice. We're doing it here. We're doing it on the profile page. It feels like very two different options, though. Future me will clean this up. Let's sign up doing... Oh yeah, sign up and log in are both sending their renamed props to the child component. Did we do in main? We added some logic for an account that is OAuth but not fully signed up. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Thomas. Hope your Saturday's going well. Hey, and you too, Gludes. Hope your Saturday's going well too. What list do we change? I think we just use our card component here. Oh, what have I done past me? We renamed it. That's a great commit for a little different change. Here, again, not much changing in code, just wow, what an interesting design that turned out to be. In our user model, we finally fixed our schema, which I didn't even know was broken. Because before, we thought that creating a literal object and then just setting the default property would behave as a default value. But then when we tried to set this to the proper thing, a function that returned a default value, it was angry because you can't do that on a literal schema, literal subdocument definition. You need to do that on an actual thing with a type attribute. Yeah, we had lots of thinking on that one. Nice, see films. Glad to hear it's going well. The individual fact query. So that means all the facts are being databaseized? Let's put some space on them lines. And yeah, we can't just chuck this down here. Honestly, it's good enough. Now, if we were fancy, we would like invalidate sessions or something here, but since we're not using the OAuth tokens, it's fine. Hey, speaking of the task list, how's that resume coming along, Ryan? You kind of set the bar pretty high by declaring it with a finish. Could have went the Robo-Dom way. Just been like, work on it for a predetermined amount of time. Give yourself a buffer there. Formatting. That's so CSS. It haunts us no matter wherever we go, huh, folks? Dread it. Can't escape from it. That's a cool thing we will do later. So I'm glad I left that to-do message there, because future me's got this handled. And we're not doing that committee. Nice, see films. Yeah, gotta migrate to the new database. Stage selected. There we go, because I don't want that to-do list going in my commit. Come on, I believe in you, VS Code. You can do it! There we go. We have added the OAuth connect disconnect, and I did not update my package JSON version.
Hey, that's pretty good. I mean, I was kind of joking around, like formatting and styling. It's all the same, you know. It's like just different variations. CSS by another name, right? But I mean, yeah, that's obviously you want it to be a PDF downloadable, all machine readable, and all that. So, yeah, I would recommend that for sure. I mean, obviously, I recommend the template that Leon has given out. I don't have the link on me, but the one from that initial portfolio, from the professional checklist links, right? Aside from that, what's it called? CSV Explorer. There's a site that you can upload your thing to. Ah, not this. It's also in the professional checklist links. I mean, yeah, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? But then it wouldn't be able to go through like the machine that they all pass it through. So I don't think that, as cool as that would be, like an alternative, right? Yeah. Like here's the one that you show people, and then maybe a download link or a machine vulnerable version. Yeah, those would be my only approach to making multiple versions, but I did not style mine too fancy. It's just there with the basics, information. 6 seconds, right, Ryan? We got 6 seconds to trick those folks into reading it. I believe in your VS Code. We all believe in VS Code. Probably should stop this process. There we go. Because I made a rebase at some point. There we go. Get push and get push. Now I'm going to also push to Heroku. We haven't done this in a while because we haven't needed to. But I'm doing so to demonstrate something that we need to do when pushing to our OAuth capable applications to production. Now, Heroku's going to make us wait till we see it, but we'll be there soon. Soon to a trademark. And we'll go back to the link. Okay, I think it's ready. We'll see, because we'll see all the public things right here. There we go. And as we go to log in, we're going to see a couple things missing. Our OAuth is missing. That's because we didn't set them on add any of them to Heroku. So I'm going to use the dashboard because I got a lot of things to enter. And I could use the Heroku config set. So I don't know what keys I will have set. Depends if it's going to force me to log in or not. It is. Okay. We'll use the fancy commands. So config set, and don't worry folks, these credentials are useless to y'all, so I'll be deleting them very shortly. Plus I did the whole IP doohickey thing. Probably need to put quotes around this, maybe. You know what? Since this is going to be a lot of typing, I ain't about to do that manually. What do you think I am? Config set quote. Look at all these commands I get to run now. Paste them all. Hopefully it runs each one sequentially. There we go. Secret, client ID, secret, client ID, secret. There we go. Multi-cursor magic. Oh, each one created a new version. Oops-a-daisy. Didn't realize it did that. But yeah, we're here now, and GitHub. We're going to do the GitHub because we love the GitHub. Aha, look at that. It sent us
to localhost 1337, not to our app. We need to add an additional request URI for our website right here. There we go. Do that in the exact same place we created the initial ones. In our settings, in our developer settings, at least for GitHub, gotta go all the way over here and add an additional okay, so this one you only get one. So I guess the intended desire is that you create two different OAuth applications. One for production, that has your real one here. One for development, that has your localhost one. I'm going to say that's the intended way to do this. Redirect URI mismatch. Did I typo that? I love that they typo that. So we can see an error equals redirect URI mismatch. What I have here is obviously not what it should be. Okay, let's see what the description is for this application. Interesting. I don't see what's wrong here. Could hit up a restart. So this is a fun experience. So yeah, apparently, maybe a restart will fix this. Sadness. Now the other ones are still broken a different way, right? Right. So what's happening here is it could be taking a bit longer. Revoke all user tokens. Maybe I need to do this. One user. Oh. So there's nothing to revoke. Nope, still not working. Let's try for the Discord application. It could be a time thing. It could be a me thing. I'm not really going to find out until we go for a different approach. So to my application, let's get my website prefix right here. Pairwise Sorter to the OAuth tab. Now this one allows you to add additional, which I was kind of surprised the other one didn't. Which means I can keep my old one, and hopefully it will automatically pick the correct one. So we should go to Discord. Oh, look at that. It picked the right one. I can see it in the URL up here. So yeah, Discord. Super cool it looks like. Big sadness. HTTP. Oh, wait a minute. HTTP? HTTP? Where's my HTTPS? I am under... So that's what's going wrong. So it's on HTTPS, but for some reason, this thing's being sent with an HTTP. Interesting. That sounds like an issue with my backend code, because it doesn't realize it's on a secure endpoint. Maybe this was a me error. Maybe you're only supposed to use HTTP with Heroku and rely on the auto redirection to upgrade you. Feels weird though. Okay, Discord, go for the auth. Now, if it connects, then yeah, I was right. Okay, so yeah. It wasn't the code, it was me. So despite the URL being HTTPS, you are expected to give it the HTTP version for the callback URL. What do you know? Let's log back in to GitHub. I gotta reauthorize now, but it looks like it is kinda happy. There you go. So I need an option here when I log out of a unauthed thing. Yeah, because right now I kind of just created 2 accounts. So what I'm imagining has happened is that I did de-auth my GitHub without realizing it. Yep, I never re-authed it. So what I'm doing here is going to break it even further. Now let's look at the database and see how broken it is. And there we go. So we have one that's connected to the GitHub ID, and we have another that's also connected to the GitHub ID. So yeah, I broke this pretty good. Solution here. Don't be a dumb user. Maybe that's not it though, but so yeah, we got a few things that gotta be added to the list. So let's keep that there. What's this logic here? Fix that naming. Let's literally do it later. Controllers. We got a few things lying around that need doing. Prevent orphan. Prevent orphan OAuth accounts. How I'm gonna do that, future me will figure it out. But yeah, folks, we got all of them added. And we're gonna add one more. We're gonna try to add the Twitter OAuth version. I'm gonna see, because I do have one. I don't know if it is necessarily ready for the whole OAuth flow though, or how this works. I am hiding it because I do have real people on this account. What do I want? Trying to figure out which one I want. Sorry you can't see it. Standalone or elevated? Live outside of projects, cannot use the most current endpoints. Sure thing. Okay, folks. Hopefully this doesn't require the waiting list, because I don't remember. Pairwise Sorter, thanks autocomplete. Nice. Okay, so the website's birth location through the peoples and cities table used to be generated by just the peoples table. Nice. Congrats, C-Films. Oh, well, that was really quick, wasn't it? API key and API key secrets. So let's go to the Twitter auth. Passport Twitter. Let's make sure this is the best Twitter one. Oh, there's a Twitch one too? My goodness, I have... Okay, we're definitely adding the Twitch one, folks. I mean, we're on Twitch. It'd be a shame not to. Consumer key, consumer secret. Okay, that's what they call it. And callback URL, all the exact same things, folks. It's so lovely using these things. Let's get to Passport. Yeah, I'm good. I'm getting there, Robodom. I figured, like, I've already gone this far. I'm so close to, like, just going perfect record, you know? I figured, why not? Why slow down? Oh, I just duplicated key to that. It's okay. What did you have to do to keep from the Animal Protection Institute? I just had to promise to protect animals. See films, obviously. And Twitter. Now they're called a little differently here. Consumer key, consumer secret. Hey G-Toads, welcome on by. Full stack web developer, nice. So we have multiple objects, we want to add the same property to all of them. How do we do that knowing that an object is not iterable? Okay, so let's go ahead and mock that out. So you have multiple objects, so cost 1 equals a, b, and then you have another one, say in another variable, 2. So if you have multiple objects, you want to add the same property to all over them. So what you would do is you would iterate, but you would iterate over an array of the objects. So I don't know where the objects are stored, but you'd be like 1, 2 for each. Then you would say, you can use a different loop if you like, obj.c equals d. But if they're not in an array, and I imagine the reason you're asking this is because they're in an object like this, where you have maybe 1 AB and then 2. Is this more similar to what you have, G-Toads? If this is the case, then you can iterate over the object by going through the object values. So object.values of mapping. This will give you an array of all the values, so this one and this one. So it would be obj, and you can say obj.c equals d. If you do still want the keys though, you can use the for in loop. For const key in mapping. Now what this will do is the key will be 1 and then 2. Then you can get the object by using the key on the map and say object c equals d. So this is the if you said this is the way that your object is structured as an object of objects that you want to iterate over. You can use of object values because this returns an array, or you can use n to get all the keys 1 and 2, then use the keys to access the object via indexing. Those are the two ways I would go. Tell me if your data is structured a little differently. I can rephrase it. Let me shut these errors up real quick. Be quiet, VS Code. Try to think of any other weird ways you might be handling. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, G-Toads, or G-Toads, G-Toads. Yeah. Hey, glad to hear it, yeah. And hey, if you, I mean, I know you already learned through something else, but if you want, there's this cool agency with a free training program called 100 Devs. It's done right here on Twitch. Pretty good resource, even if you don't want to learn from them. Pretty great community. It's got some help channels in there that if you can't find a streamer to answer your question, you can, drop some help questions in the JavaScript help channel. This would be. Hey, of course, happy to help. Always happy to help. It's such a weird thing. They changed it to ID to key. It's like, come on. Just name it like the rest of them, Twitter. Why you being so weird? Yeah, always here to help.
consumer key, secret, secret. Good, all this stuff is happening. Callback URL, redirect Twitter. All the good things. We just need constants to also do this logic for Twitter, not client secret, but rather consumer, not ID, but key. Gotta add a comma there for happiness. Now our routes need an updating. When you need a help, do you ever yelp? No, I do not see films. I am not a yelper for helpers. Look at that easy change. Well, this is consumer. Twitter consumer key. But besides that, easy change. Ask Jeeves. Yeah, Jeeves knows what's up. Jeeves always knows all the things. Now, if I had done this right... Oh, I gotta update the model. Hold on. Gotta update the model. I was about to be like, everything should magically work. But now we need more work to make it work. Twitter ID. Okay, now if I've done this right, everything should dynamically just work. After I finish... Oh, we can go over here. And your apps... For security last time, I'll just generate them. Oh, I think it's done. Ah, great, y'all just saw. Did not realize that was there. That's okay. Oh, I think that's actually it. Would you look at that? Okay, let's see if it works. Depixelate real quick. And go log in. Sadly, there is no Twitter here. That's okay. We'll log in normally. Why have you failed us, Twitter? I want to tweet with the birds. Yeah, there's always a little more data to clean up, isn't there? Twitter ID, it's right here. Twitter is right here. Okay, so someone's supposed to be doing a loop. The loop. Someone's not doing the loop. The loop. What have you done, Twitter? So I suppose we'll just start console logging. Who's failing? Because this should be the router that passes all this stuff for the OAuth available. Right. It should be rendering in the auth form. Well, it should be rendering a bunch of places. In the profile page, all OAuth available. Okay, so it's incomplete. It has Twitter as false. That's what's up. Because I didn't add it in my environment variables. Aha! It's like a 5-step process to this. Which brings me sadness, because I didn't actually copy them to my clipboard, which means I gotta go back to twitter.com. I need to regenerate my keys. Key and secret, regenerate. Yes, regenerate. There's my key. Don't worry, I will be deleting this super soon. And secret. There we go. Now we get to rerun it. And it's working now. It's like, why isn't Twitter showing up? Because the code is doing exactly what I told it to do, to hide the profiles that are unconfigured. Hey, that's all that matters, right? Progress. You don't always win them all. You're just supposed to make progress. Oh, I made a desktop application. Big sad. So I don't know how Twitter works. Access token and secret. They specify the account the request is being made on behalf of for my username. Okay, I'm going to hide this one, folks, because I'm a little lost about what I'm doing. I'll come back if it works. Yeah, I feel like this won't work though. Yeah, pair programming them are really helpful, folks. Okay, these things are not what I want. What I really want. Let's depixelate. Nah, I appreciate it, Dark Platypus. Yeah, it's it's not too crazy. It's just a little downscaling of the web page. So it just reduces the quality to like 160p. So like it shrinks to 160p, but then it scales it up to 1080p. So that's the trick. I think I made a wrong thing. It's supposed to be having an elevated thing. Let's try one of these. Use case. Publishing ads. Okay, let me figure this out. Twit. By the way, I hope your Saturday's been going well. OAuth 2, here it is. I'm not doing that. User contacts me, that's what I want. I mean, that's what I'm doing here with all these code words, right? It's always a pair programming. I'm just pairing with all y'all. Apps settings screen. Oh, I have to turn this on. OAuth 2. There we go. Type of app. Web app. Okay, there you go, folks. So you have to find out where you're going. Callback URL. I was wondering where all these things were. It's like, why didn't you ask me for anything? Because I didn't go to the right place. One 337. Ka-chow. There you go. My website. Not here yet. R2. Hope that's the right URL. Yeah, one dank platypus in 9 hours. I mean, we've been going good. There is not a stream every day. I could not maintain this for sure. So it's weekly every Saturday. That's the guaranteed stream. If I can, there'll be one during the weekdays. Actually, next stream, so the calendar. Yeah, so next stream is actually going to be Tuesday so it's going to end at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, but it's probably going to start at 2 p.m. So Tuesday, 1 or 2 p.m. Eastern to 6:30. So that's when Tuesday is, but the only real guaranteed one is Saturday. That's the one I just happen to have time for. Where is Heroku? There it is. And save. There it is, client ID, client seeker. So I was wrong all along. So consumer key, everyone gets this. Hold on, why did you call it this?
Oh, this is weird. Uh-oh. I don't know what's up here. Hey, of course, platypus. Aha. Okay, so whatever I have right here, this is wrong. This is the weird one. This is the bad one. The good one is passport Twitter OAuth 2. This is the good one. We like this one. We don't like the other one. We are no longer friends with the other one. Don't know what it is, but we're getting rid of it. There we go, Twitter OAuth 2, which looks... look how normal this is. Oh, it says Facebook, but I guess they just didn't update those docs. And now we can rename all of this to Twitter Client Secret. It's not the rename box. This is the rename box. Absolutely loving it. Okay, now with this working, everything should be awesome. So I've done the thing using the correct doohickey. Gotta add it to the environment variables now. Twitter client ID, Twitter client secret. Save, restart it. Again, folks, don't worry. These will all be delayed after. Big sadness. Because I am importing the wrong one. Is it 2 or OAuth 2? About to find out. OAuth 2. Remember, folks, OAuth is our friend. At least in Passport Land it is. Okay, here's my profile. Let's link together. Connect your Twitter. Connect your Twitter. There is no request token from this page. Okay, let's figure this out. Great sadness. Okay. Try to find a relatively new article. 2019, 2020. This should be close enough. I just opened the same article twice. So let's look at this repository and see if there are any interesting things we need to hear about it. Any issues? We got 2 issues. Are they important issues or not? We'll find out. Create project. Let's zoom on this. API key and secret. I did that before. Authentications. Oh, third part. This page is looking different. Consumer key, consumer secret. Okay, so they do the consumer. So they do the consumer ones. And then, yeah, everything else is normal. Well, we're gonna figure out one of these. It's telling me it wasn't allowed for only desktop apps. Oh, here's the error I'm getting. Oh. Experimental not fully working. So, routes from this repository, Twitter OAuth 2 client. Looks like someone might have a manual implementation. Getting this working. Let's see if we can take a little peek. A while ago, Robodom, yeah. Oh my goodness, this is so manual. No longer interested in that. It was relatively good. I don't know. I suppose it's just it was a bit time consuming, you know. I just it was a while ago to be honest though, so I didn't really know a lot of what I did now, so I could barely get the project set up. And once I did get the project set up, I didn't know what to do with it. Like I didn't know, like there was no task open. I didn't know where to start on the project, so it wasn't the best experience. But I know that was obviously a one-off. I did participate in Hacktoberfest back in the day. Last year, I think I did. My bad. I mixed them up between those are two different whatchamacallit, open source things. One was a more of a group thing. The other was a project that some folks had made. I was trying to, from the outside, contribute to it. That one didn't take any time because I spent all my time barely getting the thing running. Okay, so this didn't work, folks. Let's go back to the other way. So this is our last Twitter attempt. I'm going to try to get this thing to work. I'm sure you can help, Robodom. You won't know till you try, though, right? You won't know till you try. Do a secret. Let's see if I got this pointing at the right stuff now. Oh, something's angry. Cannot find passport Twitter. I gotta install that now. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's just a lot more personal, you know. Oh, you mean like competing on the Code Wars themselves? Yeah, I see what you mean. Come on, Twitter. Could not authenticate you. Let's go pixel mode. Check my environment variables. Consumer key, consumer key. Yep, they are consumer. Let me go back to. Yeah, Robodom. I've actually tried in two of them. One of the local ones back. It was my first semester of college, so just as the whole pandemic thing was almost kicked off. Did one of those. Good old 36-hour thing. It was fun. Then I did one that was a little more out of state. Hacksu? No, not that. BitCamp? I'm trying to remember what it was. I'm not sure which one it was, but yeah, it was a little bit out of state, so drove there. But yeah, they were fun, both fun. Didn't really. I mean, it was just mainly fun. I didn't really knock anything out of the park at that point. I made those were in person, so before the great pandemic. Haven't really been to a online one, which I guess that would just basically be a game jam, but hackathon style. I heard Diabolical. He went to that mint being one. That sounded fun. I just went to the wrong one. Yeah, I think we can all agree on that one, Robo Dom. I think we can agree on that for sure. So I'm just going through all the wrong pages trying to find my my thing. What is it? There we go. Okay, I made it back. I can't see nothing. Well, it's because I'm trying to figure out the thing, DN Bull. I'm trying to figure out why Twitter won't love me. I'm giving it credentials. I've tried like 2 different strategies. I'm going back to the first one, DN Bull. I don't know what Twitter wants from me. What do you want, Twitter? Apparently their OAuth 2 strategy isn't pure OAuth 2, so we're using some other thing. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. It's alive. There we go. You just need to do it twice, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Let's log out and log back in. Twitter. Now, the only reason I wanted Twitter is so I would have 4. I don't care about Twitter. I care about filling the slot. That's a lie. Hey, would you look at that? Okay, let's add that one to the list. We're just, it's like Pokemon at this point, folks. Gotta catch them all. First, let's update this. Make dynamic package JSON update whittle version number stage selected. I think the last one we're going to go for is actually Twitch OAuth, because we're all here on Twitch. I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Renzon. Hope your Saturday's been going well. I got so many. I'm gonna have so many accounts I have to delete after this stream. Yeah. I mean, I was only Pikachu yellow, so I never really got on the Pokemon bandwagon. But it's fun. Let's turn that off. Don't need beating our database to death. That's such a, I just realized the commit message was so, paradoxical. I made my constants dynamic. Like, they're constant. They're not supposed to be dynamic. Oh, don't look at that file. The cursed file. I looked at it. VS Code's sad now. Yeah, let's just do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves. I love you, VS Code. You're too slow. We fixed that. We added that. Added that. Added Twitter. Added Twitter. Who's left? Twitter and Twitter off too. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Oh, I think I did a wrong command there. Remote. That would help. There we go, we update the number. Uh oh, something seems wrong. Oh, that's the other one. I want this one. There we go. Let's update that number accordingly to adding Twitter.
Absolutely loving it. And now the last one, folks. Passport.js Twitch. Oh, there's two of them. Great, there's two of them. Let's find the most popular one and go with that. It's always a great way to go. OAuth 2 API, I'm loving that. Hey, Kylie Eclipse, how are you doing? Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Saturday's been going well. So we got Twitch, we got Twitch TV. Who's more popular? This one is. And this one's also 1 point something, so they're probably cooler. Glad to hear it. We're over here just adding every authentication possible to our to our Pairwise Sorter at this point. We're mad with power. And I guess I'm the one mad at power. You're all here just along for the ride. Say client ID, client secret, scope. Okay, looks easy as the rest of them. Ooh, they even give you a full example. Bravo to these people. I already have some Twitch stuff. Probably gotta make another one. 'Cause I don't want for OAuth. So client ID, client secret, callback. So it's like the fifth one, folks. We can do it. Now, I did see one thing they added. They have a scope of user read. I don't know what it means, but we're doing it. Twitch consumer. Oh, great. I copied the wrong thing. Oh, you got it done? Work on resume. Better. Always better. Always leave yourself a little extra room there. I think there might be, I don't remember if I have this right. Let's see. 4TF. I'm trying to remember if I have this. Whoops. Oh, great. I just broke all the things now. Update task. Oh, no. Okay, I fix it. Wait, what the? Oh, no, okay. The bot looks like it's not being cooperative. I didn't mean it. It's okay, it was Robodom. Robodom's not here. No one tell them. I don't break their task. Update task. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. I'm afraid to hit delete task now because it probably won't work. So, we enjoy the ABC on screen. Hey, Callie. A Raspberry Pi. Always a fun experience there. Okay, so there's a lot to that. So to make an upload server out of that, as in you upload stuff to the Raspberry Pi. That part makes sense. How to make the web server open Finder or File Manager. Okay, so what I'm thinking, no. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. Nothing has changed, Robodom. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But yeah, Kylie Eclipse. I think what you're looking for is you want to be able to for it to prompt you to input a file. No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, work on it for another hour. That's how our streams are productive. I break your task so you don't know what you were doing. Then I change them on you.
But yeah, Kali Eclipse, we want an Endian input of type file. This is what you're looking for. I'm going to see if I can just demonstrate it. So essentially, you go to the input, and when it has a type of file, you okay, Robodom. You have this default browse, no file selected. And when you click it, it opens up your native operating system's file explorer thing, and you can select stuff. So let's select something random. Code. Select something random. Try to find a random file. Where are all the what supported types are you allowing? Oh, that's why. There you go. And then the file is now uploaded and ready to the form. And then once you make the actual form submission, it would send the file, I believe, as multi-part form data to the server, which then you have to do your logic on the server. So I think you're looking for an input of type file, Kali Eclipse. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. Oop, R2 sandbox is what I want. Look at all these old Olafs. Yeah, and then your server-side code would receive the file and then do what you want to do, save it on some folder or some file somewhere. I don't know what this one's for, folks, but it's obviously important. Of course, always happy to help. Ah, what's my URL? There's my URL. Strings must use single quote. Okay, excellent. Hold your horses. Twitch. There we go. A lovely Twitch strategy. Okay, folks, that one is down to the model. To add another ID. It's been, so I guess I technically started around 2013 in general. Just, getting familiar, being exposed to technology, 3D modeling and animation, writing, Blender stuff, and wanting to learn how to make games and that, so having to learn Python and stuff. Ooh, your boilerplate isn't working. And it's kind of hard to tell why. Are there any errors? Like, what is it supposed to do compared to what it is doing or isn't doing? Actually, I should stop copying that example. It's horrible. Yeah, real dumb. I started with Python. So essentially, there was a elective in like the high school, basically to learn 3D modeling and animation, and that was in Python. Well, it wasn't in Python. It was using a software called Blender, which was built in Python. It also had a game engine built in, but you need to, I'm trying to think, write Python to make the really cool games. So I learned Python. I do not work for a certain company right now. YC Fortnite, I am on the market looking for a job. Full stack, front end, back end, pretty open to opportunities. When I enter exclamation point, it doesn't work. Huh, interesting, Kali Eclipse. So what is the exclamation point supposed to do? Your boilerplate isn't working, and when you enter exclamation point, it doesn't work. So what's your boilerplate supposed to do when you do enter exclamation point? I have been paid to code, if that's what you mean, RoboDom. So yeah, I've professionally been paid to code. Freelancer, freelance task, tutoring, stuff like that. Worked in some pretty, nothing like enterprise level, but I've worked on projects that have lasted months, about a year. Yeah, Fortnite, I generally prefer user friendly because back in the day I was like, ooh, I build my entire thing package by package, but now I just want it to work. So if anything, I highly prefer stability. Stability is the number one thing I prefer. I prioritize, rather. Yeah, I'm looking for a long-term company or just a buttload of freelance work, good paying. I'm open to either. Oh, okay, Callie. Yeah, so your HTML file isn't doing the autofill. I understand now. I'm sorry, I didn't understand where it all was. So make an HTML file, exclamation point. Well, this is embarrassing. Well, okay, so I typed exclamation point and it didn't do the thing. I had to do control space to make the image abbreviation appear. So try, depending on your platform, control or command space. Yeah, I think I figured it out, Kylie. I don't know why it's not working for you, but yeah, that's the metric measurement. Of course, I knew that. Yeah, Arch. Yeah, cool. Got it all customized to your tweaks. There we go, Kylie. There we go. So yeah, whenever you want VS Code to give you command palette prompts or help, or you want VS Code to give you a little pop-up, whatever that is, command or control space is your magic command. So let's delete this file now. Of course. I think we actually finished all the Twitter stuff, or the Twitch stuff, so npm run. No, we didn't. We got a client ID and a client secret. Oh, look at that problem. Yeah. Constants file probably needs an update too. Nope, it doesn't. Actual env file needs it. There we go. Let's grab my new secret. Don't know what this was for, but oh, okay. We're gonna hope very much that I just didn't reset the Twitch secret that runs my overlay. Crossing fingers. Wouldn't that be a way to end stream? And it disconnects. I appreciate it, RoboDom. I just got the time, you know. It's broken. I typoed it, that's why. Because I copied the wrong darn one. Hey, what? Twitch client ID. It ain't there. Yeah, Kylie. So if I switch to HTML, you're looking for H1 and then closing tag and then the text inside it, then / closing H1. So let me zoom in a little bit. So the way to write HTML elements is to have a left caret or a less than sign or a chevron, the name of the tag, and then a greater than sign, and then goes the content, and then you do the exact same thing to close it, but after opening the less than sign, you put a /. Yeah, of course. Always happy to help. And yeah, I mean, I'm not waiting for the hunt. Like I've had interviews. They've just, not. Obviously, they haven't gone well, or you'd see my message in the celebrations channel. Just lack of professional experience. lack of 9 to 5 experience seems to be the common feedback I'm getting. So I'm looking forward to the group projects. The group projects that we're eventually going to get to, where it's like not one night group projects, but like actual, like build the full thing. I'm looking forward to that, so I can put that on as, look, I did the thing with more than 2 other people. Because of what responses I have gotten, though, the general theme has been, well, if only this wasn't your first, quote, enterprise level job, basically. And yeah, Fortnite, I do use Copilot. I don't know if I'm going to pay for it when it runs out in a week. I'm going to try around other things, but I'm a big fan of it. I'm not opposed to paying for it. I read Stack Overflow a lot, Kali Eclipse. I don't write anything on there. Why is this angry? Line 79, new Twitch strategy, client ID. Why is this angry? Oh, wow, look what they did. Look what they did. They changed the D to a capital D. Why did they do that? Their exact wording was something along, I don't want to say their exact wording. The general comment was, I'm not sure how well you would transition to a team of our size, was one of them. Another one was something along the lines of like, we work on larger projects. It's like, because they asked like, oh, what's the Agile and Scrum methodology? Like, I had it memorized, so it's like, oh, I just spouted it off, but I guess it sounded memorized, or sounded too, I don't know. It's not like I haven't worked with people before. Like, I worked like on the teams we've had so far, but they've only been lasted like 4 hours, so I don't know, I guess that's what I'm missing. Twitch. Sadness. What the? Oh, okay, that's the thing. Redirect URI does not registered. Localhost 1337 redirect Twitch. So there's a save button that I probably didn't press, folks. You remember that save button I didn't press last time? It's probably what happened here. There it is. I didn't push the save button. I didn't push any button here. What? What? One 337. Paste. Add. Is it saved now? No, it's not saved. Click the save button. Well, it depends what your goal is, Kali. If your goal is to just use it to hold files, then yeah, a web server, is a little bit over, like more than what you need. If you need it to be like authenticated to only certain people can host files, I think you can still do that with SFTP, so you can like secure it there. So yeah, if it's just supposed to hold files, then yeah, FTP is a perfectly reasonable usage for it. You can even just You can use the SSH variant too. Just copy files directly to it. Just depends on what your needs are for it, Kyle. If it's just hold files, nothing wrong with FTP. Obviously, you maybe want the secure version, but all good. So why is it taking me? What are you doing, Twitch? Okay, so it's doing a weird thing. It's sending me to the wrong one. It's sending me to the top one. Oh. So the other one was smart enough to realize that where I am is not I want to go to where I am, but this one's obviously not smart enough. Yeah, you're not wrong, Robo-Dom. We're just running the clock through, you know? We're on a roll. This is the last of it, though, so we will be ending as soon as this starts working. That is how long. My brain's hurting now. That was the Twitch URL. I clicked Twitch, and I went to Twitter. But no, that is technically negative 210 minutes. You just can't see the negative. That's how long it's been since I took my break, Robo-Dom. My uptime is that much. Twitch. It all says Twitch. What is wrong with you? Nah, say nah, not at all. What incarnation is happening here? Why did Twitch just take me to Twitter? Did I do something? Twitch client ID, Twitch client secret. What have I done? Twitch client ID, Twitch client secret. Twitch client ID, Twitch client secret, Twitch. I mean, they both start with the letter T, so I assume I've typoed something somewhere. Routes. I'm gonna lose my mind on you now. Twitch.tv. Twitter.com. Oh, I've written into the wrong one. I'm surprised that thing freaking worked. The weirdest thing there, huh, folks? It works too. So if you point them at each other, they're like, sure. There we go. Oh, this is sad. Imagine I need to add more scopes. A user scope, maybe. What scope do I currently have? User read. Ah, they updated it, didn't they? Oh. Use a better package. Okay, that's their explanation. Let me actually look. Package JSON. Passport Twitch new. Wow, people are great at naming things. 6 years ago, my word. 2 years ago. It's still a little bit old. Hilarious. So the code is old. Gotta love these people's naming scheme though. Just add new after it. That'll work. And it looks like it probably is. Hyphen new. PM run dev. Let's do this. Come on, let's connect all the things. Pew, oh, it's already being weird. Or different, rather. Hey, there we go. We now have Twitch. I mean, I don't know if there's anyone left to add at this point, or anything at least interesting left to add. I ain't about to make a Facebook account for this thing. I ain't going to GitLab. I ain't LinkedIning. I have to create an Apple developer account for those. What would Slack be like? Oh, repository's dead. It's got so many. Oh, it's got a month ago though. Yeah, I ain't doing that. Think we got enough. Yeah, I'd say so. The current state of the job market influencing your prospects. Yeah, I mean, I think it's making my prospects better. You know, for sure. Ain't making them worse, that's for sure. It's just, as Leon said, it's all about the networking to get the connection to the right person that will basically take a chance on you. Opening all them doors. Yeah, I definitely say better, Robodom. That's the plan. That is the plan. Oh, didn't update my number. I'm glad I got that action. That little thingy. I'll turn that off. And there we go, folks. So we didn't get through. I kind of just got like, exhausted, and I was like, I can add auths for the entire rest of the stream. Yeah, we'll get these things done next time. I also need to do this next time, so make sure those get added. That's a good one, Robodom. Yeah, I was about to say, it's about making... Yeah, it's like what Leon says. You connect your personal story to your technical journey and all that. Yeah, that seems to be about probably the best odds you can get, like the most doors kicking down you can get, for sure. And then massaging your story to be tech, so like, yeah, how you went through the story crafting session, basically. That's what you gotta focus on, crafting it to be technical. Exactly, marketing. It's all about marketing. That is the reality. Oh boy, I found a lot of them I've done here. Okay, we're gonna have to look at someone else's profile. I've done all the ones Blip has done. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Kylie. Time to go back to crafting. Hey, aqua and purple. Lovely. Smurfing code words questions. I'm not smurfing them. This is how I find the good ones. I see what other fellow 100 devers have done, and I'm like, that's obviously a good code words question, because they did it. But the thing is about this view is that it doesn't show which ones you've completed, unfortunately, so you have to open it and then close it. Just trying to find one that I haven't done. Okay, I think I'm getting to new ones. Okay, one of these gotta be new. Kiyama. Here's one. Take different lengths of the array shuffled by one. Okay, see if I can do this. Oh, I can do this one. Yeah, so compound array. Yeah, yo, feel free to give me one. And yeah, I'm JavaScript, Kali. JavaScript is my bread and butter. Nine 876. 9876. So like the first one is first, so will be a length of both of them. So it'll be const result equals new array for let I equals 0, I less than. Actually, it's gonna be while both, right? Because it's basically an interleaving, but okay. Taking input of different lengths from return one int array with the number of both arrays shuffled by one. What does that mean? 12, 11, 21, 22, 23, 24, 12, 21, 23. Yeah, so the first, second, first. Yes, basically you take from one, then you take from two. Okay, I get it. So array of a dot length plus b dot length. Oh, golly, the sky is basically the limits. First, you have all of web development at your disposal, so anything in a web browser, that's all JS powered for the most part. Now, in addition, you have the ability to run backend code, so anything on a web server or on a computer that's like basically on a desktop, like you can run code there, which gives you access to the file system, the network, databases. So you can do everything you can do with JS as you can do with Python, Java, most other languages. The only things that start to get, specialized is like on Android. Java's the best, but now you can actually do some JavaScript on Android with stuff like React Native, Cobertrera, whatever it's called. Same for iOS, React Native. I don't know any other JavaScript targets for iOS. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a big question, Kali. Everything is the answer, but I assume you're looking for something a little more specific than everything. I'm obviously doing this wrong. One cool thing that I've done with it. So my entire stream overlay is written in JavaScript. It's a cool thing I've done with it. Man, this entire pairwise comparison app I was working is in JavaScript. This website here, this Code Wars Clan Tracker, completely in JavaScript. The previous day is more interesting. Yeah, you see all JavaScript. This is all, that's a boring graph, but the boring graph was made in JavaScript. There we go. JavaScript. Massive master, giant general. Hey, whoa, dude. I don't know. Me asking specifically stuff I've done with it. No HTML or CSS. Well, JavaScript. Are you asking what JavaScript can do alone without anything else? I'm asking specifically for backend only stuff. That's good. Whoa, dude. I was vibing with it. Like sure, let's go. A massive motor, giant general. Glad your Saturday's been going well. It sounds like it's going well. I'd love to hear the other half of that conversation. I mean, yeah, like, all these files, they're HTML, but JavaScript made the HTML. It generated all this stuff from data. So, JavaScript did that. The clan thing. Yeah, so, like, all of this, like, the initial page is very blank. It's JavaScript that is telling the library where to draw these lines, these dots, these overlays. JavaScript that's reacting to all these clicks. I got you, whoa, dude, yeah. Oh, I don't know who you are, so it's fine. It's only daily, and they're already collecting it. I see you talking about the Code Wars. Can I do machine learning with it? Yeah, it's possible, Kali. With TensorFlow, I believe. Though Python is generally the best for it. At least the most popular for machine learning. You can use other things, like JavaScript with TensorFlow to also do some machine learning. Yeah, machine learning, I assumed. That's what ML stood for. Oh, they already got you, Robodom. Yeah. Ooh, NetML. Huh, I never heard of that, but it sounds neat. Network anomaly detection via machine learning. Maybe that will tell me. Maybe I can send this to Spectre. Be like, this is how you fix your internet. Maybe I'm looking at something wrong. Oh, C#. This is Python. I don't know what I found. But yeah, it seems interesting. ML.net. Man, they got quite the URL there, didn't they? They're dead. ml.net. Oh, I always thought that was a URL. My bad. Yeah, okay, I see it. ml.net. Machine learning frame. Oh, it's cross-platform. Love to hear that. Yeah, that's some interesting stuff. I've worked with Python, PHP, Java, the C's. Those are the main ones. Kali Eclipse. Okay, so I think this is working. I don't know what was wrong with it, but this does feel like the right code. I need to say const end equals both of these because the lengths are changing. Yeah, I mean C++, pretty great. Okay, so we got 11, 21, 22. I need to do a modulus too. That's what I was missing. Hey, it's all good, Kylie. Yeah, PHP. What is PHP? I think it's a recursive, one of them weird recursive definitions, huh, folks? Yeah, I don't know what it actually stands for, but it's a kind of a back-end programming language, or I guess a scripting language, but it's used to generate HTML. So it runs on the server, and when a request I made to it, it can do all the fun stuff, and then it can output HTML. It can also interact with databases and all that fun stuff. Hey, thanks for the hydrate. Okay, so I did this real janky way of shifting from both ends. I can't think of the right solutions. Hypertext processor, ooh. Fancy. Preprocessor, Yeah, I never really worked with it enough to get into the libraries or anything large like that. It was just cool to work with because I thought that's what I needed to make websites, so I learned it. Ooh, hit undefined at some point. Sorry, folks, my brain is mushing at the point. But we'll get this one, don't worry. 0, 0. Const index equals indexes length length. So I want to pick one of these. So indexes I modulo 2 modulo indexes length, so that will be technically the index equals this, and then we'll be popping it out. So result.push a b index. So my computer is so it is in my about section of my Twitch, but I have a FX 8350 8 core 4 gigahertz processor, 18 gigs of RAM, and an RX 580 graphics card. I think those are the important things. Yeah, those are the important things. And dual monitors. Sorry, goldfish memory here. Index is... So what is index being? A is not defined, of course. I'm familiar with Docker. I've used it a little bit. Nothing too crazy though. Just setting up singles and basically, you know, you get your front end, you get your back end, you get your database. That's basically the extent of my large Docker setups. Yeah, essentially it's a way to containerize your deployments. Which, again, that's kind of the fancy way of saying basically there are lots of differences in environments between Windows, Linux, and even same versions of it. What it does is it takes an application or an environment and it makes it instantly exactly reproducible almost. So that way when you take your code and you run it in the Docker, it always runs in the same environment, so it has the same access to network, all these different things. And with that, you can basically take the same application and scale it up, make a bunch of quote copies of it, and configure each one differently without actually changing the inside code. And there's a lot more to it, honestly, but there's a whole world about Dockerizing, containerizing, all that fun stuff. Cascada Independence Movement. Nope, I haven't heard of it. Sea of Films. Never heard of it. Make a V virtual machine on it. So you're not completely off, Kali. Basically, I'm trying to remember. They're not the same, but they are quite similar. Yeah, so the VM emulates hardware, while the Docker only emulates the software. So you're still running on the same hardware and it knows it, but it's all the software that the Docker emulates. You could go for a full VM. It might be overkill for some things, but it would work. Ah, darn it. I love me an infinite loop. Oh, I think I got it, folks. Okay, so this is the logic. I have to figure this out. So results.push result push, and then we're going to say if indexes index greater than or equal to array index dot length what if Canadian province of British Columbia and the U.S. Washington, Oregon became their own country called Cascadia? Huh. So that's what that is, huh? It's definitely something I've never heard of, but I don't know if everyone was on board with it. It would definitely be an interesting thing, though. Splice index 1 nan of undefined. I love a nan. Oh, I hit another infinite. No. I wonder if I can run it on Linode or AWS and stream virtual machines to your computer. That would be something that may be possible. Yeah, so if you spun up a virtual machine on those platforms and VNC'd or basically streamed it to your computer, yeah, you could do that. Don't see why not. I don't know if the hardware will be capable. I mean, you could buy enough hardware to be capable, I suppose. So yeah, you can do that for sure. Wait a minute. I just overcomplicated this like so much. Let's just need to push from both in that order. I think I'll just go back to A and B too. A and B. There we go, just do it twice and then I get rid of all the undefines. Raise is not defined. Yeah, I broke the stuff. There we go, folks. Look how easy this was. My brain was just not in it today. Well, it's the end of the stream. I mean. there it is, supporting any number of arrays you would like. This is going to get rid of the zeros though, right? Nope, I did A. Yeah, let's spread this over the array's length. Yeah, definitely be. I mean, I'm sure they actually sell the service you're looking for too. So it's definitely not an impossible thing at all. Not at all. Nope, so we had a little thing of zeros, didn't we? Yep. If I less than equal array, if I less than array length, that's the check. There we go, folks. Whew, took me a moment to get there, but we got it working. Oh, I appreciate that, Kylie. Try my best. Yeah, that was a good Code Wars, folks. Ah, they did is not a number checks. That's a different way of checking for undefined, basically. Is not equal to null, low dash, zip, flatten, pull. That's a good one. Here's the shifting way I was doing it. Recursively, to say nonetheless. Ooh la la. Fancy. Well, folks, it has been a pretty great stream. And we have added OAuth to all the things. Yeah, Kylie, I mean, hey, I'm going to bed too, right? Of course, good night, good night. Yeah. You got a whole bunch of OAuth, folks. Hopefully, throughout all of that, you're able to gain a little bit more understanding into Passport.js, how it works, why it's a popular choice, the compatibility of all the different strategies and stuff. That's basically what we did for most of the stream. Passport and OAuth and all that fiddling stuff. So, yeah, folks. Let's, if y'all ain't got any raid suggestions, I do know one person. We got Aaron. They're doing some cool stuff as always. Yeah, RoboDom, I appreciate it. Shorten that code, posture check. Okay, I can do the posture. There's no code here to shorten though. I can undo a closed tab. Okay, I'll redeem your points. I'll do it next time. Yeah, I'll always appreciate y'all coming by. I'm gonna go raid Errand without any other suggestions. Oh, hold on. Let me Salesforce 1. Let me go open them up real quick. JavaScript, React After Dark. Yeah, they only got 5 viewers, folks. Let's go and let me go open them real quick. Let's go ahead and show them some love. I'm gonna go over and still head over to Aaron's stream though, because that's the cool thing about multi-watch. You can go to both. Thanks for the suggestion there, C-Films. Yeah, they're over there doing some React, JavaScript, all kinds of fun stuff, folks. Go ahead and show them some love, Half a C-Films. Yeah, folks, I will catch you next stream. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow with Mayan Wolf. We're going to do more of this again.